Yeah, Sanchit, I've sent you the co-host, and Avinash, Prableen, I've sent you the speaker request. Welcome, Prableen. Welcome, Avinash, sir. Just 2 minutes before we start the spaces.
Thanks, Chetan.
Thank you, Chetan. I think we can start when you have a bigger audience, or maybe another 2-3 minutes we can wait and then start.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think we can start maybe in a minute. Sejal's also joined us, so we all are there now. Um, so today's topic is markets, mutual funds, and life with Prableen Bajpai. And in the hosts, there's me, ChetanGill, with around 22 years of experience in the wealth management and mutual fund space. My co-hosts, Sanchit and Sejal, will introduce themselves also. And I will get back to the topic after that. First, let me go structure by the structure we set. The structure is that Prableen is going to be with us till 10 p.m. for an hour. And after that, Avinash sir, who is a registered investment advisor and can speak about stocks and markets, will carry on the discussion. Obviously, nothing that we say here is investment advice. Please consult your financial advisor or mutual fund distributor or intermediary for any investment advice. All this is for financial literacy purpose or for discussion purpose only. So first, I'll go to my co-host, Sanchit, if you could please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi everyone. I think मेरी voice आवाज audible है. I hope so. चलिए ठीक है. I hope my voice is very clearly audible. So good evening everyone. My name is Sanchit Taksali. I am an independent director at Kedia Capital and help client in managing their wealth part. And that's really it is short brief. I'll go ahead and move ahead with. I think let's go ahead with Sejal also. Sejal, please go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please.
Yeah, firstly, I'm grateful that the internet is working. I'm stuck in Chandigarh traffic because of the rain. Some of the roads are clogged and I'm still stuck. So that is one. And thank you so much for inviting me as a co-host, Chetan and Sanchit. Okay, so my name is Sejal. I work around spreading more financial literacy, and I try to learn from all the experts on Twitter. And it's so what I do is I run a peer-to-peer peer learning mechanism on Twitter. It's called FIST. We have various wealth managers, finance managers who come with us. We discuss topics, and we have an intellectual discussion, and at the end of the day there's a knowledge exchange or intellectually stimulating conversation. So I'm the co-founder of FIST, that is financially literate, with Sejal and my co-host Tanmay, who's a surgeon at AIMS. That is one. And second is that I create content on Twitter. So I do work with brands and help them create literacy campaigns around various topics. So this is something I mainly do. And I am looking forward to the space and, probably hearing Prableen and other distinguished speakers and learning from them today.
Yeah, thank you, Sejal. And Sanchit, if you could please introduce Avinash sir, and then I'll go on to introducing Prableen.
Yeah, sure, Sam. So, what could I say about the Avinash sir itself? But yes, when it comes to our research and our co-host partners in the speakers panel card, Avinash sir comes in. So, if I'll be very clear cut in the precise term, so Avinash sir handles the research department part at the Profit Mart. He's a director in that company part. And when it comes to research, he mostly covers out the equities, fundamentals part, along with the investing part as well. So this is what we can say about the Avinash sir. Along with that, he has a 25 years of industrial experience when it comes to research itself. So that's a very little short brief, but yes, I know there are a lot more to say about Avinash sir, but I think that's a very little brief that I could express in words as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sanchit. And next, I'll go to the main guest speaker, Prableen Bajpai. She told me to keep it short, so I'll keep it short. She's the founder of FinFix Research and Analytics Private Limited, basically research on equity markets, on the mutual funds, personal finance, behavioral finance, and she comes regularly on CNBC TV 18, CNBC Awaaz, Bloomberg Quint, Z Business, and she also appears in the print media, Live Mint, ET Now, ET. She also appears on the TV on ET Now, and her main focus is on research. So that's it. I think welcome, Prableen, and thanks for giving us time from your busy schedule.
Thank you, Chetan, and thank you for you didn't keep it very brief though, but thank you for the warm welcome.
Yeah.
Good evening, Avinash sir, and hi, Sejal, and hi, Sanchit.
Yeah. So,
Hi,
yeah, yeah. Sorry. One fact which I forgot to mention was also that she's probably one of the only resident Indians, an Indian living, I mean, an Indian in India who writes for Nasdaq.com, the prestigious Nasdaq. She writes for their publication on international ETFs, international indices, and all. So, but I wanted to keep it brief, so I won't go into that just now. So, I'll start off with the first question. Prableen, I'll start off with an anecdote or a thing. It is attributed to the legendary Bruce Lee. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. In your context, there's a single minded devotion to research. For the past 15 years, you started off with Vantage Wealth, published 68 editions every month on markets, mutual fund investments. And then in 2014, you started off your own research firm, FinFix Research. So you've had a single-minded focus on personal finance and mutual funds as a category. So how did you zero in on mutual funds as a product? And this kind of single-minded focus is actually it is an inspiration for everyone on this group. So could you tell us something more? How you kept this single-minded focus on one thing which you loved?
Okay, Chetan. So I think, things in front of the stage and backstage are always very different. So yeah, now as you say it, it seems very perfect. But I think, like others, my career path was also, more of how just things happened and it went on. And I think I have whatever, the 15 years of experience that I have. I'm just thankful to, the people I started with working, and then, it's been a continuous movement from for me over these years. On one side, because on the family front, because my husband is in the army. So I think, in terms of career, I never really got a chance also to think too much away from what I was doing. And I was enjoying my first stint, with Vantage, and I continued with them. And I think, Chetan, it's like I like to I don't experiment too much, and I think that's something which has helped me over these years. And now it's a learning experience every day. I think we all keep learning from the markets, from our own experiences, from our interactions. And over this time period, I think just like you and everybody here who's very experienced, I think, we've carved a little space for ourselves and our own style of work. And yeah, continuing to do that now.
Thank you, and more power to you. Over to Sejal. Sejal, you had some question for Prableen, you were telling me. Sejal, you there? Yeah, I'll move on to Sanchit maybe. I think Sejal might be having some technical issue.
Okay, okay, no issues. Okay, everyone, that's a really wonderful, insightful answer that you have given here. I was just reading about the behavioral finance aspect because when it comes to the behavioral and psychological part in investing, I hope you also know that investors, even though we read out all these things, we even make a mistake, and that's what a human tendency is about. So my question is a little bit about these things. That whenever we are being doing an investing part, so today we can see like if I need to make, let's say, as an investor, if I need to make an equity investment. So information is always there for us. So with internet, we can have excessive information, right? But what are the major basic bias or the error as an investor mostly do whenever they get these information and how they presume it out?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, Sanchit. I think so. Yeah, there's actually abundance of information. So there are enough number of books. There's lots of literature. There are podcasts, there are videos. There's everything about investing, which one actually needs. It's much more than that. But I think the difference between theory and practice is what brings that, the gap between these two, theory and practice, is what makes the difference to one's own investing journey. And of course, between this theory and practice, I think stand a lot of biases, which we all have. And not only as an investor, I would say, even as an advisor, at times I think we have our biases, even probably as, even if you're, let's say, a stock picker, or you are an analyst, I think even then you can have biases. So I think all of us do have our biases. And I think some of the common ones, which I would say amongst investors would be number one that we go with things what are familiar to us, and whatever is familiar feels comfortable. It's like hanging out with your own friends. So I think sticking to things which are familiar, sometimes we don't want to go beyond that comfort zone and look for something new. I think that creates a bit of a trouble, because then we tend to over concentrate on certain things. Let's say if I have had a decent experience with real estate, probably I'm familiar how that asset class works, I want to allocate more there only. Likewise for other asset classes, even for fixed income, a lot of people who are familiar, especially in the elderly age group, they are comfortable there and they don't want to look beyond. I think that's one difference, and that's against the basic principles, because there has to be diversification, there has to be some allocation to every asset class broadly. The second one, I think, which I'll mention here is, of course, which we all are strongly victims of in our day-to-day lives as well as in investing, is framing. Why do we go and pick a certain product? Because of the endorsement that we see around it, the way that product is probably shown on the TV. And I think framing is there even in investing. Sometimes we hear good stories and we hear great stories, let's say around crypto, for example, around certain stocks sometimes, and we tend to go and buy that story, that framing around a particular product. And it even happens when something new is being launched, because everything good is being told about it. And the third one, I won't take too long. So the third one, I'll close it here, is I think the most common again, which is the recency bias. It actually it is topping the charts, on global surveys which has been done in the last 2 years. Recency bias, I think, has seen a huge increase. And recency bias is not only going and picking, let's say, the best mutual fund scheme, but I think it also hampers and sort of stops us from buying good products when they've not done well in the past or exiting. So we tend to gravitate towards certain things and then move out of certain things or avoid certain things, because we are so over emphasizing on what has been the recent news, some recent event. And I think again it hinders our process, and that gap between theory and practice stays. So broadly these three.
Yeah, thank you, Prableen, and thank you, Sanchit, for asking that lovely question. Sejal, are you back with us?
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Right. Okay, so I had a more personal question around, from Prableen. The question was, we see a lot of women who are not there in the investing domain and not in the finance, segment. And I've heard that you run an initiative called WIN. Can you please tell us about that as well?
Yeah, Sejal. So I would say, so you're from Chandigarh, that's my hometown. So you would see a lot of women drivers in Chandigarh, right? So
Right.
as a city, we do have a lot of women drivers. But if you look at India numbers, the number of women drivers is about 10%. And it's not that women cannot afford to have cars. They have cars at home. They don't drive. Many a times their husbands, brothers, dads are chauffeuring them around, or it's a driver. So I think when it comes to investing with money and women, it's something similar. And what I'm trying to do is just encourage women that okay, go drive your own car yourself. Don't be dependent on someone else, because I think learning that skill will help on a rainy day. There may be a time when you're stuck in life and you don't have anyone else. What will you do with that car if you don't know how to drive it? So the idea of WIN is to encourage women and is to equip them with the skill set so that they can manage their personal finances, in a better way through their life journey. And it's there's no harm in sharing or being dependent or taking somebody's services. Let's say your husband or your brother helping you out, that's okay. Our idea is that you should still know it. It's okay if you are taking help. And I think another thing, Sejal, which I like to add here is that women, statistics, a lot of statistics are there, like basic gender pay gap, career breaks. Often women have to sort of juggle between, home and elderly care and their jobs. And of course, we have the longevity of life where we've seen that women actually outlive men. And global statistics says that 90% women at some point in their life have to manage their own money themselves. So I think we have enough data which tells us that, women out there should go learn to drive, be equipped, go. And I think once you start doing it, you'll enjoy it. And so it's just a skill set which we feel that women should know, and manage their own money. If you're earning, that's not the complete definition of being financially empowered. Knowing how and what you should do with that money, I think that is when you become truly financially empowered. And it's not that only working women can become financially empowered. Why not women who are at home, homemakers, looking after kids? I think this is such a huge responsibility. If they can take this part and do it for their husbands, why not? I think it can make a great team. So that's the basic idea behind Win.
Absolutely, and I have a follow-up question, right? Because how do you convince these women to invest? Because it's not the whole mindset of probably
Mm-hmm.
the majority Indian mindset is more towards saving instead of investing. If you're getting what I'm trying to say, so how
Mm-hmm.
do you do that? And what is the difference you've noticed between male and female investors? Because I once did a research at my school. I
Mm-hmm.
interviewed all female teachers and even probably women from the level of support staff and all, and I noticed one thing that was very common was that I earn but my husband manages, my husband CA looks at my finances.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what you said. So I've noticed it's very different. But like, is there any other insight, and how do you get these women to invest? Because getting them to invest is also a task.
It is hard. So the idea, I think, Sejal, so it's a two-level process, right? The first level is to sort of make them more aware about this whole thing. Like I was recently, speaking with a girl. She's working in Bangalore. She's earning really well, and they are a married couple. And I said, okay, good that you want to invest, but I said, what will you do when you're probably on a maternity leave, career break, and all? And things like that. I think when you talk to people, they understand, and then they're probably looking to, yes, work towards that. But yeah, during our talks, the workshops that we take, it is hard, Sejal, because it's a mixed lot of people. And we get all sorts of backgrounds and their experiences. I have had a lady, who actually cried during the workshop, because I think that she knew that her husband will never let go the control of the finances. I think that's so we've seen some very harsh realities also, because money has been a source of let's say dominating. And there are some examples on the other hand where I've seen that homemakers, some of my own clients, are managing the portfolios and the husbands are not interested in all. So we've seen this whole spectrum. And as far as encouraging them and then getting them to invest is concerned, I think so. You start small. You don't intimidate them with numbers. Uh, I think baby steps, and gradually as they learn, they gain confidence, and they know that it's okay to ask questions, and nobody is judging them, and nobody is telling them that, oh, you don't even know this. I think they are comfortable, and then they gradually, if not direct investing, but I've seen that they do take more interest in what is happening with their money. Because the example, you said that a lot of working women I've also come across say that I don't know anything where my money goes, my husband manages it all. And we've seen very, very sad stories. So, I mean, on Twitter spaces, I don't really want to tell those, but we've seen very bad cases where, these things end very badly sometimes. So, the idea is to make them aware, and then uh, the success rate is not very high, but we are happy to make even a little difference if we can.
Yeah, thank you, Sejal, for the question, and thank you, Prableen, for answering. I just had a take on this also in a separate way. The USA, one of the most advanced countries, there Hillary Clinton, after losing the US presidential election in 2016, has spoken about that she was not able to shatter the glass ceiling. And I saw a data put up by you, Prableen, that out of the women CEOs of the S&P 500, 500 of the top US companies, only 6% women are CEOs there. So, what would you say briefly to this, Prableen? How do we, I mean, get along in this sense, get this up, the figure up in the developed country like US also, and even in a country like India? How do the men and the women work together to make a difference?
I don't think that these, 6% could have been possible, Chetan, without very strong support from the men in the family. So, whatever is happening, if women are breaking or shattering any glass ceilings, or if they will in future, I think it has to be, and it is with all the support that they get from their dads and very supporting husbands and men in the family. So, I would say that perhaps it's a process. It'll take time. I don't think anything can happen. We are celebrating whatever I think numbers we get to see. There are so many achievements by men, I think, which we don't acknowledge at all. At least for women, we celebrate whatever little is happening. So I guess it has been a societal change. Women have traditionally been in very different roles, and our mums, were mostly homemakers. I think we India is still, at a point where not many women are still working. I think our kids would be probably that generation where more number of women would be working, girls would be there. I mean, Sejal represents today's generation. And I'm sure as we have more participation, the numbers would increase and we'll have more reasons to celebrate. But I think also very big thanks to all men out there, because I think it's only with their support that a lot of women are actually able to do what they do.
Thank you.
Chetan, if you don't mind, can I chime in here on this topic?
Yeah, you can say. Keep it brief only. Yeah, thank you.
I'll keep it brief. My name is Neha, and I had to come on stage. Probably in your pinned tweet brought back so many memories. I'm also an army daughter, and I just wanted to appreciate the pinned tweet on there. Brought back
How
many.
sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
That picture
Also,
is as a wife, by the way.
I see. Wow, you look
Yeah.
super young there. But on the topic of finance and the lack of women in the field, it's very true. I live in the US. I've been here for 20 years. There's that whole culture of finance bros, which also has been a little restrictive in many ways, in terms of like encouraging women to join the space. I see the same trend happening in crypto, right? I'm in crypto. I would also love to hear your views about it. Have you looked into crypto? Are you interested in it? Any thoughts, even if they're negative? I wouldn't mind you sharing those. But yeah, I've noticed the same like crypto bros trend in this space, very similar to the finance bro trend. And yeah, it's not exactly a very comfortable and safe space for women all the time. And as you mentioned, we need allies, right? We need our male allies. So I'm really glad you're touching on these topics. And yeah, I would love to hear any views that you have on crypto, if you have looked into that industry at all.
I'm sorry, we won't be giving any specific views on crypto here because we have an audience which might, we are not giving any investment advice. So maybe offline, Prableen will talk to you someday, or maybe she'll chat up with you, but we wouldn't like to give on this forum. Thank you. I hope I have not offended you in any way, but we won't be able to do it here. Yeah.
No worries, no worries. I just wanted to hear like a woman's views on it, because again, as I said, there's very few of us in the space. Very few.
We completely understand. What we would request you is we can take that up in a separate space. The space is specifically for mutual funds, so it might not be fair to our audience, and that's how we'll be taking it up. I hope that's okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's continue with the space.
Yeah, thank you. Prableen, I would like to, you also quote this investment anecdote, and many of us in the market quote this anecdote of the shoe shine boy example of 1929, when Joe Kennedy, father of John F. Kennedy, observed that when the shoe shine boy starts giving tips in the stock markets, that means the stock the market bubble is about to burst, and the Great Depression happened, which lasted 20 years in the US after that. The same euphoria happened in the infotech boom of 2000, or the infrastructure related stock boom of 2007, the IPO frenzy of 2007-8, or even perhaps the new age company IPO, which came out last year in 2021. So, how do investors read those signs if they have to read them? And the part B of my question would be, does it benefit direct stock investors, or can it benefit a mutual fund buy and hold equity investor too? Thank you, Prableen.
Okay. So I really don't know how to answer the first part, but Chetan, I think it has also got a lot to do with the greed. Uh, I think we all get very greedy that, okay, this is how we are going to make quick money. I think that is when these bubbles actually happen. And of course, this, metaphor has been used right since 1929, because I think that's very true. When a person, I was discussing with Neeraj the other day on the show. In fact, even he said that, when the pan walia and the neighborhood auntie starts telling you that where and how you should invest, I think that's the caution sign that, okay, maybe we are in times where newspaper headlines every day are saying that markets are scaling new highs, and people see what is happening. Sometimes these are also times when crazy valuations, you really have to hunt for the crazy valuations, because you mentioned the IPO. So sometimes you have to really hunt for the logic why there are such crazy valuations. So yeah, these are warning signs. And I think from the point of view of mutual funds, how probably being able to detect these can help is, I think if your target or your goal is close by, it's a year or 2 year away, let's say your retirement or your child's education, and you see such sort of trends in the market, I think that is the time when you should start booking profits, start exiting, and gradually move towards debt funds, or move and put the money in the bank. Because as it is, Chetan, exit from closer to your goals is a very important strategy. And I think moving a year or 2 year ahead, of course, out before your goal is actually attained, I mean the point is really crucial, from better tax efficiency, and also limiting the risk that that can be there if in case markets favor or something, I mean turns unfavorable. So I think these are important clues even for mutual fund buy and hold, where your target and your goal period is now close by.
Yeah, thank you, Prableen. That reminds me of an anecdote kind of thing which I used to tell my investors. Suppose I'm saving for my daughter's marriage in equity SIPs, and a year like 2008-9 happens when the equity markets fall down 58% on the broadline indices and 75% on the mid cap indices. So what will I do? Will I say, will I wait for bullish times to get my daughter married, or will I say that when the markets are bullish, only then can I get my daughter married off? That would be very stupid, like you said clearly. So we should plan in advance. I hope, God forbid, anything like that happens to anyone ever. But like you said, we have to live in reality and we have to be careful. As our goal is approaching, we should shift it to safer options like debt and all. Maybe it's like what you're suggesting is like a retirement plan also. What we do with the retirement plan, we go to safer option when we are closer to retiring. But anyway, thank you. And I think I would like to go to Avinash, sir, panel speaker, if you would like to ask any questions from Prableen. Avinash, sir, over to you.
Yeah, I think probably nice to have you as the guest today. I have a very simple question. We talk to a lot of clients and investors. Typically, what could be the average time an SIP needs to be done? Assuming somebody puts his money in a growth mutual fund. Typically, most of the investors don't know what kind of time frames they need to continue their SIPs. Sometimes the market corrects significantly, they stop their SIPs. So basically, if you could give some guideline as to really if an investor wants to make a significant amount of capital appreciation from investing in mutual funds, then what is the kind of minimum time frame they should look at, and what could be the overall capital allocation strategy here? For a guy who's say 25 years, and as he progresses to say 40 years, what kind of money should he gradually deploy? Should it show a increasing trend, or or has it got to be a fixed amount? And overall, what could be the time frame or the time window he should look at, to get some reasonable risk reward, from doing an SIP in mutual funds?
Yeah, Prableen.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking and I was on mute. Thank you, Avinash, sir. And I mean, this question from you, I mean, you are a market expert yourself, but okay, I'll try and answer. So, of course, as equity investing is, it is something where, especially when you're doing SIPs, I think there are times when markets are good and we keep buying. So, the idea is to, average at a decent price, and you can only average when you're also able to buy during the down markets. And that's the basic concept of SIPs. SIPs is not because, it's mostly for those who don't want to invest in one go or do not have that sort of money to invest in one go. And of course, SIPs bring in the discipline. But then when we start from today, let's say 22, I think depending on the goal, that's the first thing. The time frame has to be set. So if somebody's goal is to, let's say, send their child to college after 15, 16 years, then of course their SIP would continue till about 13 years, about 2 years prior to reaching the goal. And that is how I think it works, because during this time period, they go through the ups and downs of the market, and gradually, markets in the long term, as we say, keep going up. And of course, even when things are not favorable, we continue so that we are able to utilize the lower NAVs and get lower averaged price overall. So that's the broader strategy. But I think, sir, for a youngster who's starting off, let's say 25 and doesn't have too much money, I think a step up or a top up SIP is a wonderful option. So, you start with, let's say, 5,000 a month, 10,000 a month. And in the first year, probably that is what you can put. And the next year, I say just add another 1,000 every month to it. So the next year, you make it 11,000 every month. And then the next year again, you make it 12,000 every month, because I think we all have increments in our salaries. So with increment in salaries, there's always a shift in our lifestyle. And I think investing should simultaneously increase as our salaries increase. And I think the step up SIP is a simple and a clean way of managing that. So I think that's my answer to this. But of course, with the SIP investing, so there have been phases where you invest for 5 years and your returns are still negative in SIPs, and then the next 10 months can actually get you returns which are like 15-17% XIRR. So it's like the Chinese bamboo, where sometimes there are no returns which show in even 3 years and 5 years period. And then there's this huge they shoot up to like 80 feet plus. So I think investing in SIPs often works like that. So a lot of patience, and the horizon, I feel, so has to be a minimum of 5 years to be sure that you are able to take the up and down, I mean, capture both the sides of the market.
Yeah, I think thanks a lot, Prableen. I just wanted to know, typically is the price return variable only criteria to continue in mutual funds? In stocks, you come to know what has been the performance of a particular company's, performance on a year-to-year basis. But on a mutual fund basis, which are the other, kind of tools where one can, take how can you evaluate whether your mutual fund is really working for you? In the sense that at least on an annual basis, is your investment actually in the right direction, even if the price of that mutual fund unit may not appreciate? So anything else which could help us out?
So I think, sir, if somebody is not sure of what to, which scheme to buy, or if it's doing well or it won't do well, I think the simpler route for them is to then go the passive way and simply buy the Nifty 50 index and buy a mid cap index for themselves. At least they are able to capture the broader market returns. And I think it just simplifies the process for them. So if they don't have an advisor or they are not sure what to pick, because even in the mid cap space, I was discussing, in fact, with Chetan also, that the divergence in returns, the best and the worst returns, they are so apart over a 5-year period, a 3-year period between schemes. So sometimes as a retail investor, it is hard to really catch the best scheme, and who knows which will be the best scheme 20 years from now. So I think if you're not sure, so go the passive way, so that at least guarantees the broader market returns to you.
I think really point noted, probably. But just one last question: how important is the fund manager? The guy who actually deploys your money. Is it really very important for a retail investor to know, what is the track record of the fund manager, or do you feel that even a new fund manager can deliver a significant alpha?
So I think many times people get to know the fund manager only when the fund has performed very well over a period of time. And probably that investor right in the beginning never knew who his or her fund manager was. So if we I think randomly go and take a survey of investors in our neighborhood, I don't think many of them would actually know the names of fund managers. That's my honest take. And I feel if the institution is robust in its processes, then of course the fund manager, because that's the brain, that's the person who's managing your money, is important. But I think the processes in place are also important. Like in Forge, we have a CEO, he's the commanding officer, but you also have the second in command. You do have a 2IC who's there when the CEO is on leave, right? So you have a hierarchy. So I'm sure even as a fund manager, if somebody is there, you do have other fund managers slightly, at a junior post who would be trained under them. So I think with bigger organizations, so I won't worry too much. But yeah, there are certain fund houses where I feel that only one person or two people are running the main show. And I think there, what is important is that are they building their own hierarchy? Are they training people? Are they grooming people to take over if something goes wrong? Because I don't recall the name, but I'm sure, sir, you would, that there actually was a case where a PMS, we saw the death of a person that was few years back, and uh, there was no really, second person there. So I think the key man risk is important, but I guess the investor or the advisor can do that, the info check on the behalf of the investor.
I think this is quite logical. Definitely, I think this answers all my questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Avinash, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash sir, for asking these wonderful questions, which got us in-depth answers from Prableen, which we were expecting. Anyway, let me tackle the elephant in the room. Prableen, a staff fund manager called Prashant Jain is leaving HDFC AMC. Does it impact existing investors? And second, because it's related to what Avinash sir was asking, and second, there have been some reports of front running in some AMCs. Are the necessary safeguards in place? Is SEBI vigilant enough that our investments will be protected?
I don't know if I'm in the right spot to answer these. For Prashant Jain, I won't worry too much. I think because the people who are going to take over the schemes, I think they've been there in the fund house for quite long. And I think, again, very credible people. So I won't worry too much about it. And internally, probably they did have that, settling in phase, or they sort of, maybe some information was there where I'm sure other people were groomed as well. Mr. Prashant Jain had his own philosophy, and sometimes it's not that a person's exit is always bad. A person's exit may also bring in some change, and it can be good as well, Chetan. So I think one has to be open about it. Till the time the fund is being managed by credible people, I don't think one needs to worry. And to answer your question on front running, I remember 2 years back, even HDFC was charged for something which had happened between 2006 and 2010. ICICI has been, I think, charged once by SEBI, fined once. We've seen Axis recently. So I feel wherever humans are involved, these things would happen. And of course, I think SEBI is vigilant, and I think this is where the robustness and the strict compliance of the fund houses is actually tested, because it is the people's money they are managing, and they must ensure that nothing of this sort happens. But I don't think I can actually answer this, more than what I have.
Yeah, thank you, Prableen. I also concur with you that SEBI is being vigilant and the fiduciary response and is exercising its fiduciary responsibility in the sense of protecting investors. And I think in the long run, it is going to be better for everyone. And like you correctly said, there's been no major incident which impacts the investor directly. Whatever is there is at the fund level, they are fined a crore, 2 crores, or whatever they are fined. And it's a part of the ongoing process. We grow, and such things also happen. Even in the West, we've had much bigger things, Bernie Madoff, this, that. So all things happen, but at least in the mutual fund is still constituted as a trust. So I think things are a lot safer here, rather than it's not a chit scheme or a chit scam or a plantation scheme scam. It's nothing like that. Mutual fund is obviously created as a trust. Thank you. And Sejal, would you like to come in now? Oh, I think Sejal still might be having some technical difficulty. Sanchit, you had some question from Harbir, I think. Harbir wanted to ask.
Yes. Yes, I think Harvey sir asked the question. He's in the listener panel as well. He just come and get back to you there. So Harvey sir asked Prableen ma'am Given that most of the MF portfolios have a quite sizable commonality in terms of stocks, what's that single most important factor which prompts you to look at an MF scheme positively? Yes, Pravleen.
Okay, so that's like while selecting, basically, right?
Yes, there are most of common stocks is there in the mutual fund scheme. So what's the
Yeah, your
criteria that
universe is
brings you to
also
selection
not too
part?
large. Okay. So I think some of the filters which can be applied, of course, are, how consistent the performance has been, especially of active funds. And I think that is given very wonderfully by the information ratio, which actually gives the data for the scheme returns over and above the benchmark returns for the tracking error standard deviation. So I think that's a very good measure of how good the active funds are performing, because that's the real test of the fund manager, that he should be able to beat the benchmark. So information ratio, I think it's a good tool to check. Second, of course, whenever you are looking at mutual funds, you look at the consistency even in the form of rolling returns. Third, you look at how they have managed the performance during downturns. I think that's again a crucial factor. So, creating wealth as well as preserving wealth to some. So, in equities, of course, that can be done till a limit, but still preserving wealth is important. So, these three things, and of course the credibility of the fund house, and how they have been managing their schemes over a period of time, that's crucial. I think the fund selection, of course, there will be a overlap. Let's say in the large cap space there are only 100 stocks, so how much would you go outside the universe? So I think these few criteria can help to broadly filter the funds.
Yeah, I think Sejal would like to come in now. Thanks, Sanchet, for asking the question. Yeah, over to you,
Yeah,
Sejal.
probably when we're talking about funds, I wanted to pitch in another question, right? A follow-up question. As a retail investor, you don't all, matlab, as much as it is always good to have a financial planner, some people sometimes choose to do it on their own to just save a certain amount of percentage that might be reasonable, might not be reasonable, depending on the cases. But there's so many funds. Even when you're buying an index fund, itne sare funds hain, and probably there are other funds as well. There are sectoral funds, there are thematic funds, etc. funds. So how does one choose that which is the right fund for them? That is one. Second is there any metric to it? And also probably let's just say we're talking about funds that are in the pharma sector. For example, when 2020 was there, let's just say I want to invest in pharma funds, or probably some any other specific sectoral fund. So how does one choose, and what's the how does one compare two funds in the same segment? Is something I have a question.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Now it's for do-it-yourself investors. So, what will you, if you're having fever, Sejal, what will you eat? Which medicine?
Uh, I'll firstly call
If
a
you if
doctor.
you don't go to the doctor, what will you have?
I don't get fevers that often, but I might take a
Okay,
paracetamol.
okay. So the standard answer is a paracetamol, right? Because we know that okay, broadly, kuch bhi bukhar ho, paracetamol can work. So I think if nothing else, index funds can work if you're a do-it-yourself investor. So I would suggest that a 50% weightage can be given to passives for do-it-yourself investors, so that their core is ready, and that's their, you don't need to touch it then. So your core is set with passives. And then the remaining 50%, there they can, try and choose from the active funds. And I think again the criteria broadly I mentioned, that how you pick an active fund. uh, Sectoral, I'll say, avoid if you're doing it yourself. See, if you're as it is taking active funds, you're taking an active fund to by trusting the competence of the fund manager, that he'll buy the stocks of that relevant sector, which should be bought. So I would say, then why go and do it yourself? Because probably as a retail investor, during our day jobs, we don't have that sort of a time to make the right exit from sectoral funds. So I think if you're taking 50% passive, one portion is done within the active space. I think add again to suitability. There are, I think, few categories which can be picked. Are let's say large mid can be seen for active, then multi caps and flexi caps can be seen in combination to a large and mid passive. That's broadly what I would suggest. And I think, again, the filters: credibility of the fund house, rolling returns, past returns, rolling returns, information ratio, Sharpe ratio, and performance during downturns. I think all these can help them sort of filter the schemes from the active space.
Yeah, thank you, Sejal, for the question, and thank you, Prableen, for answering it. Prableen, I have another elephant in the room in the sense of a question, and that is many mutual funds have a highly successful asset allocation category called Balanced Advantage Fund, BAFs. And some mutual funds are in the process of launching NFOs. But recently, I heard a presentation where they said the BAF can take care of the entire asset allocation of an investor, including debt and equity allocation. They said it can be the entire thali of a customer. I would tend to disagree to a large extent on the entire thali proposition. What would you say to that? And in your opinion, where does BAF fit in an investor's portfolio?
Okay, so when somebody gets married, don't we talk all good about the groom and the bridegroom and the bride, right? So, see, let's not get into framing bias, Chetan, here. This is framing bias. Nobody will tell you that a scheme is bad when it is being launched, right? Irrespective of the fund house. Why are they launching it otherwise? Right? So, here is what framing bias, this is where it comes into play. You're told that it's perfect. See, it must be good. And it's not that the category is bad. Balanced advantage funds, I think, is a wonderful category, but not necessarily it's for you. So I think you have to see the suitability. Every year we have so many of these cars. I mean, new models are launched. It doesn't mean that you go and buy every model. You buy a car which is suited for you. You go and buy a product which is suited for you. There are so many mobile phones which are launched. So I think the idea here is to understand what that category can do for your portfolio, and then see if it suits your requirement or not. And balanced advantage fund, I feel that no, it cannot be. You said complete thali. No, it cannot be the complete thali at all. It is an equity scheme, which I feel gives, because of the switch between the debt and the equity, it can definitely reduce the downside risk to some extent. But not all funds are able to do that also. But I would say this category is good for those who are looking for an equity exposure, which is 5 years and above, and are looking for a slightly, let's say, lesser aggressive version of an equity scheme. So I think there the balanced advantage fund fits, but it has to be part of your equity portfolio, and it has nothing to do with your overall asset allocation. That is different. So consider BAF as part of your equity portfolio only, and then construct your asset allocation.
Yeah, thank you, Prableen. I also don't agree with the thali thing, but I'd heard it in so many presentations, so I decided to ask you the question. We have with us the renowned market expert Gurmeet Chadda ji of Complete Circle also. So, Gurmeet ji, would you like to ask Prableen any question?
No. I'm not answering what Gurmeet is going to ask me. I have to ask Gurmeet questions now.
No, I just came to. I just joined the call. I was just hearing the conversation. No such queries, Achad. I think Prableen answered.
No, we'll talk chole bhature only. We're not talking anything else, Gurmeet.
Done. No, also I think one point on BAF, since we were discussing BAF, is there are within BAFs also, no, there are different models. So understanding it is also extremely important. So where Prudential, for example, ICICI runs a more conservative strategy, right? And then there is Edelweiss and others which are a little more proactive and more pro equity. One usage, I think it's more an asset allocation product rather than a thali for all, because there's a certain set of clients who find it useful. So one set of clients who find it useful are people who want to draw passive income through SWP over long periods of time. So if you see, since I'm not recommending ICICI BAF, but let's say if you pick up one oldest BAF, which is ICICI, if you see 3, 5, 7 years performance, you will find it in that 9-10% bracket. So it's like a debt plus 2%, kind of a category. And as Prableen said, tends to fall lesser because at 18,000 odd levels, most BAFs were at 40% equity. So it gives you a downside, a beta of 0.3, 0.4. And when you do a systematic withdrawal, because it is taxed like equity, it is also tax efficient. So this is a category, if you want to do some kind of a systematic withdrawal and passive income generation, suits a particular set of investors. Another set of investor, it's likely to draw some attention, is who do not want aggressive equity returns, at the same time are looking at slightly better returns than that 1 or 2%, as I said, right? So and who don't have the wherewithal to, you know, balance the asset allocation themselves, want to keep it simple. So it's not like, I agree, it's not a fit product for everything and not a must have in the portfolio. I personally prefer to keep it simple. You decide what equity debt is. And I often quote Radhika Gupta's dialogue that personal finance is personal first, right? So we often forget that. So स्वाद अनुसार जिसे कहते हैं वो लेना चाहिए.
Thank you, Gurmeet ji, for putting it your wonderful views across in such a concise manner. Uh, it was great in that way that you told us that what it personal finance personal hona chahiye. For each one individual, it might differ. So please consult. You should consult your financial advisor or intermediary or whoever before taking any decision. Your risk tolerance can be different. Your investment horizon can be different. Thank you, Gurmeet ji. And back to you, Prableen. I had one question for you. You're an avid golfer. So investing strikes me as very much like golf, though I'm not a golfer, but they say the playing conditions and the performance of competitors keeps changing from day to day. So on different days, you need different tactics to win. What would you say in investing? How can we build an all-weather portfolio to win in all kinds of circumstances?
Oh God, investing lessons from golf. Okay, so I think, Jason, what I'll say is that there's a very famous quote in golf which says, forget your opponents and always play against par. So that means that, your battle or your little competition is yourself, the standard which is there that, you have to hit a par and be below that. So forget what others are doing. And I think investing in personal finance is just that, where you should take the path which suits you, your journey, because we all have journeys which are different from each other. And let's not get swayed by, oh, उसने crypto में पैसे डाले थे, उसके वहां पे multi bagger हो गया. And I think that is what results in very unwise decisions at times. So I think first thing is that, keep your head down and concentrate and focus on what you are doing, and focus on your own game. And the other thing that you asked, that about building an all-weather portfolio, I don't think there is anything like an all-weather portfolio, but yeah, thoda sa robust ho jata hai when I think we are following the proper asset allocation. There will be times, I think what we've seen this year, typically any geopolitical sort of an event, or things like almost a full-scale war is on between two countries, and gold is not really that up as it should have been. So sometimes there are phases, I think, in investing in life where not necessarily things will go the way they are planned. And to, I think, combat that, it's important to get your basics right. So I think when it comes to investing, the best one can do what is in our control, because golf also teaches you that you can control only as much. Okay, so you can do your bit, and you have to leave it. Maybe the wind is against you, you're getting headwinds, there is some other issue, so you may land in water. What you can do is your best. And I think as an investor, what you need to do is get your asset allocation right. uh, Invest in equities for the long term. Don't invest in equities with a 1 year horizon. In mutual funds, I'm saying, equities has to be for long term. Have a fixed income portfolio as well, even as a youngster. That is important. Create a buffer for yourself for emergencies. Have a spend it portfolio, as a little basket as well in your portfolio, that okay, this money is for spending. Have little gold, have real estate. So have your asset allocation table right. And I think that can take care of a lot of things in life, because I think balancing it all is the key in life and in investing. So I think just that.
Yeah, thanks, Prableen. Just to make it fast, I have two rapid fire questions also for you before I move
Okay.
back to my other co-host. And that's on a lighter note. It's coffee with Chetan. It's with a C, not.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
And with all due respect to Avinash sir, who deals with equities, and all due respect to Gurmeet ji, who deals with PMS and AF also, I'm just talking about the retail, smaller investors who might not have these options or might not be able to take up these options. So first question in the rapid fire is, for most investors' goal situation, which statement would you choose? Please note there's a subtle difference between the two statements I will make. You have to choose one of them. A statement, म्यूचुअल फंड सही है. बी स्टेटमेंट बी, म्यूचुअल फंड्स ही सही है.
I'll go with mutual funds sahi hai. Because there's never something which is absolute. So I think mutual funds are good, but also our investing behavior has to be right at the same time to allow it. So if you plant a sapling, आपने पौधे को कभी बढ़ने का मौका ही नहीं दिया, so you can't say कि वो पौधा खराब था. We didn't have the patience, we didn't allow it to grow. So I think when we say that something is good or bad, we also have to do our part and allow things to give them that atmosphere where the results can be seen. That's very important.
Okay, thank you. And the second rapid fire question is, and the last one from my side, for the investors in the 1970s or 80s, you had to have property, bank balance, cars, and all. Today, for investing in 2022, the situation might be different. And how would you answer this question? आज मेरे पास बिल्डिंग है, प्रॉपर्टी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, बंगला है, गाड़ी है, क्या है तुम्हारे पास?
मेरे पास ट्विटर है. What do I say? Well, this is really crazy, but सेम चीजें तो अभी भी चाहिए ही चेतन सबको. सो इसका कोई
I thought you say stocks है मेरे पास PMS है, मेरे पास म्यूचुअल फंड है.
नहीं, मेरे पास बोलो मेरा एसेट एलोकेशन है, मेरे पास मेरा माइंड एट द राइट प्लेस है, एंड आई एम नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग माय रिटर्न्स टू डिलीवर इन 10 minutes like every other thing in my life.
Yeah, thank you, Prableen. And I move back to my co-hosts, Sejal and Sanchit. Prableen would be having around 5 minutes with us. So, Sejal, Sanchit, back to you.
श्योर सर. आई थिंक मुझे वही आपके डायलॉग काफी अच्छे याद आ रहे थे. व्हेन यू सेड द ऑल थाली थी, मुझे वो मिठाई वाले का डायलॉग याद आ गया. सर सारी मिठाई अच्छी है, कौन सी मिठाई आपको चाहिए? सब मिठाई टेस्टी स्वाद खाएगी. चलिए, कमिंग बैक, आई थिंक आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन टू प्रवीण मैम इटसेल्फ ऑलवेज. प्रवीण मैम, when it comes to as an advisor, what behavioral challenge you generally face whenever you interact with a client who are into the phase of familiarity bias?
Familiarity bias. Okay. So yeah, they're less open to seeing beyond what they're comfortable with, na, Sanchit? That's what happens. या फिर उनको you have to really deal with them with a lot of data and sort of take smaller steps. That's the way to break familiarity bias. Let's say if you have a very pakka friend and you're like, no, I'm always going to hang out with that friend only. So maybe you are not comfortable meeting new people, so it has to be very small steps. So gradually, maybe you spend 15 minutes and then you spend another half an hour sometimes. So I think that is how you break familiarity bias, because it's very difficult to sort of break these biases. Otherwise, if somebody's got the mindset, it's hard. But of course, with certain facts, certain figures, data helps. But I think again, it has to be smaller and firm steps towards shifting towards a different asset always.
That's totally true over that part. But there is another thing that most investors generally do when it comes to they have the familiarity bias. They always have another mindset that we call it a return as a prime criteria. So as an advisor, whenever I interact, they always ask me, sir, how much return you can generate it out? I hope the same thing also happens with you as well. So is that the right way of taking an investment decision, or what's your view on such behavior?
Yeah, somebody the other day I tweeted also, asked me that, okay, what sort of returns can I make from equities? So I said, see, so I gave some data over 5 years, this year's, yes, so I was discussing. And then that person has been very heavily tilted towards real estate and currently is very heavily tilted. Then it came down to, okay, but on a yearly basis, what can it be? So I said, see, if you look at the past years, there will be years when you're even in negative, right? On a yearly basis, you see that your returns may be zero or negative also. But the person wasn't convinced and actually came down to, no, but still, what return can I find on a monthly basis? And I said that you'll find the same returns jitna aapka property ka appreciation ho jayega chahe ek mahine mein, because that person was so much into properties. So, sometimes there are really no ways to deal with such things. So probably the person understood that, okay, like property appreciates over a period of time. uh, that is how even equities will. And there are phases of slump even in the real estate market. And I think setting expectations right is so crucial. So I always give slightly lower sort of figures only. If I feel that it can give higher, I'll still say maybe 0.51% lesser only, so that the person's expectations are set right. I think that's crucial.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I think
Thank you.
over to you, Sejal. Sejal has just raised your hand. Please
Oh
go
yeah,
ahead.
I have one question, and this is kind of, it's been there in my head since a week, right? So recently, I'm 20 years old. I've started earning a bit, and also I've started spending like the Paytm ting ting ting, so that UPI makes me spend money like as if it's water, right? But I've been very disciplined while my investing schedule, and I've been trying. Though I don't have a SIP that I do, but whenever I'm investing in mutual funds, I just remind myself 16th hai, ab invest karo, and that is how I invest. But as a young person, you probably invest in the dream of probably earning crores in some day. So the question I have for you is, how does one choose their financial goals and how do you prioritize them? That is one. And the second is like, obviously a financial planner can tell you better कि अच्छा ये अगर travel करना है तो उसके लिए fund better आएगा, but how does one prioritize their goals? That is one. And the second thing is, what is the most important thing while investing in your 20s besides discipline?
Okay, interesting. So, Sejal, I mean, you are 20, my son is 13, and I try and keep telling him these subtle things that how you should be spending and sort of saving. So, firstly, I think you'll never be 20 again, you'll never be 21 again. So, I think time doesn't come back. So, it's also important to spend and enjoy this time and create. So, all youngsters out there, I'll say create a spend it bucket for yourself. So if you, let's take an example, if you're earning 100 rupees and out of that 150 is your kharcha for whatever you're spending, everything, and or 60 is your kharcha, and you're left with 40 rupees, please keep 15 rupees out of it for just spending, so that you don't go and use your credit card. Okay, it's okay to use your credit card for points and all, but you're not using it to really avail the credit that is there. Or you're not going in for buy now, pay later, and all those things because you never have the cash. Create a bucket for yourself, so that will also define that, okay, this is what I can afford. Let me save for it. So, spend it bucket is important. Second stage, out of this 40, now you put 15 in your spend it bucket, you're left with about 25 rupees. Out of 25, start building, or if sometimes mama papa give you some money on your birthdays and stuff, so start building an emergency corpus for yourself with that money, and start putting a small SIP of maybe 5,000 towards it. It's okay, it's just 60,000 a year, but still create that emergency bucket yourself gradually, and with whatever funds you get from here and there, or maybe small bonus, put it in your emergency bucket. And the remaining 20,000, I feel, invest 10,000 towards your long term goals, and the remaining 10,000, sorry, 10 rupees, because we are doing it in rupees. So the remaining 10 rupees, I think, can go towards any other near term or short term goal that you may have, maybe 3 years, 5 years down the line. So that's how I would broadly, divide it. And I always say one thing, we tend to extrapolate our earning capacity and we underestimate our expenses. Expenses increase faster than our earnings sometimes. So pamper yourself, spend, but also do that basic budgeting, so that there is that some little thing created for your future as well. It's very important to be financially, let's say, free, in the sense that you are not dependent or under debt, basically. So that's what I mean by financially free. No debt, debt free.
Right. Thank you so much for answering my question. Over to Chetan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sejal. Anurag, you wanted to ask some question? You're with us. We just have around 2-3 minutes now.
Hey Chetan, how are you? Hi guys.
Fine. Thanks.
Okay, so hi. First of all, hi Prableen. Great to connect with you. I was actually just listening to this podcast some days back, and it had a very interesting concept that the deflation or the recession, or acts steps that would be taken by the central banks, whether it's of the US or any of the Asian economies. It has a lot to do with the Maslow's hierarchy as to what all the people in that particular country value when it comes to their necessities. and it had a very interesting concept as to why the Asian markets and the Asian economies are completely different from what the Western economies are. Do you think in the next 6 to 7 months, as in how we get out of this non-festive phase, and we because I according to me think that this inflation and the hiking of the rates would go on at least until September, October. They would have to short that down post November once the festive season is on in most of these countries, right? How do you think that Maslow's hierarchy of necessities would pan out and necessitate the rate cuts going forward into the next 2 quarters? Thank you so much.
I think Avinash sir is in a better spot to answer your question on how and where markets would be and the impact of rate cuts and hikes. But yeah, I think given the inflationary scenario, we all, I think it's already factored in that we are in a phase where we will be seeing the central banks around the globe, increase and hikes the interest rates. The pace, of course, is dependent, and that is something which cannot be predicted. But other than that, Anurag, I don't think that if you're a long-term investor, are we really going to bother about what is going to happen in the next 3 years? I would rather focus on how Indian economy or the global economy and other countries wherever we are investing is looking, over a period of time, 5, 7 years, 10 years from now. I at least in my investing philosophy, I'm never too worried about what is going to happen in the next 3 years. If there is an opportunity, yeah, we'll make use of it. But I don't think that because we don't do direct stocks and all, so never really bothered about such near-term market consequences.
Yeah, thank
That
you,
makes
Prableen.
so much.
Yeah. Anurag, the Prableen is more on the personal finance and mutual fund side. The stock market question we're going to ask Avinash sir just in maybe 4 or 5 minutes. And Prableen, I just had a follow on what Anurag was saying, not in that way, but we have this target of $5 trillion on the economy. I don't know when it's going to when we're going to reach that target, but whenever we reach it, and normally the market cap to GDP is 80 to 100%. So if we have a stock market cap of 2.5 billions today and we reach a $5 billion GDP, so won't we reach a $5 billion market cap also at some point of time? And so from here, that means we would double on the index level itself.
So, Chetan, my answer here would be very simple. Will all investors really double their money or triple their money or whatever, 1.5 times? No. Ultimately, what we earn on our own investments is so dependent on how we behave. And, if we are staying invested, yeah, markets are an outcome. If the economy grows, yes, the broader, if we do the math, we say that okay, the roughly GDP, let's say at 7%, your inflation at 5%, plus the dividend yield, let's say at 3%. So this is like 15% returns on the market, right? If we go by the math. But will all investors make that return? No, they won't. So of course, if the economy is growing, the businesses will grow, and of course, the 5 trillion figure keeps shifting. So sometimes it's 2027 by IMF, sometimes it's 2025. So it keeps shifting. But I think what is important is that we chart our own, journeys, investing journeys, and stay focused. And of course, Indian economy, there is no doubt about it that it is one of the fastest growing amongst the major economies, amongst the trillion-dollar economies, and we will reach that mark. And consequently, even the markets would rise and even double up from here. But will your investments also move in alignment? Is so much partially dependent on how markets do, and again dependent on how your behavior has been towards investing. So it's a combination of the two, and I think that's very important for all investors to remember.
Thank you, Prableen. And over to you, Sanchit, a word of thanks for Prableen because we kept her up too late. It was up till 10 p.m. for her. And after that, we go on to Avinash sir, who will talk to us about markets, stock markets and stocks, as he's a registered investment advisor and he can speak about these topics. Though whatever we say here is not investment advice, and please consult your financial advisor. Sanchit, a word of thanks for Prableen. And Avinash sir, first, let's get the word of thanks from Avinash sir. Avinash sir, a word of thanks for Prableen.
Yeah, I think would like to thank Prableen and really very good inputs on personal finance. I think clearly this is something which all youngsters should definitely implement so that all their wealth creation kind of dreams come true. So I think a very good talk, and I think would love to hear you in future also.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I would definitely stay on for some time and just listen to your inputs as well and then move out. Thank you. Thank you, Chetan, so much, Sanchit and Sejal. for inviting me.
Thank you, Prableen, for
Thank you so
coming.
much, ma'am, for being here. And you, the kind of behavioral aspect you have given me a brilliant another story, which I'm going to tweet it tomorrow in the morning also. A story of the investor behavior part. But that's really an insightful part you have shared it out. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and thank you,
Thank you.
Prableen, from taking out
Thank
time
you.
from your busy schedule. As I mentioned
Thank you so
earlier,
much.
and now I'm going to embarrass you a little. You are one of
No,
the
no, no,
founders.
no, no, no. No. Let's start with Avinash sir now. Chalo,
Okay,
chalo.
okay, okay. Some other time, then I'm going to embarrass you. Yeah, Praveen. Yeah. But the embarrassing part was only for the audience. Just that she is an expert on mutual fund and personal finance. And but like she said, opinions can keep changing and all, and we have to follow a set process of asset allocation and all. And she likes to follow that. So maybe some other time I will tell you. And please do read articles on Nasdaq.com by Prableen Bajpai. I think she's one of the only resident Indian living in India, an Indian who's writing for Nasdaq.com on diverse topics like cyber technology, international ETFs, international indices. So that really impresses me, but some other day we'll talk about that. Back to you, Avinash sir. How are the markets doing? People were expecting 14,000 on the Nifty, but I remember the talk I had with you 2 months back on this same Twitter Spaces. Nifty level 15,200, and you said please pick up good stocks and sectors which you feel like you never know whether the market is going to 17,000 or 14,000. So what would you say now, sir?
I think, Chetan, I would just like to tell you one thing, that I never listen to economists, and I never listen to people who make macro projections, whether it is on inflation, whether it is on fiscal deficit, because I think, clearly, quite honestly, none of these guys have actually, understood, real kind of demand supply equations for companies. Despite very poor kind of macro conditions, there are many companies which still continue to do well. So I think you have to stick to certain basic things like understanding a company's business model, understanding a management's philosophy, obviously understanding how they strategize going forward. And I think the best part is, just to tell all the participants here, is that the numbers which have come out for quarter one FY23 have been really very, very good. In fact, next week we have got bigger numbers, from companies like ITC, Titan. But the numbers which have come out till now, I would believe that these numbers are definitely much better than what the street had expected. I think classic examples, have been companies like Deepak Fertilizers, or for that reason SRF, Naveen Fluorine, typically even companies like Ashok Leyland. So I think the corporate earnings kind of improvement is not restricted to few names or few sectors. It is more or less broad based. I would believe that this is the beginning of the uh, real kind of growth which one could see in corporate earnings, and I think possibly second quarter could be even better. Despite the fact that we have the RBI policy in the coming week, my sense is even this has been factored into the market. I think markets are expecting about 35 to 40 basis hike. I think what uh, the governor tells us, what is his commentary, is going to be obviously more important. But I think the Indian economy is very well positioned, and I think over the next say 3 to 6 months, hopefully once the interest rate cycle in US peaks out, inflation also is it also gets peaked out. I think you could see a very large kind of contribution and liquidity coming in from the FIs, which most of us are expecting from a very long time. So I think clearly this is a time when one should actually look at companies, which are showing very robust earnings growth, which have got very strong revenue and profit visibility. And I think stick to the basics. I think it's always better to always trust data points, trust financial numbers rather than going only purely by the narrative. I would still suggest that this is not a time to actually put your money on companies which are only strong on the narrative, especially the fintech companies, companies like Paytm, Zomato, companies like Policy Bazaar. I think all these names could possibly see further value destruction because, quite frankly, the markets have given them very, very significantly high premium valuations, and I think without earnings and without cash flows, any manufacturing business will definitely not be sustainable for a long time. So I think the good old days of making quick money or easy money is out. But yes, there are lots of opportunities which are available now, and I think it's a matter of time before we could see the earnings traction, getting better and better. My sense is that FY23 we could see, despite a lot of headwinds, I think earnings growth of at least 16-17%. And most importantly, hopefully once interest rates start stabilizing, which could happen over the next say 3 to 6 months, you could see a lot of excitement around the manufacturing companies, because these are the companies which get normally impacted by rise in interest rates. But I think clearly sectors which are aligned to global markets, especially where a large part of their business comes from export markets, especially like US and Europe, are definitely going to find the next 6 to 12 months quite challenging. So I think sectors like IT, or for that reason, maybe pharma exports. Typically, whichever company is exporting in a large way to Europe or US may find that the headwinds are going to be challenging for the next 6 to 12 months. So I think it's going to be a time to cherry pick and look at a lot of domestic focused companies where I think earnings recovery is going to be pretty solid, and where obviously if earnings growth is going to be sustained, then I think valuations would definitely catch up. But it's a matter of time. I think as I've mentioned this earlier also, that please don't expect instant gratification from your investment calls. So you need to give a timeline of at least 12 to 18 months. And I think there are many sectors and companies which could possibly scale up and get recognized by the markets. It only requires a little patience and a little conviction when you look at direct equity investment, because the way the markets are, I think about 2 months back, as you rightly said, Chetan, everybody was talking about 14,000, 14,500, and now everybody is very bullish. I mean, people are talking about 17,500 or even 18,000. And I mean, the sentiment has changed dramatically. So the wall of worry has been very easily been climbed by the markets. But I think you should judiciously look at specific companies, and rather than looking at the market, which is nothing but noise, focus on companies and focus on businesses, which eventually will help you make a good wealth portfolio. So I think I've spoken at length, Chetan. I think we could possibly start the Q&A, or maybe if Sanchit can also contribute, that would also be nice.
Yeah, thank you, Avinash sir. 1 second. I think we have Dr. A. Velumani with us. He created and exited from Thyrocare. He's the founder of Thyrocare. He's with us. So, Mr. Dr. Velumani, would you like to ask a question from Avinash sir?
Thank you very much. I have just now come in. I don't understand the context.
Sir, yeah, 1 second. I'm just interrupting you. Earlier, we had a mutual fund expert with us, but she's left. She was here till 10. And now it is more about markets and the stock markets with Mr. Avinash, sir. He's a SEBI registered investment advisor who can speak about markets and stocks. So that's what he was just telling his outlook on specific stocks in the market. Would you like to, sir, give us some outlook on where you find things? Because a lot of people were pessimists in the last 2 months that the markets are going to fall a lot and India is not doing well. Or would you like to give any perspective on the US economy or the Indian economy or anything, what you would like to say? So you can speak your mind and just tell us what you feel is happening and what will happen to India in the next 1 or 2 years or 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have been an entrepreneur. And once I got listed, I started looking at my stock price. That is how my acquaintance with the market. And my stock price every other day will go up and down by 20 crores, 30 crores with no rhyme, no reason. And I exited the company and I have put my money into stock market. So ever since I have come in, bit after me entry, it went up, then it came down. Now I think the last 5-6 sessions it has given a very strong recovery. मार्केट तो ऊपर आएगा नीचे जाएगा, उसका ये नाम मार्केट होता है, नहीं तो उसका नाम फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट होता है. और जब भी बात बनती है, बहुत बनती है, जब भी बिगड़ती है बेहिसाब बिगड़ भी जाती है. और कोई इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक में है तो मर भी जाता है. और रिस्क एपेटाइट अपना अपना होता है, और किसी किसी को थ्रिल चाहिए, और वो भी थ्रिल चाहिए परिवार की भविष्य का भी रिस्क लेकर थ्रिल में उतर जाते हैं. मार्केट इज नॉट इन एनीबडीज हैंड. मार्केट इज नॉट इन द हैंड्स ऑफ इंडिया. Market is revolving, evolving around the global sentiments. वार आया, क्रूड गया, फेडरल रेट हाइक हुआ, पता नहीं है कल सुबह कौन चीखेगा, उसके कारण कितना करोड़ नुकसान आएगा. प्रॉब्लम इज ऐसा तो नुकसान होता है तो भी होता है, और मेरा एक ही दिन में 40 करोड़ भी गया है, एक ही दिन में 40 करोड़ भी आया है. I only have my advice to all investors: play safe, take risk, take that risk your guts can digest. Take that risk which your family will never come to road, and don't just follow WhatsApp forwards and somebody's opinion. In fact, so many paid opinions come. So किसको सच माने किसको एक इग्नोर करें वो भी नहीं पता है. I think stock market is for those people who have some money excess other than running their family. And of course, the safe minimum return routes are always available. If you get loose motions because your stock is down, better you settle with what is standard fixed deposit routes or bonds route. I think if you ask me, I will take 1/3 of your money, put into, that is the excess money other than running your family. Take 1/3 money and put it into that individual stocks which you feel your brain is more intelligent to identify high return stocks. Dalo, never doll in a single, never put in a single or 2 or 3 stocks. If you can, you identify some 10 stocks, put in 10 of them. The next one is ETF, which is not going to give you something to put in screenshot in Twitter to tell dekha mera dimag. That is not any individual's dimag. It is something which will reflect the market's movement up and down. I think again mutual fund cover high, large cap, mid cap, low cap. I think put some 1/3 of the money into cap, and if you have possibility, put something more in real estate. So this is my philosophy. मैं तो मार्केट में नया आया हूँ. Whenever I see anything in spaces which is talking about markets, इसलिए उतरता हूँ. ऐसा किसी का बोल में कुछ सीखने के लिए मिलता है क्या? I think the trader is very different, the investor is very different. The investor community, long-term investors are very, very different. बस एक जमाना में एक हीरो होंडा की एडवर्टाइजमेंट था, fill it, shut it, forget it. If you have that money, you can invest, relax and reap it when you need it in future. So ये मैं कहूँगा, लेकिन अगर आप किसी को सवाल पूछना है तो स्पेसिफिकली पूछो, एस्पेशली इधर इन डायग्नोस्टिक्स और हेल्थ केयर. बाकी इंडस्ट्रीज कुछ नहीं समझ में आता है, और वो भी कोविड आने के बाद जो भी समझता वो भी चला गया. वो एक स्ट्रीम चलता था वो बिल्कुल बिगड़ गया, और इन द सेंस नॉट बिगड़ गया, बिल्कुल कंफ्यूज्ड स्टेट में है. कंपनियां भी कंफ्यूज्ड है. आई हैव रन कंपनीज एंड आई मस्ट टेल यू, पोस्ट कोविड पता नहीं है मैं राइट जाऊं, लेफ्ट जाऊं, सो जाऊं, जाग जाऊं, भाग जाऊं, किसी को कुछ ज्यादा समझ में नहीं आता है. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, अच्छे दिन आने वाला है, ये तो मैं बहुत सालों से सुन रहा हूँ. Let us hope for better tomorrow is there. That's my brief. If you have any questions, I will answer a couple of them.
Thank you, Dr. Velumani. I think Sanchit has a question, but before that, I just want to ask you, after COVID, you might not have been happy as an entrepreneur if you had still been an entrepreneur. But did you like the entrepreneur stage? Obviously, you would have liked that more because you were the founder. But as of today, would you like your entrepreneur stage, or do you like the stock market or mutual fund investor stage?
See, with all said and done, being a daughter-in-law is different, being a mother-in-law is different, being an entrepreneur is different, being an investor is very, very different. तनाव तो एंटरप्रेन्योर को काफ़ी होता है. पेशेंट को, सारी कस्टमर को संभालो, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को संभालो, इन्वेस्टर को खुश करो, ऊपर से एम्प्लॉय को खुश रखो. सबको खुश रखा तो आपको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, वो भी एक सिचुएशन है. सो इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ बैलेंसिंग वेरियस stakeholders when you are an entrepreneur. When you are an investor, actually nothing is in your hand. In entrepreneur, everything is in your hand, and that is the stress. When you are an investor, nothing truly is in your hand. You are depending upon industry prospects. You are depending on the company prospects. You are depending on the CEO's aggression and the management's integrity. A lot of things play a role. But having said that, it's very different world. I have enjoyed 27 years of being an entrepreneur. I won't say I had stress because मेरा तो कुछ लाया तो कुछ नहीं था कोने के लिए, तो मैं तो डरी ही नहीं था. लेकिन मुझे भी लिस्टिंग में $500 million वैल्यू मिला और 6-7 साल के बाद $1 billion भी वैल्यू आया था. और for my investors, I gave a very fair opportunity to participate in the open offer at 480 share price to 1300 share price. बहुत सारे लोग मेरे साथ बागर आ गया क्योंकि उनको विश्वास था वेलुमणि के ऊपर. बहुत सारे लोग वेलुमणि के ऊपर नाखुश थे, वो लोग रह गया. Or unfortunately, the stock has plummeted down to half of what it was. But ironically, the entire diagnostic stocks have plummeted. Script का कुछ issue है ही नहीं है. But if you ask me, as I said in the very first statement, mother-in-law का बात अलग है, daughter-in-law का बात अलग है. And as an investor, it's very, very different. As an entrepreneur, its stock price matters and your stress of managing the business matters. As an investor, only stock price matters and you are not managing the business. पूरा दिन रिलैक्स कर सकता है, क्लोजिंग में क्या नंबर है देख सकता है, हफ्ता खत्म होने तक भी ठहर सकता है. अगर इफ यू आर अ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर, आंख बंद करके सो जाओ. इन द लॉन्ग टर्म stock market is never a loser.
Thank you, sir. I'll just move on. That was a wonderful answer that you gave, that the entrepreneur has different role and that is different. What I meant really was that your first love would have been an entrepreneur, but now, like you have said that now you've taken on the new role of being an investor and a thing. Some things are in your hand and some are not, but that's a part of life itself. Even in a business, there could be some uncertainties at certain points of time. I move on to my co-host, Sanchit. He wants to ask you a question. Thank you, Dr. Velumani, and over to you, Sanchit.
Thank you so much, Chetan sir.
Before Chansit starts, let me tell you one punchline.
Sir, that's what I was asking too.
Yeah. Pain is never a problem. The fear of the pain is the biggest problem. The loss is not a big challenge, but the fear of loss is the biggest challenge. तो जिसको स्टमक वीक है वो सब थोड़ा रिलैक्स करना है. जिसको खेलने में मजा है, थ्रिल से बात बनती है, वो ही थ्रिल में उतरना है. सभी खेल सभी के लिए नहीं है. गो हेड संचित.
सर इसी पे एक और छोटी सी कहावत, एक छोटी सी स्टोरी लाइन याद आई. हम निकले थे गाड़ी में 4 दोस्तों को लेके, उस राह पे, जिस राह पे हाईवे भी था, जिस राह पे गड्ढे भी थे. अब जिसने ज्यादा खाया वो गड्ढों में हुआ परेशान, जो हाईवे पे निकला वो लेके मजे के ऐश. इसी पे सर आपका स्वागत है. आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम क्लब हाउस पे मुलाकात हुई थी, आज वापस से ट्विटर पे मुलाकात हुई आपसे. काफी अच्छा लगा. पंच लाइन से काफी दिनों से हमें इंतजार था. चलो गाड़ी के टायरों के साथ साथ आज एक और नई पंच लाइन भी मिली.
नहीं, आपका माइक इतना क्लियर नहीं था. अगर आप सवाल पूछा तो मुझे नहीं समझ में आया. अगर किसी को भी चाहिए तो सवाल पूछो, क्रिस्प रहेगा तो मैं जवाब दूंगा.
जरूर जरूर. सो सर आई एम आस्किंग, मेरे पास क्वेश्चन आया है लावन जी का. मेरी आवाज आपको क्लियरली आ रही है सर?
अभी तो ठीक है, बोलो.
चलिए ठीक है. लावन जी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है सर, ड्यू टू एन एंट्री ऑफ टाटा एंड रिलायंस इनटू द डायग्नोस्टिक इंडस्ट्री, how will the diagnostic industry change and what is the current business model and what changes are these new entrants bringing in?
See, it is a very big elephant. Though Tata is also an elephant, for the size of the market, Tata is only a small chuva. So कोई आ गया तो वही मैं बोला ना, pain is never a problem. The fear of the pain is the biggest problem. So there will be disruptions, and these disruptions were not frequent, not seen earlier. But today, huge investors' money is around. Also, deep pockets of big corporates are around. Adani announces I am in, and Lupin announces I am also in. And if Tata is in, if Reliance is in, everybody is in. But by being in, everything is not yours. Only when you place right, your strategy is right, you are going to be successful. Having said that, every 5 years, industry will change its colors. And when I came in, it was a very different world. There was no organized player. All were only 200-kilometer kings. I created a 2,000-kilometer market for a single brand. Then all my peers also have put up the right kind of strategy, and there are 4 national players as of today. True national players in the country are only 2. In fact, me, Thyroid and Ranbaxy, SRL. The remaining 2, one is west-based, another is north-based, and they have weaknesses in other parts of the geography. Having said that, only there are 4 national players. But what was happening need not be anything to do with what will happen. I think this is very, very important. So, the profession of pathology was run by pathologists once upon a time. Today, it is decided by the highest, costliest business school graduates, and all of them are paid very heftily. All of them devise a strategy and work on it. But let me tell you, what everybody works may not really be successful. Finally, what is successful, the time only will decide. Yes, there is a potential B2C disruption. I was operating only on a B2B disruption. I never did a B2C disruption. To do B2B disruption, you need only $1 million investment. To do a B2C disruption, you need $1 billion disruption. But if you invest $1 billion disruption, you can make a $10 billion worth of brand, provided you don't burn it unnecessarily and you wisely utilize it. Okay, having said that, till now, the diagnostic industry was a standalone diagnostic laboratory. When I tell standalone, either it is local, regional, national. They don't have any income other than diagnostics. But for the last 1 year, ever since pharmacy looked at thyroid care, it appears that the e-pharmacy companies or even the regular pharmacy companies can see diagnostics as a customer acquisition strategy. So you spend on diagnostics, you get your customer to do business for the rest of the life. I also want all of you to understand the diagnostics also has undergone a tremendous what you call as differentiation. Diseases are different, disorders are different. Diseases come after 3 days, it is gone. Disorders come, it never goes. Lifelong it remains. So the customer acquisition cost is very low for disorders. Diseases you have to report before the end of the day because that man has to start the therapy. Disorders you can wait for even a week to get the report. So if you understand inside the, like how money is only money, finance is finance, debt is debt, equity is equity. In equity, dozen varieties are there. In debt, lot of like that. Even in pathology, is not a homogeneous single market. Pathology is different, microbiology is different, biochemistry is different, acute illness is different, chronic illness is different. So lot of in what you call as uh, intricacies are there in the entire space. Having said that, to cut the long story short, the big guys will get in, will spend very liberally to see what works and what doesn't. In a trial and error method, they will reach to some strategy which is likely to make them a large player. Having said that, diagnostics and pharmacy jugalbandi, or a new marriage, doesn't allow anybody to imagine and predict what is likely. रिस्क तो है, रिस्क तो लेना ही है, तो लोग लेगा ही है. I don't know whether I have answered you or not, but I have tried.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. A. Velumani. Avinash sir, would you like to come in and ask sir any question or give your views on the market or diagnostic space or anything like that?
Yeah, I think Velumani, thank you for being part of this space. And I have a very simple question to ask you that in the next, say, couple of years, do you expect some further consolidation takeovers in this sector? Because now this is the new trend. By new players, do you expect, maybe, the Adanis or the Tatas also to get into the M&A kind of mode? And secondly, in terms of, the kind of margin pressure which we are seeing, like just yesterday, we saw the performance of Dr. Lalpath Labs. The operating EBITDA, the profit margin, the profit after tax, everything has actually come down significantly. So, do you expect that, with little more competition now happening in this sector, can we expect that margin pressure is going to stay for a reasonably long time? Because clearly, as you rightly said, that you cannot look at diagnostic companies from a plain vanilla approach. There are many specialities and a lot of intricacies in this business, but still, in terms of the profitability kind of yardstick, what is your outlook? Is it going to remain under pressure for some time, or do you think that quality will always command a premium in this sector?
Right. Quality will always command a premium in this sector, but the question is how big a premium? Because all use the same kind of machines, like how all airlines use the same Airbus, or what is the other one? Only two options to buy an aircraft. So literally speaking, you can't differentiate that going by my aircraft, you are having better safety, comfort, all those things. Having said that, there is always a premium. A customer will pay 10%, 15% more. Now, I have one more punchline. The punchline is, profits should never come from customer's pocket. It should come only from the floor efficiency. If it comes from customer's pocket, it will go away. Disruption. But if it comes because of your efficiency, it will never go away, because you have truly a most powerful floor. So if you ask me specifically any particular brand or company, are they showing their profit because they are overcharging? If that is so, it will not remain. Are they showing the profit because of their highest level of floor efficiency, ability to manage the logistics, ability to manage the collection costs? Yes, that guy cannot be disrupted. If your manufacturing cost is lowest, be it a product or a service, if your manufacturing cost is lowest, you are the emperor. So I won't be able to very specifically answer whether a particular brand will sustain or not. All brands who had the luxury of pricing may find it difficult to continue that luxury, especially when a B2C disruption comes. अभी तक किसी को नहीं पता है. I'll tell you, in the entire medical field, the common man never knows until he reaches a laboratory. He has to sell out 100 rupees or 1000 rupees. He does not know. Because टेस्ट का नाम एक ESR होता है 100 rupees, एक PCR होता है even 2000 rupees. So it's very, very difficult to create a profit once the customer knows what is the price of a product in a particular brand. So, be it 1mg or be it pharmacy or be it netmeds, all of them are really realizing, and they are bombarding that rate which the standalone laboratories cannot afford. Because for standalone laboratories, this is the only profit. For a pharmaceutical businessman, this is not the profit. He can afford to do even test free of cost. I want all of you to understand one situation which has happened in last 20 years. Thyroid medicine monopoly was Glaxo. The treatment for thyroid, the monopoly was Glaxo. Then came Abbott. Abbott found it very difficult because somebody has 80% market and they don't have the new. All others put together was 20%. So what Abbott did? They came to me. They asked me, what is the price for thyroid testing if we do camps? The customer doesn't pay. We pay. So what is the price? I told it is only 100 rupees. So these guys went and did a lot of free camps across the country. After 20 years, Abbott has 80% market and 15% market is Glaxo. I'm just giving a number, maybe 60 and 20. So what happens? The guy could afford to do tests free of cost because he has a big stake in selling medicine. So this all is likely to happen in the diagnostic space. All right, I think somebody's mic is not mute, and that is what is my communication. It says no erosion of profit will be there only when your profit is because of the flow. Next question.
Thank you, Dr. Velumani. Avinash sir, if you want to ask any question, or
I
is it
think one more question, Mr. Velumani. I just wanted to know that, over the next 5 years, what is the kind of outlook? As you said, with medicine, somebody can offer a service free and still manage to get market share. But on a standalone basis, companies which are earning their bread and butter from diagnostic only, how do you see the future of these companies? Without naming the companies, if you can just tell us that is it going to have a very bright future? Because already, a lot of people are saying that the unorganized sector is still very large, so there's a lot of headroom to catch up there. So, in your sense, in the next, say, 3 to 5 years, will this industry continue to show very strong kind of at least top line growth, and will this industry grow bigger and bigger, say, in the next, say, 3 to 5 years? Your thoughts, please.
See, there are two kinds of pharmaceutical companies. One is offline, that is the traditional last 3 decades of most powerful companies like Sun Pharma, Lupin, and different brands. Now there are a new breed in the market, which is NetMeds, 1mg, and pharmacy, and to some extent Apollo. But if you ask the total revenue share, the online companies don't even have 3-4%. So अभी पेन तो है ही नहीं है, डर पेन का बहुत है. Having said that, the trend is seen now, but the actual problem may be even 10 years from now or even 20 years from now, depending upon how fast the e-pharmacy is adopted by the common man. It is not that easy. You have to burn too much of money, and burning money alone is not enough. The common man also should get confidence that he gets from online something cheaper, something reliable. Having said that, I don't see any difficulty for 10 companies, standalone diagnostic companies, to run a very high profitable business. I want you to understand, My business, which was largely focused on B2B, I was the cheapest operator. Everybody hated me for that. But I had a 40% EBITDA. That is because of the floor efficiency. So if people can work out a business model in which your machine runs 20 hours. Today, the big players, all my peers have challenge because they have too many kitchens, too little work per kitchen, because of which efficiencies are not there. So all have to rework on an efficient model. Rework if you truly want volume, you have to work on a very powerful B2B along with B2C. So answer to your question is, I don't see any immediate threat for their survival. There will be some challenge for their profitabilities, which was happening little more comfortably earlier. But then there is enough room for them to rework on a business model which will get them back. If Velumani had 40% EBITDA, everyone can have. Full stop.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Velumani. We have our youngest co-host with us, Sejal Sood. She's just 20 years old, Dr. Velumani, and she's going to ask you a question just now. She's a social media influencer, and yeah, I think she'll be able to give up an introduction herself. Yeah.
Okay, so
Over to you, Sejal.
I don't really identify as an influencer. I like creating content and sharing what I learned, and probably try to learn and probably share that with my
But
audience.
if you do that, everybody get influenced. That is what he wants to say.
But sometimes people take it in a negative connotation, and people on Twitter sometimes get all
No.
fiery hearing that.
Suno. Influencer can influence towards right or towards left. And anybody who has a say says, now whatever I talked for the last 10 minutes, if somebody can derive lot of other side information, they are free to. Any person who create contents, as long as they are neutral and as long as they are not biased, they will do very powerful influence. Keep influencing. That is your right also. Go ahead. I was interviewed by Sejal almost 2 years back.
Yes, sir. And that's this very specific reason, I was
I am very very jealous of you. जब भी तुम मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था, मेरा फॉलोअर से तुम्हारा आधा ही था, अभी तुम्हारा डबल बन गया. God bless you. All the best. Ask the सवाल पूछो.
Sir, to be very honest, पहले वाला जो space था उसमें मैं कार में थी. अभी I just came back and I was having dinner and I saw you in the space, so I joined in. So the only reason I joined the space was to say hi to you and greet you. That's all.
Thank you very
I
much.
will be asking questions following up, but I just wanted to say hi to you.
Bye. Good. We'll wait.
Thank you, Sejal. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Velumani, you were saying something. Sorry.
मैं भूल गया. सवाल पूछो आगे. मैं कुछ.
Okay. But back to you, Sanchit. You wanted to ask some questions.
Yes, sir. So, Velumani sir, I received a lot of questions on the comment box as well. Some questions like, so what do you think about the Farm Easy IPO and the valuation curve? Will you be comfortable and confident to buy more, or like?
Sanchit, tell me tomorrow evening what number Nifty will close.
So tomorrow is an holiday, but I doesn't.
All businesses have their own ups and downs, problems within, problems from the market. Everything is there. I have a reason to believe that entire market has been undergoing a very very big hammering. The established businesses less hammering, and the so-called tech businesses lot of hammering. Whether such hammering is temporary or will come back, sometimes everything happens for 2 months, 2 quarters, or subsequently everything comes back. अच्छे दिन आने वाला है. I don't know when.
Thank you so much, sir. I think another question which I received from Avinash. Avinash Komandi. He want to ask you another question. He wants to say, sir, do you feel digital enabled diagnostics like 1NG can disrupt the business because the market models of Lalpath and Thyroid are completely different. Even the Healthion, another player with price revision, but still could not make any meaningful revenues. So, do you feel these kind of diagnostic digital enabled can disrupt the market?
See, the big problem is we draw very early conclusions and we see what we are seeing is everything. I want all of you to understand the top four players, or even if you add another three listed players, top 10 players don't even have 20%, 10, 15% of market. Which means what? Both as 80-85% of the market पता नहीं है कहाँ है, कौन इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है, उसका आगे क्या होगा, आज क्या हो रहा है. So let us understand. I think very important is we should never feel we know everything, we understand everything. So in my personal opinion, this 80% of the diagnostic market, hospital market, both. Pharmacy is very different. Pharmacy is a regulated market. You can't run a pharmaceutical product without getting all approvals. You can run a laboratory without any approval, and you run a hospital also without any approval. So this 80% of the market है कहाँ, उनकी फिलॉसफी क्या है, कभी वो लोग बदलेगा, बदलने के लिए उनको समझ में आता है क्या, कुछ पता नहीं. In this 20% of the market which is consumed and talked and by the organized players, again only in that, again only 15% or 20% is the digital segment. Remaining is non-digital yet. So if you ask me, तेरो disruption सचमुच होने दो. एक advertisement is not disruption. In fact, after giving advertisement, you realize you are not able to deliver what you have agreed. That is what all this Dunzo, Blinkit, all 20 minutes में grocery घर पे आएगा. Trust me, what you feel will work will not work. Whatever works only will work. So let us have some patience. All the listed diagnostic companies have undergone a severe distress, not because of any disruption. कोविड गायब हो गया, कोविड रहेगा करके लोग सोचते थे. कोविड में काफी एक उछाल मिला था Q4 ऑफ FY21 में, उसके बाद ठंडा पड़ गया. उसके कारण इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट मार्केट. एंड लेट मी आल्सो टेल यू, COVID disruption, Ukraine war disruption, crude disruption, federal rate, everything all put together, you won't have a steady state to talk something confidently. But don't worry about all those advertisement come full page, quarter page. All of them are done by companies which don't make any profit. All of them are done by investors' money or some big corporates' deep pockets. जब भी जीतेगा तब भी ही पता कि वो सही था. Otherwise, it's very difficult. I know the inside out of the industry. Having said that, punchline is, what do you do is not as important as how do you do it. So all these guys are doing it in method A, method B. It will take some more time for us to see what is the best method of occupying the market or disrupting the market.
That's really interesting, sir. Even our follow-up question, अब थोड़ा सा एक देसी क्वेश्चन मुझे भी इसी बात पे आया when you said about the disruption in the market part. Sir, when you exited the Thyroid Limited and now in the current scenario part, do you think there is again some good companies जो आपके नजर में ऐसा लग रहा है कि अब कोई ऐसी disruptive technology companies आपके नजर में आ रही जो you think कि अब इसमें इन्वेस्ट करके दोबारा से एक और एंटरप्रेन्योरियल जर्नी wants to come and out?
See, again, the big challenge is when I look at in the healthcare as a space, especially after my exit, people think Velumani healthcare का बड़ा इन्वेस्टर होएगा, तो रोज 4-5 ईमेल तो पिचिंग में आ ही जाता है. Somebody who has an idea level and somebody who has crossed even 50 crore turnover. Having said that, what you sell will not be sold. What market needs only will be sold. So in that way, it's very difficult even for me to understand and say this is what is exactly the market's need. वैसे तो एक 10 कंपनियां होएगा which likely to be ahead than the rest of it, but then नसीब अपना अपना, you have to take a call and invest on it. I have not invested in any healthcare company post exit. Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. Just going out there.
Right.
Okay.
So
That's really interesting.
next two questions I will answer.
Okay.
So if I could just, Chetan, Sanchit, if I could just take a quick question.
Please, Anura, please go ahead.
Hi, Velumani sir. I remember, we having a discussion with you last year during, a room in Clubhouse, and you had, it was a room around entrepreneurship. So I'm just deviating a little from the topic. But at this point in time, when so many people are engaged in building their startups, setting up their companies, I very clearly remember, pardon me if I'm wrong, you had discussed you'd said that, I'm not sure 5G ka aayega, but I have a 4G for business development and how a company should be developed. If I'm not wrong, could you just please elaborate on that? That was a brilliant concept that you discussed, if that's okay with you.
No, I don't remember what it is. You repeat again. 5G?
So you had discussed about a 4G technique as to, what you call the 4G technique of, building a
Okay. Whenever I think of 4G, I only remember the चार Gujaratis, Prime Minister Amit Shah and Adani and Ambani. That is 4G. अभी तो नया 5G भी आया है, लेकिन मेरा 4G सुनो. Guts, grits, growth, glory. If you don't have guts, you can't get in. But you have got in. And if you don't have grits, you can't remain in. You will come out. So first is guts, then it is grits. The third one is growth. Only when you remain in, then there can be a growth. And only when there is a growth, there is a glory. You can't change the order. Glory never comes first. Today's startups all want glory first. No. You need to have grits. Grits not to dilute. Grits not to get tempted. Grits not to look for quick success. Oh, I think with all said and done, these four guts, grits, growth, and then glory is the way for any entrepreneur. I hope this is what I meant. And if I meant something else, please correct me.
So thank you so much for sharing that again. My sincere gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Our
Thank you, Anurag. Suraj, you wanted to ask a question, Suraj Bala? Suraj Balakrishnan, you want to ask something?
So
or the fact finder? Yeah, the fact finder.
Thanks a lot for this opportunity to ask Dr. Velumani. Very big fan of him. So my my question is, Dr. Velumani. So I come from a family of a lot of doctors, and the one thing that I observed, at least when interacting with doctors who were not my family, was that they would actually not dissuade me in some sort of sense to actually go get tests from Thyrocare when I would go for an appointment. And I would wonder why. And that's something I think you alluded to during today's conversation. So I want to ask you, how did you, this was obviously some sort of a challenge for you as a business, but you still were very successful. So what did you do, to generate this kind of success? And, if you could just touch upon that, because that is obviously very challenging when, and my guess is at least the medical community, for some reason, at least the private guys, were not really, pushing for your for the name of Thyrocare. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I said 80% of the market किसी को पता नहीं है क्या हो रहा है. Remaining 20% market में मेरा total market share में सिर्फ 3%, 4% ही है. and there is no player in the country who has more than 5% market share. So that's fact number one. You are a fact checker, so I will tell you fact number one. Fact number two, 33% of the doctors don't look for cuts. 33% of the doctors will not work without a cut even for their own family member testing. Remaining 34% of the doctors will take alternate day cuts, which says half of the doctors are still honest. And Velumani तो honest doctors का ही business चाहता था. Dishonest, ये पूरा business मुझे ही आएगा तो वेलुमनी इतना 1 बिलियन मिला, अभी उसको 10 बिलियन होता था. Having said that, सच जीतता है. जो जीता है वही सच भी है. वेरी पावरफुल पंचलाइन. सच ही जीतेगा. जो भी जीतता है वही सच होता है. I was the last one in this space to come in among the top 4 players. I was the first one to exit. And the way in which I have succeeded should tell sufficiently. दुनिया में इतना बेवकूफ नहीं रहेगा, या वेलुमणि की उतना ताकत नहीं है कि करोड़ों लोगों को बेवकूफ भी किया है. So I want to give an answer in a punchline to you. There are many patients who will send an email to me telling, doctor has thrown the report on my face. Sir, tell me what I should do. And then midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I will respond. If you trust the doctor, change the lab. And if you trust the lab, change the doctor. Then finally, they never change the lab. Now you know what they have changed. किसी को, you know, that 35% of the doctors, 33% of the doctors are trading the trust the patient has on them for money. Having said that, राजीव गांधी का भी फॉलोयर्स है, केजरीवाल का भी फॉलोयर्स है, मोदी का भी फॉलोयर्स है, ममता का भी फॉलोयर्स है, स्टालिन को भी है. तो every player will have followers. All others will Stalin is idiot. You know, everyone has their own religion, their own leader following. They may not be dishonest. Their perceptions are like that. So I won't be able to give you anything other than this. I have given you the best answer, the fact.
By
Right.
the way, Dr. Velumani, I will just tell you one thing. I would actually go get your test. Then I would go get the test from the other, the one that the doctor would suggest. And I would go with both the tests, the doctor, and say, okay, you told me to get this, but, can you find a difference between the two? And I've done this on 4 occasions. And now I can afford it, but
That
just
is
to
why,
make a point to the doctor.
that is why I said सच तो जीतता है, तो उसके लिए थोड़ा पेशेंस चाहिए. Had everybody truly trusted me, I would have been the only player in the country. उतना तो powerful था project. ठीक है, I am very happy that enough number of people trusted me. And if you expect everyone to trust you, you are greedy. Last question.
Yeah, Suraj Bala, you wanted to come in?
Hey Chetan, yeah,
मुझको
I
question
heard
था.
you pointing out my name, but I think I was there were some glitches on my app. So Dr. Velumani, great to hear you again. I think it's been a few months since I've heard you on stage in a different platform. But, my question is alluding to the initial point you mentioned when you first came on stage, where you mentioned that, after you left, Thyroid stock has just dipped and dipped and, it's gone down substantially. So on that front, is there any left field picks in terms of, I know you don't want to disclose too much about the markets, but any left field picks or not so prominent picks in the pharma sector that you really are looking out for in terms of a good stock buy, or of course something they're doing interesting in the market, especially Indian companies, and anything that you can think of right now?
Suraj, I didn't get the question right. If anyone has got it, please reword it correctly.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
Dr. Velumani, I'll make it short. It's basically any left field picks in terms of not so much, which really comes up in the mainstream very often, but some left field picks, not so, popular picks in the pharma sector that you can really think about
that
in terms of that.
left field fix is what, मैं गांव से आया हूँ, मुझे इतना थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आता है. Somebody can put it in a very different words. I
Not
didn't
so
get.
popular. Not so popular pick.
Okay. I still have not got the question correct. If I try to answer it, that might not be wiser. Any of the speakers, have you understood what he's asking?
Yeah, basically, he's asking that within the broader pharmaceutical industry, have you come across a company which you think a listed company which you think is extremely good but is not really understood by the market, right?
No, that is. I will tell you, it is like all girls are girls, all boys are boys. Girls' perception about boy is not always the correct one. So is from the other side. When I say so, investors have different ways of analyzing a script, analyzing the risk, and very often everything is not transparent. And I was an entrepreneur, and if I have to on a con call, if I have to save some of my minus points, weaknesses, I will try to evade them, and will very often the narrations are very, very misleading. Having said that, all leading pharmaceutical companies have undergone the grill of all big fund houses, all powerful analysts, and all of them have probably tried to see it from different angle. I don't think truly anything totally surprise will be there, either as disappointing or something which remain unnoticed for the prosperity. Having said that, I want all of you to understand, when my script was 600 rupees per share, one leading fund house analyst had the audacity to report this share will go to 300 rupees. I was so shocked. You can always tell 10% less. You can always tell 20% less. You can't tell it will go 50% less. And within 9 months' time, I came out at 1300. किसी का बात मत मानो, किसी का ओपिनियन मत पूछो. It is very, very difficult to trust anybody's opinion. That gentleman might have not had any bias against us, but then he did say, I was quite shocked. I have a screenshot of what he has said. I asked the fund house to say, do they endorse it? They kept quiet. So I won't be able to tell that. I don't want to be a kind of seen as a man who knows everything in the industry, be it healthcare or pharma or even diagnostics. I know a few things, and only I can tell about the market, the opportunity, the challenges, and nothing about a very specific script that this is undervalued or overvalued. मैं वो कह ही नहीं सकूंगा. अगर मुझे पता चला तो पहला मैं पैसा डाल ही दूंगा.
Thanks, Dr. Velumani, and thanks, Suraj, for
Thank
asking your
you
question.
very much, friends. I enjoyed, and I will come some other time when you have space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for gracing the space, and we'll see you some other time. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Very gracious of you. Thank you. Avinash, sir, back to you on the markets and whatever is happening. US Fed raises rates, but still the markets keep rallying. What do you say to that?
No, I think as I mentioned to you, I think markets are very happy on the narrative which has been mentioned by the Fed governor, that is Powell. I think everybody is hopeful that the next Fed meet, when it happens, the incremental rate hike is not going to be 75 basis points hike. So I think this is the only narrative which has actually boosted the market sentiment, because even as of now, inflation continues to be very highly elevated in US. And looking at the kind of GDP data numbers which have come for second quarter, I would not be surprised that for the next 6 to 8 months, the US economy is going to face a significant amount of challenge to come out. So it's not going to be an easy kind of proposition. So I think it's going to be a wait and watch. I think, markets have been very excited that incremental rate hikes would not be high, but it all depends on how macro variables pan out to be. And definitely, I think, at this given point of time, obviously markets have bounced up. But I think one word of caution is that the markets have risen very fast in a very short period of time. So how sustainable this rally is going to be very important. I think, as I mentioned earlier, wherever the company's earnings and data points are strongly pointing towards a very strong kind of trajectory in revenue profits, and where the management commentary is also equally solid, I think those would be the companies, and those would be the sectors which one would be very positive about. But the broader market could also spring some negative surprises. I mean, we could definitely see some correction maybe in the very near term once the Nifty crosses 17,500 or even 18,000, because the rally has been very, very short. And I think, to a large extent, now rallies and corrections have been very swift. Couple of days the market goes up, then again a couple of days the market comes down. So we need to, spend a little more time before we could say that this rally is going to be sustainable for a long time. And I think macro numbers which are expected from Europe, and macro numbers which are expected from the US, at least in the next couple of quarters, are not going to be great. So we'll have to wait and watch. But I think what is important is for the Indian markets is the liquidity flow, which I mentioned to you, that over the next, say, 3 to 6 months, we would also have to go through a lot of turmoil. I think it's not going to be very easy to assume that FI flows would resume immediately. But looking at the kind of US volatility, the dollar index, I think one needs to be little careful now. Valuations have become again slightly pricey in certain companies. So I think one has to be very careful in now adopting a sector specific or a stock specific strategy. So I think it's better to wait and watch for some more time, Chetan. I think opportunities would keep coming in the markets. There's no need for anybody to feel that markets are not going to correct, and it's going to be only a one side kind of rally.
Yeah, sir, the cautionary advice is well heeded. But sir, there was one thing you were saying a few days back, that we should be a little cautious also on the FI flows, that we shouldn't turn celebratory that the money is coming back. Yet it's coming back in trickles. Some days it's minus a little bit marginally. I think today it's 1,700 crores positive. So when are we going to see them coming back in a big way? How long is it going to take?
No, I think Chetan, that is the $1 million question, because no one knows when the big flows would come in. But see, normally what happens is once the interest rate cycle peaks out, and when the inflation cycle rate peaks out in the US, which hopefully should happen by October, November, I think probably at that point of time one could reasonably expect that FIs would start looking at emerging markets like India. And one more point which is very important is that our economy has stood very strong despite whatever macro kind of headwinds we have been facing. So India will still continue to be a growth market. And if the recession continues in the US for one more quarter, then I think obviously FIs are going to put their money where growth is. And I think color of money, there is no color of money, as everyone knows. So money will definitely come back to India, because here corporate sector earnings growth are pretty strong. Our GDP growth numbers also should be sustained. Our only, near-term challenge would be the trade deficit, because with the rupee at around 80 rupees, the trade deficit is running high, and we need to manage the trade deficit very skillfully and optimally. And obviously, that has to a large extent, also will impact our inflation trajectory levels. But Indians by nature are comfortable with 6-8% inflation. For US, it has been one of the most highest elevated levels. From 2% or virtually below 2% to almost 9% is ridiculously high. And I've been talking to some of my friends in US. They've been telling me that basic essential services like food, rental, living cost in US have become extremely prohibitively high. So obviously, US needs to come out of recession quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be a bigger problem, not only for India but for several other countries which actually depend on the US for their trade flows. So I think it's going to be a little challenging kind of scenario. But nevertheless, I hope that at least over the next 6 to 8 months, US would definitely come out of this smoothly. And till that time, I think probably you're going to see this volatility in US flows. I mean, FI flows are not going to happen happen in big numbers, at least in the very near term. One day 1700 number should not excite anybody. These numbers could be misleading, and we could possibly see lower numbers in the coming weeks. So I think there's no consistency as of now. At least, numbers for the last 5 to 6 days or 10 days is not really a clear indication of sustainability of these FII flows. So I think it's still too early to say whether FIS flows would become large. So it's better to wait and watch for some more time.
Yeah, thank you, Avinash sir. Fact finder, 1 second. There was Pirimal sir also. You wanted to ask a question, Pirimal ji?
जी, सो अविनाश सर, मेरा एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है। बैंकिंग और फाइनेंशियल स्पेस, क्या आपको लगता है कि इस बार का रैली लीड करेगी? और आई मीन इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्रेडिक्ट ऑल्सो, बट मार्केट का लोअर एंड का रेंज क्या लगता है? प्लस माइनस 500 पॉइंट्स अगर बता पाए तो बेहतर होगा सर। थैंक यू।
रेंज तो देखिए, अभी मैं आपको वही बोल रहा हूँ कि रेंज अभी 17,200 का हो गया है। तो पहला जो सपोर्ट होगा मार्केट के लिए वो 17,000 ही होगा, क्योंकि 17,000 के अगर से नीचे बाजार गिरता है कोई भी कारण से, तो वापस थोड़ा सा मार्केट में थोड़ा बहुत पैनिक और नेगेटिविटी आ सकती है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, अभी जैसे मैंने बोला कि कंपनीज के जो Q1 के नतीजे हैं, आप कोई भी कंपनी, फ्रंटलाइन कंपनी देखिए, तो वेरी फ्यू नेगेटिव सरप्राइजेस आ गए और ज्यादातर पॉजिटिव सरप्राइजेस आ गए। जैसे कि टाटा मोटर्स, वेदांता, सभी को पता था कि नंबर्स खराब आने वाले हैं। लेकिन अगर हम दूसरी कंपनीज के बारे में देखेंगे तो मुझे लग रहा है कि लार्सन एंड टूब्रो है, फिर उसके बाद बजाज फाइनेंस है, उसके बाद अभी मेरे ख्याल से कैश सेगमेंट में केमिकल स्टॉक्स है, उसके बाद फर्टिलाइजर की कंपनियां हैं। इसमें हमने देखा है कि बहुत उम्मीद से ज्यादा नंबर अच्छे आ गए। तो उसका मतलब है कि कॉर्पोरेट अर्निंग्स ग्रोथ ब्रॉडली इंडिया में अच्छी आने की उम्मीद है। अगर पहले क्वार्टर में सभी ने एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि नंबर्स अच्छे नहीं आएंगे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद नंबर्स अच्छे आए हैं। और अगर हम 2-3 सेक्टर्स निकाले, जैसे कि सीमेंट हो गया, एविएशन हो गया, टिपिकली जहाँ पे खराब नंबर्स आ गए हैं, बाकी सारे सेक्टर्स में नंबर्स बहुत ही बेहतरीन आ गए। तो डेफिनेटली आई थिंक ये संकेत है कि कॉर्पोरेट इंडिया ने कोविड के बाद बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपना कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर मैनेज किया है, अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने अपनी होमवर्क की है। और जब तक डिमांड रहेगा तब तक ही कंपनीज के नंबर्स अच्छे आएंगे, क्योंकि ऐसा कभी हो नहीं सकता कि क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर कोई मैनिपुलेशन कोई कंपनी करे। बट डेफिनेटली अभी फिलहाल मेरे ख्याल से एटलीस्ट जो माहौल है वो कॉर्पोरेट अर्निंग्स के ऊपर है। जैसे जैसे कंपनीज के नतीजे आ रहे हैं, आप देख रहे हो कि स्टॉक में एक अच्छा पॉजिटिव मूवमेंट आपको देखने को मिल रहा है। तो नतीजों का सीजन खत्म होने के बाद हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ पे फ्लोज आ रहे हैं, कौन से सेक्टर्स में आ रहे हैं। बट आई एम क्वाइट पॉजिटिव एंड आई एम होपफुल दैट होपफुली सेकंड हाफ में एक बार आपका ये जियोपॉलिटिकल प्रॉब्लम रशिया यूक्रेन का खत्म होता है, क्रूड के कीमतें गिरते हैं, इन्फ्लेशन नीचे आता है, एग्री कमोडिटीज की कीमतें तो थोड़ी बहुत और गिरने लगी है। तो सेकंड क्वार्टर में तो मुझे लग रहा है कि कॉर्पोरेट अर्निंग्स का जो मोमेंटम है वो शायद और थोड़ा अच्छा रहने की उम्मीद रहेगी। तो फिलहाल के लिए तो लग रहा है कि मार्केट में ऐसा कोई बड़ा पैनिक सेल ऑफ नहीं आएगा। बट यस, आपको स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक पे ज्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए इंडेक्स में मुझे लग रहा है कि मेरा स्किल नहीं है आपको बैंक निफ्टी या निफ्टी का लेवल बताना। तो मैं ज्यादातर कंपनीज को फॉलो करता हूँ और वहां पे हमारा जो कवरेज होता है वहीं पे हम पोजीशंस लेते हैं, हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स को बताते हैं। तो
सर
कंपनी स्पेसिफिक फोकस रखिए।
सर, बैंकिंग और फाइनेंशियल स्पेस पे भी थोड़ा सा व्यू चाह रहा था कि विल इट लीड दिस बुल रन? बैंकिंग और फाइनेंशियल स्पेस स्पेसिफिकली सर।
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए, बैंकिंग में बहुत समय के बाद अभी क्रेडिट ग्रोथ साइकिल डबल डिजिट हो चुका है। जब भी क्रेडिट ग्रोथ साइकिल डबल डिजिट होता है, ये आरबीआई के नंबर्स है, तो उसमें हमने देखा है कि बहुत टाइम के बाद सिर्फ रिटेल में ग्रोथ हो रहा था, कॉर्पोरेट कैपेक्स स्लो डाउन हो गया था। तो अभी कॉर्पोरेट कैपेक्स भी काफी तेजी से बढ़ने वाला है। और जो बड़े बैंक्स है, जिनकी बैलेंस शीट्स बड़ी है, जिनके पास बड़े लिक्विडिटी का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो बैंक्स डेफिनेटली पहले राउंड में बेनिफिट करेंगे। जैसे कि आपने देखा कि पीएसयू बैंक्स में कैनरा बैंक का भी नंबर बहुत अच्छा आया है। उसके बाद अगर प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक्स की बात करें तो आईसीआईसीआई बैंक, एक्सिस, इन्होंने उम्मीद से काफी अच्छा नंबर दिखाया। और ये जो मोमेंटम है, ये मेरे ख्याल से आगे भी अच्छा चलेगा। और ये बैंकों के लिए नहीं, मैं समझता हूँ इवन हाउसिंग फाइनेंस कंपनीज के लिए भी एक अच्छा पीरियड रहेगा, क्योंकि बहुत समय के बाद इंटरेस्ट रेट्स बढ़ रहे हैं और एटलीस्ट इन द नियर टर्म जो इंटरेस्ट रेट साइकिल है वो अपवर्ड्स रहेगा, तो इनके भी यील्ड्स बढ़ेंगे। तो यहाँ पे भी मौके मिलेंगे। तो डेफिनेटली मार्केट्स विल बी given a big boost by the banking as well as by the housing finance sector companies, and I think this is the start of the cycle. मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत समय के बाद अभी एक सस्टेन्ड रैली आने की पॉसिबिलिटी।
तो सर, करंट लेवल पे एंट्री करने लायक स्पेस है क्या ये अभी? नॉट स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक, बट आई एम सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक पूछ रहा हूँ। ये फिनेंशियल्स करंट लेवल पे क्या ये एंट्री करने के लिए सही टाइम है?
नहीं, देखो, सब कुछ अच्छा आने के बाद अगर आप एंट्री करोगे कोई भी स्टॉक में, तो डेफिनेटली द न्यूज इज ऑलरेडी फैक्टर्ड इन। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट को सेटल होने दीजिए, कोई माइल्ड करेक्शन या थोड़ा छोटा करेक्शन आता है तो आई थिंक इट वुड बी अ गुड आइडिया टू लुक एट दीज बैंकिंग कंपनीज ऑन डिक्लाइन, क्योंकि सारे कंपनीज में आप देखो, बैंकिंग कंपनीज में तो मोस्ट ऑफ द पीएसयू स्टॉक्स हैव गॉन अप, प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक्स हैव गॉन अप, एनबीएफसीज हैव गॉन अप। तो ये समय में मुझे लगता है कोई जल्दबाजी ना करे, अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि मौके मिलेंगे, तो डेफिनेटली इट्स अ गुड आइडिया टू एक्यूमुलेट इट स्लोली, बट मे बी नॉट इमीडिएटली। आई थिंक थोड़ा सा एक माइल्ड करेक्शन आने दीजिए, क्योंकि मार्केट्स में देखिए छोटा समय में इतना मार्केट भागा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत तो मुनाफा वसूली तो आएगी, तो शायद तभी मौके आपको देखने हैं, बट डेफिनेटली नॉट एट दीज लेवल। आई थिंक थोड़ा सा करेक्शन होने दीजिए, उसके बाद आई थिंक मे बी द रिस्क रिवॉर्ड विल बी बेटर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Avinash ji. And I would like to welcome Sushil Kedia ji. Thank you, sir, for coming to the space.
My pleasure, yeah. It's always good to hear Avinash ji and other so many knowledgeable people here.
Sir, would you like to give any take on the markets or anything you would like to say on?
मेरे पास बहुत सारी takes, but maybe it's a good idea to, if the space has been for some time, maybe it's a good idea to do a brief summary, so that I'm not out of context and maybe who have come in late can get in. But अगर अभी अभी शुरू किया है, कुछ है नहीं ज़्यादा, तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ, बताइए please.
Sir, it started off at 9 p.m. It was more on asset allocation and mutual funds with Prableen Bajpai. So she pushed off at around 10. And after that, Avinash sir has been giving us some brief, and Dr. Velumani, who was the owner, founder of Thyroid, came in for some time and gave his brief on diagnostic sector. So it was mostly on diagnostic sector. And now we wanted to talk a little bit about...
I wish I was around that time. He and I have spoken endless number of times. A great guy. पता नहीं उन्होंने क्या बोला, पर मेरे को थायरोकेयर की चार्ट पे लगता है उससे स्टोरी जो आएगी वो बाद में आएगी, पहले भाव चलता है। थायरोकेयर की चार्ट लगता है 2.5 गुना हो जाएगा यहाँ से स्टॉक। इंडेक्स क्या होगी वो अलग स्टोरी है। थायरोकेयर जैसे दुनिया भर के स्टॉक्स और चार्ट्स हैं, वो स्टोरी आगे बनेगी। बट व्हाट वाज हिज ब्रॉड आइडिया? डॉक्टर वेलुमनी वाज लाइक वेरी बुलिश और समथिंग, और बेरिश और न्यूट्रल?
Sir, he was more or less neutral, because now he's invested his money mostly into maybe, I think, real estate and stocks and mutual funds and all. So, and he gave us the thing. He said COVID के बाद बहुत सारी changes होगी. So he was not. He think that we'll have to wait and watch a little bit, because which company will do well and which, because someone had asked about Farm Easy की valuation and all. So he said it's very difficult to tell कि what will happen. So थोड़ा सा he was not. He didn't give the concrete picture just now.
ऐसे भी वो बेच के गए हैं, तो उनको और ज्यादा बुलिश लग रहा होता तो वो बेचते ही नहीं ना।
Yes, sir. And from the time he sold, he said that it's come down 40-50%. I have not tracked, sir. Sushil ji, आपने track किया होगा. So I think the stock has
1300 गया था, 800 वाला 1300 हुआ था, जस्ट 1400 के आसपास, और अब वापस आ गया। मेरे को लगता है नया हाई बनाएगा स्टॉक, स्टोरी आगे मिलेगी।
Yes, sir. And after that, sir, we went back to the broader markets with Avinash, sir. And Avinash, sir, is saying that on the FI flows, we can't be celebratory as of yet, because yet we are not getting in too much. We'll have to wait, and either maybe after October, we'll start seeing some flows. And generally, Avinash, sir, is more on the stock specific level. He will not tell us on the index level too much. So I thought maybe we'll ask you, Sushil, sir, how
स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक पे भी आ जाएंगे हम। So now that you offered me to speak, from the frameworks with which I think, and I don't care about these fake fact finders, वो बचर बचर करेगा बीच में, उस वक्त उसको स्नब करना पड़ेगा। See, from what I have observed and how I have studied things, everybody need not have the same. We need not have agreements in life. We don't have to agree. Each of us is putting various ways of taking risks. Good is left. If people are so cagey about protecting their identity, they should not piddle on others' identities. If you have to contest, come out in the open, put your picture, put your name. So don't entertain such people. They're only noise creators with another agenda. Destroy karte hain atmosphere ko. Good, he's gone. So, okay. Why I say so, that this is from the frameworks I follow. For a guy like me, this is the best time to make money on longs. सबका अपना अपना कंफर्ट पाने का स्टाइल है। किसी को बाजरे की रोटी पसंद है, किसी को मकई की रोटी पसंद है, किसी को ब्रान आटे की रोटी पसंद है, किसी को मैदा के कुलचे पसंद है। तो बहस नहीं हो सकती। बट आई टेल यू व्हाई आई फील दिस इज द फेज इन विच मेरा हाथ सही बैठता है। किसी को क्ले कोर्ट पे मैच जीतता है टेनिस में, और कोई हार्ड कोर्ट पे जीतता है। कौन सा बेटर है? कोई को अर्निंग्स के कॉन्फर्मेशन के बाद ही दांव लगाने को जमता है, और कोई को अर्निंग्स का कॉन्फर्मेशन जब आता है तो फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ प्रॉफिट टेकिंग जमता है. So it's a matter of individual personalities and how they gel with the market. So one thesis that we discussed on the last space briefly, and now that time has come, डॉलर की बसाड़ मचने वाली है. डॉलर will get ocofied like anything. Dollar will sell off like a bitch over the next 1 year. When we were at that last space, it was just about making that reversal and peak. तो वहां थोड़े दबे आवाज में और संभली हुई छाती के साथ काम करना चाहिए. Trend reversal on dollar has happened. Index, I'm talking about dollar index. And now all the currencies within the dollar index are in unison. एक इंडेक्स के ऊपर अगर आपके 30 आइटम है, सेंसेक्स पे 50 है, निफ्टी पे, एंड से 20-30 में अप एंड डाउन चल रहा है, तो इंडेक्स विल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ नॉइजी मूव. इट विल नॉट गिव आउट अ वेरी स्मूथ ट्रेंड. बट नाउ दैट एवरीथिंग इज इन यूनिजन ऑन द इंडेक्स एंड द डॉलर इंडेक्स, one thesis I'm working with is dollar index is going to see over the next, say, 12 months, significant decline. So, except for the 80s, when the dollar index as well as the US stock market both went seriously up, last 100 years or so, after the collapse of Britain, 100 बोलना गलत होगा, since the 1950s, dollar is not only the reserve currency of the world, dollar is the denomination in which all portfolios, all global investing, everything gets accounted for. So common sense है, तराजू में एक तरफ पैसा रखोगे, दूसरी तरफ माल रखोगे, तो तराजू के दोनों पलड़े एक साथ ऊपर नीचे नहीं होते. When the value of money declines, or the money in which you are measuring things, in this case global investments, so automatically it will, whether or not value is getting created, whether or not valuation will work out. देखिए, theoretical models, I am never here to debunk them. I perhaps studied more of the theoretical models than most people around. Theoretical models are necessary for us, and we have to recognize the fact that the necessity for them is to do disciplined thinking. They are not expected to be the explanation of the world or the real world. So all theoretical models, all of them are, कोई सी आप स्कूल में चले जाओ, टेक्निकल, फंडामेंटल, क्वांटिटेटिव, कुछ भी कर लो, theoretical models have to be all built with certain assumptions, and those assumptions are fairly tight. They assume a lot of things to be constant. And then in a multi-dimensional world, not only multi-dimensional, n-dimensional world, the real life, if at all one can imagine a model but never be able to construct it fully, there's something called human behavior, mood. Mood jo hai, mood. So now, you know, the erudite, scholarly, academic, financial thinkers and academic writers and academic, you know, researchers, they've invented a quasi term like a risk on and a risk off. So when money gets cheap, there's risk on and risk off, the biggest toggle switch in an equation of infinite number of variables. This discounted cash flow model or the sum of the parts, या वो dividend discount model, या you know your number of financial models people would do, they are not to be debunked at all, because even they give out some deep underlying glimpses onto various things you can compare between various stocks and sectors. And for disciplining the thinking, human imagination is what the forecasting process is. Fundamental maybe, technical maybe, all forecasts are an imagination, and any imagination qualifies to be called a forecast if you have tempered down, moderated, sobered down your imagination by the study of past. पास्ट के हिसाब से हम एक जजमेंट करते हैं कि भाई ये बहुत ज्यादा आउट ऑफ बाउंड थिंकिंग जा रही है. सो ऑल मॉडल्स आर नेसेसरी टू डिसिप्लिन द माइंड, टू नॉट बिकम totally wacky thinkers. आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचना पड़ेगा, अहेड ऑफ द कर्व सोचना पड़ेगा, पर अहेड ऑफ द कर्व होते होते इंसान एज ऑफ द क्लिफ के बाहर नहीं निकल जाए, इसीलिए सारी थ्योरी जरूरी है. थ्योरी वॉज नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड टू एक्सप्लेन द वर्ल्ड. सो let me progress further on my market view. Now, if money keeps on getting further cheap, this risk on toggle switch, which is impossible to put into any kind of measurement, but the most important variable. And this risk on not only works for listed financial securities, but a general atmosphere of feeling good facilitates risk takers who are running the corporates. Their job security, their compensations, their bonuses, their stock options, सबकी wealth का creation जुड़ा हुआ है risk taking से. So an atmosphere of risk taking not only gets facilitated when money is keeping on getting cheap, borrowing cost कम नहीं हो रहा है, but you know the monetary, see there are central banks will do their monetary easing or tightening, and markets are a self-correcting mechanism. They produce their own internal liquidity. सट्टा एक तरफ चलते रहता है तो मार्केट की अपनी लिक्विडिटी क्रिएट होती है, which is x times bigger than any amount of M3 और M2 और whatever आप कर लो. क्योंकि पॉवर्टी इज अ स्टेट ऑफ माइंड, वेल्थ इज अ स्टेट ऑफ माइंड. जब जिगरा बड़ा होने लगता है तो अंडरलाइंग बिजनेसेस ऑल्सो स्टार्ट मेकिंग लार्जर बेट्स, एक्सपेंशनरी टोन हो जाती है, आउटलुक्स इंप्रूव होने लगती है माइंड में, एंड इट कीप्स ऑन क्रिएटिंग ए फीडिंग ए feedback loop. You know, markets and underlying reality are both feeding each other. So that is one. And if a risk on returns, see hindsight, पास्ट का डेटा देखना जरूरी, बट पास्ट में रहने से तो काम नहीं होगा ना. चाहे इन्वेस्टमेंट करो, चाहे स्पेकुलेशन करो, चाहे आप रेवड़ी बेचो दुकान में या रद्दी बेचो, सबको कल के बारे, आने वाले कल के बारे में सोचना है, और उस सोच को बीते कल से कंपेयर करके रियलिस्टिक होना है. खाली बीते कल में बैठ जाएंगे तो काम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि धंधा तो आने वाले कल के लिए कर रहे हैं, हम बीते हुए कल के लिए धंधा नहीं कर रहे हैं. रियर व्यू मिरर में हम यही देखते हैं कि हमारी गाड़ी को लेफ्ट राइट कटाते वक्त कोई ठोक नहीं दे, हमें सामने के रोड पे ही ध्यान देना हमेशा जरूरी है, ड्राइव करते वक्त भी, कोई भी दुनिया का धंधा करते वक्त भी. सो टू गेट ओवर ऑब्सेस्ड विद द रियर व्यू मिरर इज हार्मफुल. नॉट लुकिंग एट द रियर व्यू मिरर इज मोर हार्मफुल, बट टू गेट ऑब्सेस्ड इज हार्मफुल. एट मोस्ट क्या होगा, ऑब्सेस्ड होकर गाड़ी किनारे में लगा देगा, धंधा नहीं करेगा, इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेगा, अपॉर्चुनिटी का लॉस करेगा, ठुकेगी नहीं गाड़ी. रियर व्यू मिरर में देखे बिना कोई भी फोरकास्ट करेगा तो मरेगा. सो ये रिसेशन है, वी कैन ऑल्सो लुक एट इट इन अनदर वे. आई एम नॉट सेइंग नेसेसरली द अदर वे दैट इज स्ट्राइकिंग माई माइंड राइट नाउ व्हाइल आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू, दैट immediate inflation and recession together, earnings at a GDP level of America have become extremely volatile. More than we can concluding employment के numbers को देख लो, अब बाकी सारी चीजों को देख लो. So this recession, as the Fed guys said, technically we are in a recession, and a lot of people on Twitter made mockery, which is fine. Technical recession क्या होता है, joke का तो हिस्सा ही. So actually the thing is, this world is right now a joke financially. We went to near zero interest rates, negative interest rates in many places, negative cost of crude, storage नहीं था, from a complete lockdown of the world, you know, when risk got completely under-owned. किसी का जिगरा नहीं है माल लेने का, वो एक तरफा तेजी चलती चली गई और लोगों को घर में बिठा दिया, तो एकदम से इनोसेंट नए लोग आ गए. So this is a very, very reinvented, totally new kind of world, which has now gone into volatility at the GDP level, which may be a lot to do with the logistics bottlenecks also that happened. So to conclude that अमेरिका ठंडा हो गया अचानक से, and American GDP और अमेरिकन इकोनॉमी वाज ए जेड ग्रुप स्टॉक ऑपरेटर ने लाओ लाओ करके ऊपर में माल टिका दिया और अब नीचे की सर्किट लगती जाएगी. I think that's going to be too far to think. So a soberer imagination to build a forecast, first imagine, then temperate it and make a forecast. To me, the appealing idea is US GDP is become unprecedentedly volatile right now. Volatility usually is part of downtrends, or rather, volatility increases in downtrends, but volatility can also happen if you just, किसी भी चीज का वो डेटा हो, उस डेटा के नाम की जरूरत नहीं है, किसी के स्मोकिंग करने की स्पीड पे, गाड़ी चलाने की स्पीड पे, एनी काइंड ऑफ डेटा इट इज, volatility would usually arise at points of inflection. Reversals are also part of point of inflection, or just a wobble happens and again the uptrend resumes. So this volatility is there in the GDP currently. It's still a little early to jump in and conclude that this will become a prolonged recession. Underlying situations कहीं पे भी दिखती नहीं कि prolonged recession होगा. मतलब बाजार का भाव जो है वो टोटल बकवास है. भाव सारा बकवास है और रियर व्यू मिरर में देखना ही सच्चाई है. तो उस तरह की पढ़ाई लिखाई का तो, अब थर्मामीटर डाल के मुंह में टेम्परेचर मालूम होता है, पर नई नवेली दुल्हन आई घर में, रेसिपी की बुक्स पढ़ पढ़ के बनाएगी. लव मैरिज हो गई, अभी नई कुकिंग क्लास करा दी मम्मी ने शादी के पहले, और सासू माँ के लिए छोले भटूरे बनाने गई, अंदर और भी कुछ बनाने गई. किताब में लिखा था तेल को कढ़ाई में चढ़ाएं और जब तापमान इतना हो जाए, इतने सेंटीग्रेड, तब आप उसमें छौंका लगा दें. वो पढ़ी लिखी लड़की ने डाल दिया थर्मामीटर तेल की कढ़ाई में. टॉपर थी अपनी क्लास में, पर प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था उसको, जिंदगी का भी और कुकिंग का भी. पारा फैल गया, बढ़िया टेस्टी उसने सब्जी भाजी सब कुछ खिला दिया, सास ससुर ने चाट चाट के खा लिया और राम को प्यारे हो गए. तो फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस गलत नहीं है, टेक्निकल एनालिसिस बकवास नहीं है. सबका अपना अपना काम है, अपना अपना स्कोप है, और जो उसको बारीकी से कर सकता है, प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से कर सकता है, डेप्थ में समझ के कर सकता है, उसको परिणाम मिलेंगे. और बहस करने के लिए तो कोई भी पढ़ाई लिखाई करने की जरूरत नहीं. जिसने ठान ही ली बहस करनी तो कुछ भी कर सकता है, किसी भी टॉपिक में बहस कर लेगा. तो आगे बढ़ते हैं. सो रिस्क टेकिंग का जो एटमॉस्फेयर फैसिलिटेट 2020 के बॉटम में हुआ था कि रिस्क गॉट कंप्लीटली सैचुरेटेड ओनली इन फ्यू हैंड्स. सबकी फट गई और जिनके हाथ में आ गया सट्टा वो खींचते चले गए, खींचते चले गए. और बढ़ते बाजार को देख के जो पढ़ाई लिखाई के, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं पढ़ाई लिखाई गलत है, जरूरी है उसको करना, पर वो रेसिपी की किताब को देख के आप थर्मामीटर घुसेड़ोगे उबलते तेल में, तो पढ़ाई लिखाई नहीं है, वो पोंगा पंडिताई है. और हम सब में वो टेंडेंसी है, टाइम टू टाइम हम सब पोंगा पंडित हो जाते हैं. बाजार इतना बारीक है, बाजार कंटिन्यूअसली परीक्षा लेगा, आपके रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी आपकी परीक्षा लेगा, सिर्फ रिटायरमेंट तक नहीं है. बाजार अपने आप को रोज री इन्वेंट करता है. तो ये शिक्षा कभी खत्म ही नहीं हो सकती है. तो छद्म है यहाँ पे, तो छद्म को कैसे पारंगत होगे? छद्म के ऊपर डिसेप्शन को आप कभी भी मास्टर नहीं कर सकते. If you mastered it, then it's no longer deception, and deception is here to stay in all human affairs. तो अगर इस अर्निंग्स की वॉलेटिलिटी के अंदर जो डर का माहौल बना हुआ है वॉर की वजह से, कंटिन्यूसली राइजिंग डॉलर की वजह से, और अब ये जीडीपी की वॉलेटिलिटी से, तो इसमें दो चीज पॉसिबल है. या तो ये चलता ही रहेगा एंड थिंग्स विल बिकम वर्सेंट. तो जो लोग रियर व्यू मिरर को ज्यादा देखते हैं, फ्रंट व्यू मिरर को कम देखते हैं, दे विल कम राइट. और जो लोग रियर व्यू मिरर को कमती देखते हैं और भाव के साथ चल पड़ते हैं, तो जो 2020 में इनोसेंट लोग जो आए थे, बिना ज्यादा थ्योरी को जानने के कारण इनोसेंस में उनके पैसे बन गए, पर वो इनोसेंस था इग्नोरेंस के कारण. सो इग्नोरेंस ड्रिवन इनोसेंस मेड मनी इन 2020, and then in 2021 they were no longer innocent, but they continued to be ignorant. So roughly S&P 500 as well as Nifty as well as most indices in the world, they retraced back close to 45% of the gains made through the bottom of 2020 to the peak of 2021. इंडेक्स करीब करीब 45% अपना गेन्स वापस दे दिया. 7,500 का 18,500 हुआ तो 11,000 पॉइंट की तेजी हुई, और 11,000 पॉइंट का तेजी होके आपने 3,000 पॉइंट दिया इंडिया में, तो यहाँ नहीं 7.5 से, हाँ, सो वी गेव बैक 3,000 पॉइंट्स ऑलमोस्ट. 30% हमने वापस दे दिया. 3300 पॉइंट्स, 15200 तक गए, 18600 से 3400 पॉइंट, एग्जैक्टली 33%, 30% वी गेव बैक. S&P 500 गेव बैक 42-43%. इंडेक्स में तो इतना ही लॉस हुआ है, बहुत से स्टॉक्स ऐसे हैं जो 70%, 80%, 90% हो गए. या थायरोकेयर जैसा स्टॉक ऊपर से आधा हो गया, पर 2020 के लो से स्टॉक 3.5 गुना हुआ था, नाउ इट हाफ्ड. So huge amount of wealth redistribution or attrition of wealth has happened through these 9 months of correction. Fear is very deep. Of course, 2020 के bottom पे जो fear था, that degree of fear comes once in 50 years. And that was a worldwide fear. So such a fear has come perhaps only 4-5 times in modern history of last 200-300 years. So if we are going to keep comparing to that degree of fear, it's wrong. Keeping that as an aberration or a outlier, बाकी आपके लास्ट 20 साल 30 साल का जो भी बाजार में एग्जिस्टेंस का अनुभव है, आज जितना डर है बाजार में और जितनी ज्यादा नेगेटिव एंटिसिपेशंस हैं, 2020 को छोड़ दीजिए, तो इट विल कम अप विद इन द टॉप 10 मेंटली अफ्रेड मार्केटमैन सिनारियो ऑफ लास्ट 25-30 years. Fear is the aphrodisiac on which bull markets happen. Markets never top out because the last shana has bought. And market does not bottom out because the last shana has sold. Shana पहले ही लेता है, shana पहले ही बेच देता है. Right? So if markets are not going to top out or bottom out when the last shana buys or sells, so that means markets top out or bottom out when the last gada has bought or sold. अगर गधा नहीं है तो फिर शाना होना चाहिए, और शाना इज मच इजियर टू अंडरस्टैंड. सो बाय प्रोसेस ऑफ एलिमिनेशन, टॉप्स एंड बॉटम्स आर नेवर फॉर्म्ड बाय द लास्ट स्मार्ट मैन बाइंग, बट व्हेन देयर आर नो मोर डम्ब फूल्स स्टेपिंग इनटू द मार्केट टू बाय, मार्केट स्टार्ट डिक्लाइनिंग. बड़े लोगों को दिखता है ना हमारा सर्कुलर ट्रेडिंग में माल नहीं खप रहा, वो छोड़ना शुरू कर देते हैं. तो एफआईआई का नंबर बहुत ज्यादा ओवररेटेड है ऑन वन हैंड. सेकेंडली, एक पर्सपेक्टिव की जरूरत है. इफ यू लुक एट ए वर्ल्ड क्लास पेंटिंग फ्रॉम ए 3 feet डिस्टेंस, अब क्या यार कलर के सब ब्लॉब्स मारे, काय के लिए इस पेंटिंग का 45 मिलियन कीमत है. उसको एक राइट डिस्टेंस से जब देखोगे तो दोस ब्लॉब्स ऑफ पेंट विल डिस्क्लोज द आर्ट विद इन इट. सेम वे डेटा हैज टू बी सीन फ्रॉम ए पर्सपेक्टिव. अगर एफआईआई के लेने और बेचने से ही बाजार चलता है, मैं ये नहीं कहता उनके लेने बेचने से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, बिल्कुल पड़ता है, बट खाली उनके लेने बेचने से अगर बाजार चलता है, तब लास्ट 20 साल में डेटा निकालो. जब मार्केट का पीक आता है, वो आपको मालूम पड़ेगा उसके बाद होने की घटना होने के बाद. बैकवर्ड लुकिंग इंडिकेटर है ये भी. जब मार्केट का पीक आता है, उस जो पीक वीक था मार्केट का, उसमें उनकी बाइंग का नंबर पीक था, और जो मार्केट का बॉटम वीक होता है उसमें हाईएस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ वीकली सेलिंग होती है. सो एफआईआईज आर स्मार्टर देन रिटेल, बट जो पुराने जमाने में जब शुरू में 94 में इंडिया में एफआईआईज आना शुरू हुई थी, और दलाल स्ट्रीट और नरीमन पॉइंट के आसपास जितने भी ब्रोकर्स, इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स बंडल बना बना के इनको माल पिलाते थे, तो रास्ते में जोक चलता था, कोई जा रहा हड़बड़ हड़बड़ा, क्या आज ये इतनी सूट बूट मायरी छे, इतना सूट बूट पहन के किधर, गोरेगांव मीटिंग है, मैंने गोरों के पास जा रहा हूँ मीटिंग करने. तो इनको तब भी गोरेगांव बोलते थे जो जूने जमाने के थे. They are also another herd. I'm not dismissing FII buying or selling. I'm at the same time not saying कि they are the only important factor or so important a factor. मतलब मेरा रुपया रुपया नहीं है, मेरा रुपया रुपया साला टॉयलेट पेपर, उसका पैसा पैसा, और मेरा पैसा टॉयलेट पेपर. पैसे का रंग नहीं होता है, और जब मोमेंटम आएगी तो बाजार में सबको चढ़ना है. और जिसके पास खुद के पसीने सब फंड मैनेजर्स हैं. So they have their own biases, they have their own compulsions, they have their own limitations, and then they are also looking at things from a telescope. On one hand, I am saying कि एफआईआई के पैसे का इतना बड़ा महत्व नहीं है, महत्व बहुत ही महत्व है, काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, पर उससे भी बड़ी चीजें हैं. तो अब आते हैं अगले पॉइंट पर. एज ऑफ नाउ, अगर कोई फंडामेंटल एस्टिमेट्स है, अगर कोई जीडीपी एस्टिमेट्स हैं और उनको तवज्जो देनी है, तो ये तवज्जो देने लायक बात जरूर है अमेरिका के रिसेशन का क्या होगा नहीं होगा वो और महीने 20 दिन में मालूम पड़ेगा। बट एक बात ज्यादा तवज्जो देने लायक है कि वर्ल्ड की जितनी भी कंट्रियों का एस्टिमेट किया गया है कि किसकी क्या रिसेशन की प्रोबेबिलिटी है, तो तो इंडिया की प्रोबेबिलिटी 0 है। तो भैया अगर चारों तरफ जौहर भी होना है, मुगलों की तलवार निकलेगी और रानियां चिता सजा के कूदेगी, तब भी इंडिया तो एक अकेली सुहागन है। उसका धनी तलवार लेके खड़ा है, उसके रिसेशन की प्रोबेबिलिटी 0 के नीचे है। तो वर्ल्ड में कहीं तो पैसा लगेगा, पोर्टफोलियोज की रीबैलेंसिंग होगी। सो दिस रिलेटिव अट्रैक्शन दैट इज सडनली कम अप इज नॉट येट डाइजेस्टेड। वो 18,500 के ऊपर जब इंडेक्स जाएगी ना, तब जस्टिफिकेशंस आने शुरू होंगे। और ये जस्टिफिकेशन खाली पढ़े लिखे लोग करते हैं या अनपढ़ लोग करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। Market has a mind of its own. 2 crore people inside the market and 138 crores people outside the market. They are also getting impacted by the market, and they are also impacting the market. उनकी भी गपशप माहौल से माहौल बनता है। तो 140 करोड़ लोग तो इंडिया में हैं जो इंडिया के मार्केट से इम्पैक्ट हो रहे हैं या उसको इम्पैक्ट कर रहे हैं। बट ये जो कलेक्टिव माइंड है मार्केट का, सो ऑल माइंड्स, देयर इज समथिंग वेरी पावरफुल इन दिस। There is an unconscious mind every human being has. All the decisions are actually made in the unconscious mind. Your tastes, preferences, your ego, the so-called family value. मैंने जानबूझ करके गुज्जू एक्सेंट किया है, इसको मारवाड़ी एक्सेंट में मैं बोल सकता हूँ, बट बॉम्बे में गुज्जू एक्सेंट इज पॉलिटिकली मोर करेक्ट. So it's better not to protrude and show off as a Marwadi in Bombay. It's better to protrude and show off as a Gujarati. तो आपका अनकॉन्शियस माइंड, मोस्ट इंटेलिजेंट से इंटेलिजेंट इंसान का, मोस्ट ईगो बैलेंस्ड इंसान का, बोलते हैं ना मोदी बहुत ईगो बैलेंस्ड है, दैट्स व्हाई इज मोदी, या अर्जुन वाज गेटिंग ट्रेन्ड बाय कृष्णा टू बी ईगो बैलेंस्ड. बेस्ट ऑफ द ट्रेडर्स आर ईगो बैलेंस्ड. कितना भी ईगो बैलेंस्ड इंसान हो, decision making always has happened in the unconscious mind, and that unconscious mind is a bundle of programming that happens over experiences, exposures, desires, latent desires. और जो कॉन्शियस माइंड है, जो सारे सेंस ऑर्गन से डेटा गैदर करता है, ये अनपढ़ गवार लोगों ने भी आजकल ट्विटर पे आर्ग्यूमेंट जीतने के लिए एक नया मुहावरा निकाला है, बट आई एम टॉकिंग विद डेटा. साला रद्दी वाले की दुकान पे जो पुरानी हार्ड डिस्क पड़ी हुई है 100, 200, 500 पीस, डेटा तो उसमें भी है. तो सर पे दे के मार दूं मैं तेरे हार्ड डिस्क, तो तू उससे कन्विंस हो जाएगा डेटा से. Data has to be analyzed and put in perspective. So, decision making happens in the unconscious mind. But the conscious mind, because of the surrounding immediate inputs from the sensorial organs, from the sense organs, builds a justification for what his impulse is already telling him to do. And crowds are a far more impulse-driven process than an individual mind. तो स्टॉक मार्केट का भी एक अनकॉन्शियस माइंड है जो फैसले ले चुका होता है. एंड फॉर ईच इंडिविजुअल, साइंस हैज फाउंड इट एज ए बिग फाइंडिंग ऑफ मॉडर्न साइकोलॉजी. दिस इज व्हाट लॉर्ड कृष्णा वाज डिस्क्राइबिंग टू अर्जुन इन एंटायर भगवद गीता. ये हमारा कर्म जो है, हमारी संचित वासना है हमारे अनकॉन्शियस माइंड में. सब कॉन्शियस और अनकॉन्शियस अलग अलग है. सो मार्केट का एक अनकॉन्शियस माइंड होता है, और उस अनकॉन्शियस माइंड को अगर किसी को इतनी कॉन्शियसनेस है तो वो चार्ट में देखता है, और जिसको इतनी कॉन्शियसनेस नहीं है वो चार्ट के अंदर में पैसे बनाने की जादू की छड़ी खोजता है, तो वो चार्ट वाले चाट मसाला बन जाते हैं. सो मार्केट हैज टू इन एनी केस डू समथिंग एंड इट फाइंड्स अ जस्टिफिकेशन. अब वो जस्टिफिकेशन कैसे होगा? अरे यार खराब न्यूज पे भी मार्केट बढ़ गया, दैट मीन्स मार्केट में और ज्यादा बड़ी अंडरलाइंग तेजी है, मार्केट इज इग्नोरिंग दिस बैड न्यूज. सो जस्टिफिकेशंस बनते जाते हैं, एंड दैट हैपेंस विद all processes of thought in any sphere of human life where too much of descriptive logic is to be given. That's how the universe has been made for human beings. प्रकृति ने इंसान को और उसकी कॉग्निशन को ऐसा ही बनाया है. और उस पे लोग लड़ते मरते रहते हैं, मैं हिंदू तू मुसलमान, मैं फंडामेंटल तो इसलिए मैं वेद पुराण का शास्त्री हूं, तू टेक्निकल करता है इसलिए तू मुसलमान है। ठीक है भाई, तुमको जैसा जमे बोलो। सो नाउ हैविंग टॉक्ड अबाउट द डॉलर, हैविंग टॉक्ड अबाउट द saturation of risk, this time the perception of risk for all macro things and war. So speculative assets are under owned. Quantity of speculative assets is same, but the number of hands and number of minds seeking an exposure in them has significantly dropped from the peak of 2021. That's under ownership of risk. So सस्ता होता पैसा और अंडर ओनरशिप ऑफ रिस्क विच इज फियर, ये परफेक्ट रेसिपी है फॉर क्रिएटिंग ए मार्केट मूवमेंट जो समझ में ही नहीं आएगा, पकड़ में ही नहीं आएगा। 15-200 पे हमें गधा, गधे का बच्चा, बहुत कुछ बोला ट्विटर पे लोगों ने, वो आदत है, और हम भी मोटे चमड़े के। 1500-800 पे बोला बास्टर्ड इज लकी। 16,500 पे बोला अभी तो इसकी बहुत हो गई, अभी चर्बी निकलेगी। 17,000 पे सबके पाटिए गुल। अब क्या होगा जहां के मंदी कटेगी, जहां से वो जोन आ रहा है। नाउ मार्केट इज गॉट इनटू अ फेस, 500 पॉइंट नीचे 500 पॉइंट ऊपर, कौन सा पहले आएगा प्रेडिक्ट करना बेकार है। ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस लगा के चलो। 15,200 का मार्केट 17,200 आ गया, और पंडित लोगों की पंडिताई बिल्कुल नहीं बदली है, वही वाली सब कहानियां हैं। गौदान नहीं करोगे माता जी के गुजरने पर तो उनको स्वर्ग में शांति नहीं मिलेगी, यही है पंडिताई। डर को और भय को जस्टिफाई करने को पांडित्य नहीं कहते हैं। पांडित्य वो है जो करूं पांडे, क्या कर गुजरूं, 2 पैसा आना चाहिए। 2,000 पॉइंट बढ़ने के बाद नाउ मार्केट शुड गेट इनटू ए टू वे ट्रेडिंग फेस। पुल बैक्स विल बी ए प्लेस टू बाय। एंड आपको याद होगा शायद आखिरी पिछली वाली स्पेस में मैंने कहा था, इंडेक्स बीच बीच में धमकाएगी, ये डराएगी। कैसे? और फिर भी इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स में तेजी करके बहुत पैसा बन सकता है। 2020 में कुछ भी ले लो, कोई आ गया बाजार में और उसने कुछ भी ले लिया, सबका पैसा बन गया। ऐसा तो होता नहीं है स्टॉक मार्केट, उस तरह की तो अंधा माहौल, अंधा कानून 150 साल में एक बार आता है। नॉर्मल रेगुलर धंधे में स्टॉक सर्च करने होंगे, सेक्टर सर्च करने होंगे, चाहे टेक्निकली करो चाहे फंडामेंटली करो, जैसे करना करो। तब 2000 पॉइंट की तेजी के बाद में पुल बैक्स पे ही बाई करना जमता है।
Sushil sir,
और
1 second, I need to interrupt. Actually, Avinash sir has to go because he's been here for 3 hours. We can still continue the room with you, but
just 2
can we
minutes
get?
if I wrap it up, if I just wrap it up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry, sir. I had to interrupt you, but that was
No,
just because of.
I'll wrap up this round for 2 minutes. मेरा flow खत्म हो जाएगा. Let me just wrap it up.
ठीक है जी,
So
ठीक है. Thank you.
dollar, and then I can continue later if required. So this
Yes.
continued decline in dollar index that I'm anticipating, along with this atmosphere of deep under ownership of risk on, risk off का जो sentiment फैला हुआ है, and the relative attraction of India, यहाँ रिसेशन नहीं है, तो जैसे रिस्क ऑन मैग्नीफाई होता जाएगा बढ़ते भाव के साथ, हो सकता है इंडिया में डिस्प्रपोर्शनेट अमाउंट ऑफ पैसा आ जाएगा। पैसा आने के बाद आप क्या तेजी करोगे? वन, एवरीथिंग इज एन एंटिसिपेशन। सामने फंडामेंटल क्लियर है ना रिलेटिव अट्रैक्शन का, तो ये 3 चीज काफी है टू जस्टिफाई कि एवरी पुल बैक इज गोइंग टू बी ए बाई। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू बी शॉक्ड इफ निफ्टी गोज पास्ट 18,600. आई विल नॉट बी शॉक्ड इफ इट गोज टू 21,000. बट एट द सेम टाइम दिस एटमॉस्फेयर डज नॉट ऑफर clarity enough on charts and on fundamentals. Charts are like that because of fundamentals. कि छाती ठोक के 2100 की तेजी कर लो, 21,000 की, बट छाती ठोक के 50% गेन निकालने के लिए बहुत सारे शेयर्स हैं, और इंडिपेंडेंट पर्सपेक्टिव से सोचना शुरू करेंगे लोग तो उनके फंडामेंटल जस्टिफिकेशंस भी मिल जाएंगे। मे बी इफ रिक्वायर्ड आई विल स्टेप इन अगेन, लेट अविनाश कंक्लूड हिज स्टफ।
Yeah, Avinash sir, if we can just hear you. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
definitely. In fact, Sushil ji, it has been a pleasure listening to you. So, I also decided to hang on so that I could listen to your thoughts. मेरे को एक बात बताइए सुशील जी, मैं टेक्निकल्स इतना नहीं करता हूँ, फंडामेंटल ज्यादा करता हूँ, तो डॉलर इंडेक्स पे आपको क्या लगता है? यू हैव बीन वेरी नेगेटिव ऑन द डॉलर इंडेक्स फ्रॉम योर कमेंट्स टुडे एंड अर्लियर आल्सो. सो डॉलर इंडेक्स अगर नीचे जाता है तो कहाँ तक जाने का पॉसिबिलिटी है? एटलीस्ट इफ नॉट गिविंग द टाइम स्पैन, बट व्हाट लेवल्स आर यू सीइंग?
पॉसिबिलिटी 1.5 साल में 86 की भी है, पर हम तो सट्टे में खाली पॉसिबिलिटी पे नहीं चलते हैं। 106.26 के ऊपर बंद आएगा तो एक बार सौदा काट देंगे, घटता चला गया तो 97 से एक इंटरिम इंटरिम स्ट्रॉन्ग रैली वापस आएगी कि ऊपर 107 से 97, 10% बहुत हो गया, फिर 97 से देखेंगे 103 आके घूमता है कि नहीं। पर जगह 86 तक खुली है। वो 86 आने के पहले वो ये चप्पल चोर, चिंदी चोर, एक लॉट के ट्रेडर लोग जो मौका खोजते हैं कैसे किसी को बटका काटे गली में, जैसे वो लाल लाल गाड़ी को देखते कुत्ते भागते, उनसे बचने के लिए मैं आपको ये बोल रहा हूँ। बट इसको मोटा सौदा, मोटा पोर्टफोलियो भी लेना, आई फील फेयरली कॉन्फिडेंट कि 2023 की दिवाली तक नहीं आएगा, 2024 के होली तक आ जाना चाहिए। ये 90 का लेवल भी तोड़ेगा डॉलर इंडेक्स। और वंस ये ब्रेक्स 90 लेवल, 87, 86 कुछ भी जाता है, उसके बाद के 2 साल में वापस 120 और 25 भी होगा। तो अभी मेरे को लगता है हमारी जनरेशन में धुआंधार, अगली, स्टिंकिंग मनी, है ना, गंदगी के जितना पैसा कमाने के लिए अगले 2 साल सुनहरा टाइम है। उसके बाद बहुत पापड़ बेलना पड़ेगा।
थैंक यू सुशील जी। आई थिंक पर्सपेक्टिव तो अच्छा है, लेकिन आई वांट टू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन टू यू चेतन, दैट इफ द यूएस इकोनॉमी इज faltering, देयर आर fears now that recession has happened. In that context, do you think that this dollar index, just
सर ये
justified?
क्वेश्चन
Because
आपको मुझे आंसर करने देना पड़ेगा, एंड दैट फिनिशेस द फोर्थ एंड द रिमेनिंग पार्ट ऑफ माय थीसिस। द
yeah,
एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन फ्रॉम अमेरिका हैज ऑलरेडी हैपेंड। लास्ट 6 महीने में सेंट्रल बैंक्स ने दादागिरी करी है मिलके, और बड़े लोगों की दादागिरी के बारे में कहीं लिखा नहीं जाता है। सबके नट बोल्ट टाइट होते हैं। वर्ल्ड वाइड सेंट्रल बैंक्स आर द बिगेस्ट मार्केट ऑपरेटर्स एंड मैनिपुलेटर्स by inflation parity theory, by interest rate parity theory, by any kind of parity theories of currency valuations. Dollar index could not have appreciated so much while America was having so much of inflation and so much of aggressive rate hikes. Dollar should have already been going down. लाठी पकड़ के इस
exactly.
डॉलर को ऊपर किया गया है टू एक्सपोर्ट अमेरिकाज इन्फ्लेशन, सो दैट दिस वर्ल्ड डज नॉट गो थ्रू अ केओस। ओवर एक्सपोर्ट
Okay.
हो गया है। जमा खर्ची 31 मार्च के पहले प्रॉफिट लॉस एडजस्ट करने में जैसे एक्सेसिव हो जाती है ना, ये जमा खर्ची
हाँ,
का प्रभाव मेरे को लगता है रिसेशन का, क्योंकि मार्केट के सटोरियों को बाकी चीजों से ज्यादा नॉलेज होती है। जिस तरह से बाजार के ट्रेंड वर्ल्ड वाइड बनते गए लास्ट 20-25 दिन में, और उसी को हम पकड़ रहे थे, वो स्टोरी बाद में समझ में आएगी। इन्फ्लेशन ऑफ अमेरिका हैज बीन एक्सपोर्टेड बाय फैसिलिटेशन ऑफ द डॉलर हायर। वो काम पूरा हुआ, अब डॉलर को पेल देंगे नीचे तक।
बढ़िया। आई थिंक वेरी वेल एक्सप्लेन सुशील जी, थैंक यू।
Sushil, you can carry on with your thesis because Avinash sir is staying on for
तो
a little
चौथी
while.
चौथी देखिए, थीसिस उसिस तो लास्ट में क्या है ना, सबको जो जिस टाइम फ्रेम पे खेल रहा है उसको अपनी अपनी थीसिस को समेट के पुड़िया बना के ड्रॉर के अंदर नमक मिर्ची लगा के, नमक लगा के, तेल लगा के रखनी पड़ती है। प्रिजर्व करो, अचार बना के, फिर अगले सीजन में काम आएगा। और जो नहीं रखता है वो खुद अचार बन जाता है। तो हम ट्रेडर्स को फटाफट करना पड़ता है, और वो जो इन्वेस्टर्स भी अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक शिफ्ट नहीं लेंगे, दे विल बिकम डायनासोर्स एंड गेट एक्सटिंक्ट। तो थीसिस वीसिस तो जैसा जो माहौल पलटेगा हम डिस्कस करते जाएंगे। बट मेरा बेट मेजरली इसी बात पर है कि बहुत कम लोग इस बात को समझते हैं कि इन्फ्लेशन ऑल्सो गेट्स एक्सपोर्टेड एंड गेट्स एक्सपोर्टेड थ्रू ए कंसर्टेड एफर्ट ऑफ ऑल। और मोहल्ले में अगर एक बड़ा टावर है और उसमें अगर आग लग गई है, तो आजू बाजू की भी बिल्डिंग के सारे लोग मदद करेंगे, भाई हमारे रूफटॉप से पानी ले लो, आप यहाँ से ले लो, नहीं तो पूरा मोहल्ला फूकेगा। सो ये सबका साथ सबका विकास इज नॉट ए पॉलिटिकल आइडिया, इट्स ए वेरी श्रूड बनिया आइडिया। आपके भी मोहल्ले में कभी लफंटर हो जाता है तो आपने देखा होगा ना, पप्पा जी को, ताऊ जी को, जो लोग पुराने जमाने के समझदार लोग हैं, भाई उधर तकलीफ है, वो जुगे झोपड़े में 10,000 रुपया भेजो, बिल्डिंग में सब लोग जमा करो, नहीं तो कैबरे डांस हो जाएगा आपकी बिल्डिंग के कंपाउंड में। सो सबको निभाना पड़ता है एक दूसरे को। अमेरिका को निभाया दुनिया ने, क्योंकि अगर नहीं निभाते तो अमेरिका घटोत्कच की तरह गिरता ऊपर आसमान में जाके सबके ऊपर। और ये फर्स्ट टाइम नहीं हुआ है। इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री को बनिए की नजर से पढ़ो, एमबीए की डिग्री करो, जिससे कि ससुर जी अपनी सुंदर बेटी आपको खुशी खुशी दे दे। पैसा बनेगा लालानोमिक्स से ही, इकोनॉमिक्स से पैसा नहीं बनेगा। इकोनॉमिक्स और सीए कर लिया, एमबीए कर लिया, बढ़िया लड़की से शादी कर देगा, ससुर जी राजी खुशी, हाँ भैया पढ़ा लिखा लड़का है, समझदारी होगा। पर समझदारी आपको लेनी पड़ेगी पिताजी की दुकान पे ही बैठ के। तो ये लालानोमिक्स का प्योर हिस्सा है। 40-50 साल में देखो बहुत बार हुआ है कि सडन शॉर्ट पीरियड्स में किसी कंट्री की करेंसी एकदम से जैक हो जाती है, जबकि वहां पे इंटरेस्ट रेट एकदम पागल की तरह ऊपर भाग रही है। तो वर्ल्ड के सबसे बड़े मैनिपुलेटर जो है वो सेंट्रल बैंकर्स हैं। अगर ये लोग मैनिपुलेटर नहीं होते तो गोल्ड का प्राइस $5,000 $6,000 भी कमती होता। जिस बेशर्मी से करेंसी छपी है दुनिया में, जितना टॉयलेट पेपर इंसान ने नहीं छापा होगा उससे ज्यादा करेंसी छापी है। The shit we create is actually limited than the financial shit we are creating. So if currency have been printed like shit paper और उसके बावजूद साला गोल्ड इधर ही है, तो जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस, ये चीज या तो लालू यादव आपको बता सकता है या पिताजी की दुकान पे बैठ के आप सीखोगे. इकोनॉमिक्स की किताब का लास्ट चैप्टर जो होना चाहिए, लठोनॉमिक्स, वो फॉर्मल वर्ल्ड में लिखना ठीक नहीं है. सबसे बड़ा देश दुनिया का दिवालिया देश डॉलर, अमेरिका, रिजर्व करेंसी बन गई. एनएससी में इतने स्कैम है, इतने लफड़े हैं. योगी आता है वहां पे, हमारे गांव में पुराने जमाने में होता था ना, माता आ जाती थी कोई में, बालाजी आने लग गए आजकल लोगों में. अब माता नहीं आती. अब लास्ट 30-40 साल से लोगों में बालाजी आ जाते हैं. झाड़ू वाड़ू ला के नाचा कूदी चालू कर देगा. तो चित्रा रामाकृष्णन को तो बालाजी आते हैं, हिमालयन योगी, फिर भी सारी लिक्विडिटी उधर ही है. BSE is the sixth fastest exchange in the world, 6 nanoseconds. NSE से मीलों आगे है, 10 साल टेक्नोलॉजी में आगे है. पर जिस पान की दुकान पे सारे मोहल्ले के छोकरे जमा होते हैं गॉसिप मारने के लिए, तो लड़कियों को उधर ही जाना पड़ेगा. बॉयफ्रेंड खोजना है तो वो उधर डोमिनोज पिज्जा पे जाने से नहीं होगा काम. भले NSE पान की दुकान और BSE भी डोमिनोज है, बॉयफ्रेंड खोजना है तो पान की दुकान के पास से जाना पड़ेगा. तो लिक्विडिटी इज ए mechanism that is a self-attractor. It's a cyclotron that keeps on sucking in more liquidity. सेम वे डॉलर ने वो जो लिक्विडिटी क्रिएट हो गई और डॉलर रिजर्व मनी बन गया, तो मोदी का स्टेप बहुत दूरगामी स्टेप है कि अब हमको हमारे एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट रूपी में डिनोमिनेट करना अलाउ है. अलाउ का मतलब गांव दुनिया करने थोड़े लगेगा, और रशिया करेगा. जिन जिन कंट्री से हम आर इंटरेस्टिंग करके धंधा कर सकते हैं उनको बोलेंगे भाई रूपी में काम कर. मोदी ने रुपे कार्ड चलवा दिया, मोदी UPI चलाने जा रहा है. तो तो मोदी का तो जो युग चल रहा है इसमें, हमारा ना बिहार में जो सत्तू बिकता है ना, उसको भी पैकेज हेल्थ ड्रिंक बना करके हम वर्ल्ड में ब्रांडेड प्रोडक्ट्स बना के बेचेंगे, प्रीमियम हेल्थ गुड्स. हल्दी बिकेगी वर्ल्ड वाइड. तो ये थोड़ा मजाक कर लिया मैंने, मस्ती कर ली, मैंने लाइट हो गए. तो ये जो डॉलर की जो दादागिरी चल रही है लास्ट 70 साल से, क्या अंधा कानून है डॉलर में. वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा दिवालिया US ट्रेजरी केतन पारेख, और केतन पारेख को सारे बैंकर्स फोकट में पैसा बोरो देने को तैयार है. नहीं है तो बम चलवा देगा, लाठी चलवा देगा, F-16 भेज देगा. उसकी इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी आपके सारे पॉलिटिकल नेताओं को साफ कर देगी. जापान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर का जो हो गया वो कहीं पे भी हो सकता है. तो ये लाठी जिसकी उसकी भैंस चल रहा है, और वो लाठी जिसकी उसकी भैंस का छोटा हिस्सा था. इतना भयंकर इन्फ्लेशन और डॉलर ऊपर. तो भाई साहब, थ्योरी की किताब पढ़ने के बाद, the most important thing, as Ratan Tata said, the more appropriate work experience you get, the more you realize quicker what is to be unlearned. पर कुछ लोग क्या है, करियर के शुरुआत से लेकर अंत तक वो किताबों को ही रगड़ते रहते हैं. तो मैं फंडामेंटल के बिल्कुल खिलाफ नहीं, उसका पुजारी हूँ. पर आप जाओगे लक्ष्मी देवी के मंदिर में तो शीर्षासन की मुद्रा में वहां पूजा नहीं एक्सेप्ट करती है. वो सीधे बैठ के पूजा करो. दैट्स ऑल. अमेरिका के इन्फ्लेशन को लेके लोग दुखी है, अब साथ साथ में रिसेशन को लेके दुखी है. पॉकेट कट गई बेटा, बटुआ लेके वो निकल चुका है, और हम हवे में हैं. हम अभी भी दुकान पे खड़े के भावताल मोलताल कर रहे हैं. पहले देख तो सही पॉकेट में बटुआ है कि नहीं भाई. निकल गया बटुआ, अगले 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 मंथ के इन्फ्लेशन नंबर को देखना और उसके बाद वाले को देखना. तो तब क्या होगा ना, मतलब छोड़ो यार, मैं आई शुड नॉट गेट सो कलरफुल. दिस इज नॉट माई डीलिंग रूम. लेट मी थिंक ऑफ समथिंग मोर फॉर्मल. ट्रेडर स्पीच में बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती, कुछ कुछ लोगों को बहुत इश्यूज हो जाते हैं. ये चरित्रहीन है, ये इनसेंसिटिव है. रे बाप, बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय का चरित्रहीन जो उपन्यास था उसकी याद आती है जब से ट्विटर पे इतने संस्कारी लोग आ जाते हैं अचानक. आई एम मिसिंग दैट वर्ड. मे बी आई विल पुट इट इन अ मोर कलोकियल वे एट अनदर पॉइंट. तो आइडिया इसकी जब सब हो जाएगा, जब सब हो ही जाएगा, मतलब वो वाली बात मेरा मामा बोलता था ना, जब हमारी अरेंज मैरिजेस के लिए हमारी परेड्स होती थी सबकी, कि भाई जो देखना है लड़की का अभी देख ले, शादी होने के बाद क्या देखेगा, फिर तेरे को वो जो दिखाएगी वही देखने का है. तो वही स्टॉक मार्केट. मैंने अभी सब कुछ देख के ही मैं काम करूंगा तो फिर बचेगा क्या करने के लिए. सबको अपना दांव लगाना है, सबको अपना अनुमान लगाना है, सबको अपना इमेजिनेशन रखना है. मैं डाटा देख के ही काम करूंगा. तो तू देखते ही रह, रद्दी की दुकान पे बैठ जा जाके, सबसे ज्यादा डाटा वहीं पे है. पूरे मोहल्ले का पुराना न्यूज़पेपर उधर ही आता है, साल भर के पेपर वहीं बैठ के पढ़ता रहे. दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव टू से फॉर दोज हु आर ऑब्सेस्ड विद द पास्ट. आई एम एक्सट्रीमली बुलिश आउट ऑफ विच 2000 पॉइंट बढ़ गया है। तो इतना तो एक बकरी को भी कॉमन सेंस है कि 2000 पॉइंट बढ़ने के बाद 500 पॉइंट का झटका तो कभी भी आ सकता है, पर अगर वो झटका आया तो और माल लेने का, दैट्स ऑल। I think I've spoken at too much of a length and I can keep on explaining sector by sector, but बहुत ज्यादा सोचने से और बहुत ज्यादा वखाण करने से काम नहीं होता है। काम होता है मोटी बात को पकड़ो और छोटा स्टॉप लॉस लगाओ। तो हमारी तो वही अप्रोच है, बट if it's necessary I can keep talking, but that's not required। तेजी भयंकर शुरू हो चुकी है और जिंदगी में हर बार यही हुआ है, आज पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है। फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ तेजी मोस्ट पीपल विल मिस इट, उसके बाद का जो करेक्शन आएगा मोस्ट श्याणाज विल गो एंड शॉर्ट। अरे लोअर टॉप बन गया ना, लोअर टॉप बन गया ना, एल एल एच 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 एल 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 ऐसे ऐसे टर्म बना रहे हैं लोग, साला क्लर्क लोग किधर के, ये लोअर लो लोअर हाई को एल 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 एच एल 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 पता नहीं वो सब कहाँ यार। अब मैं पुराने जमाने का हो गया, तो नई नई चीजें निकल गई। 10 दिन ये ड्रामा देख के ट्विटर पे समझ में आया, तो एल एल एच एल क्या है, एल 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 जो कर रहे हैं वो हमारी बात को जारगन बना रहे हैं। तो कॉमन सेंस की बात है, ये इतिहास में हमेशा यही हुआ है। और जब वो फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ पेसिमिज्म, जो अग्रेसिव पेसिमिज्म आएगा कि ये तो फेक रैली है, उसके बाद जब वो निकलेगा तो सारी दुनिया कूदेगी। 19,000 पे गांव अंदर आएगा, अपन 21,000 पे एग्जिट लेंगे अगर एवरीथिंग वर्क्स आउट राइट। एंड इवन वाइल सेइंग दिस, 21,000 भी हो जाता है निफ्टी, यू कैन नॉट रूल आउट कि अगर ये 21,000 भी हो जाता है, इसका मतलब जरूरी नहीं है 18,600 भी तोड़ के 18,800 से भी घूम सकता है। दिस इज नॉट ए market pattern on the indices which will generate confidence. This is a very very fluid kind of a pattern। नहीं भी होगा इतना ऊपर, 15,000 वापस आएगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। पर ये बताना मुश्किल है 17,800 से आ जाएगा, 18,800 से आएगा या 20,800 से आएगा। तो एक इस इंटरिम राउंड में जो लोग बिल्कुल रॉन्ग फुटेड हो जाएंगे और डेस्परेशन में जाके आगे चल के पोर्टफोलियो को रीबैलेंस करेंगे या डेस्परेट बाइंग करेंगे, बाजार उधर ही गिरेगा। पुराने जमाने से चला आ रहा है, मैं और शेयर बाजार अक्सर असमंजस में है। मैं सोचता हूं मार्केट थोड़ा सा घट जाए तो ले लूं, और शेयर मार्केट इस फिराक में कि कब ये ले और उसके बाद में मैं घटूं। तो 100 साल से यही हो रहा है। तो बट द करंट स्प्रेड ऑफ चार्ट्स इज, मैं ये नहीं बोल सकता कि 20,800 होने के बाद 15 आएगा, मैं ये नहीं बोल सकता कि 18,800 से आएगा, मैं ये भी नहीं बोल सकता कि 17,800 से नहीं हो सकता है। टेंटेटिवली खेलने का बाजार है इंडेक्स पे। तो इसलिए फोकस योर अटेंशन जो भी तरीके से आपको समझ में आए, क्योंकि मेरी बात को मानना किसी के लिए भी जरूरी नहीं है और मेरी बात कोई माने में चाहता भी नहीं हूं। नहीं मानेंगे तो मेरा ज्यादा पैसा बनेगा, जितना लेट से मानेंगे तो उतना ज्यादा पैसा मेरा बनेगा, उनका उतना कम बनेगा। जितना लेट बिलीवर होगा वो उतना बड़ा लंच बनेगा बाजार का। तो तो बहुत से स्टॉक्स हैं अभी ऐसे, इंडेक्स को गोली मारो। वो इंडेक्स अफीम चरस गांजा है, वो फूंके बिना रहा नहीं जा सकता है। ये क्या बोलते हैं, प्रोफेशनल हैजार्ड्स हैं हमारे लाइफ के। स्टॉक मार्केट वालों का प्रोफेशनल कंपल्शन या प्रोफेशनल हैजार्ड है कि आपको इंडेक्स पे व्यू लिए लिए बिना रह नहीं सकते हो, इंडेक्स से मेंटली कोरिलेट किए बिना रह नहीं सकते हो। वो जो ट्रेडर्स है वो घूम फिर के इंडेक्स में सौदा करके मर जाते हैं। तो दिस इज प्योरली ए मार्केट जहां स्टॉक पिकर विल लाफ टू द बैंक, इंडेक्स वाला गोल गोल घूमते रह जाएगा एट मोस्ट। स्टॉक्स का गेम है, सेक्टर्स के रोटेशन होंगे, जिनके राइट टाइम पे राइट स्टॉक्स हाथ लगेंगे, अनशंट पैसा बनेगा। लॉट्स ऑफ स्टॉक्स दैट विल एक्सप्लोड इनटू न्यू हाईज। स्टिल केमिकल सेक्टर है, बहुत से स्टॉक्स इतना बड़ा न्यू हाई बना देंगे कि रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे लोगों के देख के। वो कैसे उसकी स्टोरी अनफोल्ड होगी वो मेरे फंडामेंटल ब्रदर्स खोजेंगे ज्यादा डेप्थ में जाके। अविनाश जी, आई डोंट वांट यू टू होल्ड बैक। सो आप घर जाओ, क्योंकि ये रात रात जगना और 4-4 घंटे ट्विटर पे बोलना, सभाओं में लोग अच्छे वक्ताओं का बड़ा आनंद लेते हैं, बेचारे वक्ता की सवेरे जो है ना बैटरी एकदम डिस्चार्ज, चार्ज ही नहीं हो पाती बेचारे की रात में। आप आराम करो अविनाश भाई।
अविनाश जी,
Sushil sir, I have to say one thing.
नहीं
पूरे
नहीं, आई थिंक
सेशन में
सुशील जी, हमारा तो लेट ही सोना होता है, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि पहली बार हम लेट ट्विटर सेशन कर रहे हैं। तो सी, एज लॉन्ग एज सम जेन्युइन कंटेंट विच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम योर हार्ट, दिल से जो बात आपकी हो रही है ना, वो सुनने में मजा आ रहा है, क्योंकि इससे हम लोग भी कुछ सीख पाते हैं। हम तो फंडामेंटल्स ही देखते हैं, टेक्निकल चार्ट्स देखते नहीं।
तो हमको भी थोड़ा बहुत थोड़ा सा कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स जो हम कहते हैं, उससे हमको भी थोड़ा बहुत बेनिफिट मिलता है, क्योंकि हमको भी एक एज अ फंडामेंटल एनालिस्ट यू हैव टू कीप योर आईज एंड ईयर्स ओपन. हर चीज को आपको देखना है. यू कैन नॉट इग्नोर थिंग्स ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट. तो जैसे आपने कहा कि सी बेसिकली डॉलर इंडेक्स का जो ट्रिगर पॉइंट है वो, आई मीन ऑब्वियसली दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द मेन kind of trigger. But anyway, I think stock specific, even before you came to the Twitter space, I was telling the same thing to the audience that see, we believe in basically individual stocks. और वहां पे अगर आपका फोकस और कन्विक्शन राइट है, तो मेरे ख्याल से हम कभी इंडेक्स देखते ही नहीं. आई मीन फ्रेंकली, आई मीन फंडामेंटल एनालिस्ट का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि इंडेक्स देखना ही नहीं है, बट when you look at a company and a investment perspective, I think it is better to stick to the micro specific kind of data points, because वही से कन्विक्शन बिल्ड होता है. क्योंकि इंडेक्स को हम अगर देखते गए तो मेरे ख्याल से nobody would have invested, because मार्केट में इंडेक्स ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है. My sense is, what you don't know you should not follow, and what you know you should, I think, follow with full conviction. That is my approach.
Sanchit, over to you. You want to say something?
Yes, yes. I think
why don't
that's
you
rightly said.
Sanchit, you might even consider sending a mic request to Rishi Bagdi. He speaks very well.
जरूर सर, जरूर.
Sir, I have a few times.
Even
Let me
Sushil
just
sir,
check.
I have to. Yes, अनुराग आप पहले बोलिए, मैं आखिर में बोलता हूँ आज.
No, I'm just saying that I have actually sent a few, in fact, multiple invites to Rishi. If Rishi, you're there, we would love to have you here. In fact, Rishi as well as Saharsh, I've sent a request to both of them.
नहीं आएंगे. अब सुशील सर ने बुलाया है. कहावत है, हम बनियों में कहावत रहती है, बुलाओ नहीं तो आवत है कहा. खैर सुशील सर, आपसे हमेशा आपके सीखने को मिलता है. whenever you come with kind of punchline on the देसी jargon है, मार्केट्स की कहावत भी उसी तरीके से सीखने को मिल ही जाती है. इट्स वंडरफुल टू हैव यू हियर. क्या बोले सर, शब्द ही नहीं बचे. इतने अच्छे से आपने मार्केट की बातें को सिंप्लीफाई करके समझा दिया.
स्कूल ऑफ हार्ड नॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ में सब लोगों का एडमिशन है. जो जितनी बार फेल होगा स्कूल में उतना ज्यादा मजबूत ग्रेजुएट वो बनेगा. जो जितने गलत सौदे करते जाएगा वो उतना ज्यादा पठान हो जाएगा. तो if you are appreciating anything, the hidden fact behind it is कि I may have done far larger number of wrong trades than many other people you would know. That's all.
That's true sir. तभी कहते हैं दूध का जला हुआ छाछ फूक के पीता है. यहाँ ट्रेडर तो हर बार दूध का जलता ही है, फिर भी वो दूध पीना पसंद करते हैं गर्म दूध के साथ. सर आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन आल्सो. आई थिंक सेशन काफी अच्छा चल रहा है. रात के 3-4 घंटे हो गए, पर आपकी बातें सुन के हमारे क्वेश्चंस की भरमार जो है बढ़ती जा रही है. तो इसीलिए मुझे एक सवाल आपसे पूछना था सर. सर आपने केडिया इकोनॉमिक्स में लिखा था, कुछ स्टॉक्स का लिखा है, तो सर जनरली आप जब सिलेक्शंस करते हैं तो व्हाट्स द मेजर थिंग जो आप अवॉइड करते हैं?
Are you asking me?
Yes sir, आप ही से मैं पूछ रहा हूँ.
And this is Sanchit's voice, right?
Yes sir, Sanchit voice.
See, I have come to accept the whole idea of good decision making as the one where obviously no one will be required to make any decisions if full information is available. So all decision making is always in partial information. And in business schools they even have a entire course or subject on this titled decision making under uncertainty. And I felt very funny when 30 years ago I also took that course, and I asked the professor, is there any scope of making any decisions if there is certainty? तो प्रोफेसर बोला, तेरे को पिछली भी क्लास से बोला था कि क्लास से निकल जा, सीधे फाइनल एग्जाम में आ जाना, डिस्टर्ब मत कर. सो द ट्रूथ इज मोस्ट पीपल after 30-40 years of work also do not recognize the basics of common sense. ये special education, special sense, deep research, we all acquire all of this knowledge at the expense of common sense. And that common sense tells you if things are certain, then decision has been made, you are not required on the table. So anybody anywhere in life gets to make a decision, he is doing it under uncertainty, and hence any decision you make has risk. स्टॉक मार्केट में खाली रिस्क नहीं है, रिस्क है इसीलिए यहाँ पे इश्क है, क्योंकि अगर रिस्क नहीं रहेगी, सर्टेनिटी है, तो फिर सिर्फ भाव चेंज होगा, सौदा नहीं होगा. So having put out these basic once more, what I say is good risk taking is never about taking the most attractive risk. Attractions are happening because of my sanchit vasanas, my bundle of karmas inside my unconscious mind. So since my unconscious mind is so powerful, everybody's unconscious mind is the most powerful entity. कितनी पढ़ाई लिखाई कर लो, दिन में से 20 रिसर्च रिपोर्ट पढ़ लो, यू रीड वन न्यू बुक एवरी वीक, कुछ भी कर लो, the divine force that controls everyone and everything in this universe has structured things in a way that the divine force works through your unconscious mind. जो भी इनविजिबल हैंड है मार्केट्स का, सेंट्रल बैंकर्स, और मे बी वेदर और नॉट दी स्टोरीज आर ट्रू अबाउट, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, इल्यूमिनाटी. Some powerful men and women are running this world, but those powerful men and women are also run by Krishna. Whatever it be, वो semantics of philosophy हो जाएगा. So from our conscious mind, how we can try to reduce the embedded follies of the conscious mind using the unconscious follies of the unconscious mind. संचित वासनास, desires, बचपन में टॉर्चर कर दिया क्लासमेट्स ने, तो आदमी जीवन भर अपने आप को प्रूव करने की गलती करते रहता है. ब्ला 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 ब्ला. ऑल बिहेवियर्स आर एक्सप्लेन्ड बाय द डार्क यूनिवर्स, द अननोन माइंड, द unconscious mind. So in risk taking, if the unconscious mind is what is prevailing, the only role your conscious mind can do is that it should actively reject the various risk opportunities presented to you. Unfortunately, somehow, a lot of the Western culture has developed out of voodooistic influencers. Voodoo. ये विल पावर क्या होता है? घंटा है विल पावर, किसी के पास विल पावर नहीं है. We all have only a want power. Our will is our lust. The karma is our will. जिसने जो कांड किए वो कर्म उसके अनकॉन्शियस में स्टोर्ड है. दे आर डिक्टेटिंग अस, दे आर क्रिएटिंग आवर इम्पल्सेस. सो वी डोंट हैव अ विल, वी हैव द वोंट दैट कम्स फ्रॉम एजुकेशन एंड एक्टिव लर्निंग. एंड दिस वोंट पावर इज द only role we have to play in risk taking, that we analyze risk opportunities and reject those opportunities which we are not feeling fully comfortable that we will be able to respond to them should these risks become too big. Anybody trying to search for an idea कि इसमें guaranteed पैसा बनेगा, तो वो वैसी हरकत कर रहा है जैसे करोल बाग के सुलभ शौचालय के बाहर आज भी इश्तेहार लगा देता है कोई ना कोई आके. पहले ट्रेनों में होते थे, बचपन में हमने देखा है, तो इश्तेहार लगा देता है, शर्तिया इलाज. डॉक्टर तन्मय इज अ वेरी वेरी प्रोफिशिएंट young doctor. I keep reading his timeline for Herculean things he achieves every day. तो जो शर्तिया इलाज पे he must be cackling a lot more because he struggles with इलाज every day. ये जो शर्तिया इलाज शेयर बाजार में खोज रहे हैं या जो बेच रहे हैं, गारंटी प्रॉफिट 9 out of 10 कॉल करेक्ट. तो शर्तिया इलाज से बचने के लिए ही हमारा कॉन्शियस माइंड और इक्विटी रिसर्च है, चाहे किसी भी टाइप की आप रिसर्च करो. इफ यू फेल टू रिजेक्ट एन आइडिया, then it must be a worthy risk worth taking. A risk has to be worthy because you could not prove it unworthy. In law, in statistics, and in philosophy, the three key mental modes in the pursuit of truth, there is never an evidence for truth. The evidence is always sought for a conjecture to be proven as not true. And if evidence cannot be supplied that this is not true, then it must be a truth worth backing. Absolute truth is God. Humankind will never get to know the absolute truth. We are a subordinate system. That's what our cognitive faculties are subordinated to. So in law, statistics, or in philosophy, in entire sciences, beyond a point, everything becomes an estimate. वो आप माइक्रोकॉस्म में चले जाओगे तो हाइजेनबर्ग अनसर्टेनिटी प्रिंसिपल आ जाएगा. सो प्रेसिशन is also an acceptance. You accept a certain degree of precision. So coming back from all of these philosophical contusions, good risk taking is not about finding a good risk. It's all about consciously doing your work diligently every day, every hour to avoid bad risks. So we keep a simple filter. जो भी कोई कंपनी के प्रमोटर की बड़ी रंगीन स्टोरीज हैं, या जिस कंपनी का कोई फंडामेंटल का रंग ढंग ही नहीं मालूम है, वो कुछ भी स्टोरी आ जाए नहीं हाथ लगाने का है. फर्स्ट राउंड में 1 रुपए का 100 रुपया भी हो जाएगा और उसके बाद उसका करेक्शन होकर 70 रुपया होगा, उसके बाद ही वो अपने फ्रेमवर्क में आएगा. क्योंकि अगर एक दिन मेरी लॉटरी खुल भी गई बाजार में तो अगले दिन तो खुलनी नहीं, अगले दिन तो आके धंधा ही करना पड़ेगा. शेयर बाजार के अलावा मैं भजिया बेचने का धंधा तो कर नहीं पाऊंगा. तो इफ आई विन आई हैव टू कम बैक टू मार्केट, इफ आई लूज आई हैव टू कम बैक टू द मार्केट नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग. सो इफ नॉट टुडे, नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग मेरे को मेथड फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. तो इसलिए आज लॉटरी के चक्कर में, लॉटरी खोजने के चक्कर में बेटर है मैं मेथड को आज ही यूज करूं. सो गुड रिस्क टेकिंग इज ऑल अबाउट कीपिंग रिजेक्टिंग व्हाट कैन बी अंडरस्टूड एज अ बैड रिस्क फॉर यू. What may be not a bad risk for Avinash is a very bad risk for me. That I'll not be able to respond to this very juicy, colorful stories. जहाँ न्यूज़पेपर, ब्लॉग, ट्विटर, फेसबुक, 7 business channels, everybody is harassing you in the information age with so much information. मेरे करियर में तो मैंने ये देखा, जब मोस्ट बुलिश न्यूज जिन काउंटर्स पे, पार्टियों पे सबसे धुआंधार सट्टा चलता है, तो न्यूज़पेपर की हेडलाइन पे उसी दिन वो खबर आती है जब आप शॉर्ट करके एकदम गले तक, आपका कलेजा गले तक आ गया है. एंड देन ओवर टाइम दिस पैटर्न्स डेवलप, हाउ सच न्यूज इज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड. So for me, something maybe I'm more comfortable in handling certain types of risks. So we'll not get into this debate at all ever. Nobody should get into this debate at all ever. Blue shirt is good or red shirt is good. Nobody should get ever into a debate कि जॉकी का अंडरवेयर पहनूं या लालू यादव जी जैसा स्टाइल में वो पट्टेदार कॉटन का नाड़े वाला मैं कच्छा पहनूं अंदर. जिसको जैसा कंफर्ट आए, जिसकी हवा जैसे पास हो. सो फंडामेंटल टेक्निकल सब में लूप होल है. सो द होल एटीट्यूड इज will not go outside, say, top 500 and then markets when they have moved much more than top 750 stocks. कितनी स्टोरी मेरे को नैनो कैप में, माइक्रो कैप में जाने का ही नहीं है. क्योंकि एक सर्टेन रीजनेबल साइज का एक्सपोजर लेके आपको फटाक से निकलना, घुसना पड़ जाए, आप नहीं कर पाओगे. तो दैट्स illiquidity is a far larger risk for me. I'm incapable of handling it. And then even from very good stories, बहुत बढ़िया स्टोरी है, पर मैं अगर एक दिन से लेके 2 दिन में बिना इम्पैक्ट किए निकल नहीं सकूंगा कोई चीज में से. मैं मतलब द एक्सपोजर्स आई रन टुगेदर ऑफ माय क्लाइंट्स एंड दोज वी एडवाइज, तो हमको उसमें हाथ नहीं लगाने का है. एंड देन द थर्ड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज कि अब ये सब कंपनियां जो हैं, जो इस लिक्विडिटी के जोन में और जिसमें कोई कबाड़े का स्कोप नहीं है, लटर पटर नहीं है, तो देन सभ्य समाज के जितने भी स्टॉक्स फिर बचते हैं जिनके अंदर रीजनेबल लिक्विडिटी एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो और ओवरनाइट कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं हो कि सवेरे उठे और मालूम पड़े मेरे पीछे से चारपाई कोई निकाल के ले गया और मैं हवा में सो रहा हूँ. ऐसी भी बहुत कंपनियां हैं. मेरे कजन्स ने ऐसी कंपनियों में 10 बैगर 20 बैगर कमाए, गालियां देता रहा, समझाता रहा, फिर वो आके रोते हैं क्या वो प्रमोटर गायब हो गया, कंपनी सर्किट टू सर्किट नीचे जा रही है. तो वो सब चीज में नहीं जाने का है. एंड then the filter that remains on the table. So these filters we don't need to apply on a daily basis. So within a certain universe of stocks, so like we read a lot of fundamentals, and what we do that for is to reject stocks we will never do anything in. But which stocks we will do something on and what we will do at what time we will do, that we do not let fundamentals govern. वो अगर उस तरह का ऑब्सेसिव फंडामेंटल को यूज करेगा, फंडामेंटल आप देख रहे हो लॉन्ग टर्म पुराने डेटा पे और लॉन्ग टर्म फ्यूचर के लिए, और इस क्वार्टर की अर्निंग आई उसके ऊपर में रिएक्शन देने का है. कंपनी ने गाइडेंस, कंपनी के आज अचानक ये हो गया, उस पर रिएक्शन करने का है. सो रिएक्टिविटी इज नॉट फंडामेंटल्स, फंडामेंटल इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ ऑल लॉन्ग बिग मूव्स. तो वो करना ही है. रिएक्टिविटी तो टेक्निकल में ही करेंगे, और टेक्निकल में भी हमको सारे लॉन्ग टर्म पैटर्न्स क्लियर हो जाते हैं कि ये स्टॉक एक्यूमुलेशन जोन में, इसको किसी हालत में ठोकने का नहीं है, कितना ही पब्लिक का परसेप्शन बेरिश हो. अब बजाज फाइनेंस और बजाज फिनसर्व दुनिया भर के लोग घटते भाव में परेशान थे। आप बहुत सारे ट्विटर पे क्लाइंट्स हमारे एक्टिव हैं, जो आप हमारी टाइमलाइन पे देखोगे इंगेज करते हुए, छाती ठोक ठोक के 15 दिन से सबको दिला रहे थे, बोला ये इंटरेस्ट रेट हाई किया, मतलब सब भाड़ में जाए, भूल जाओ, मार्केट नोज मोर देन यू एंड आई विल बी एबल टू नो. So we focus thus on a list of stocks that are not known to be having those governance issues and credibility issues या bankruptcy issues की कबाड़ा ही हो जाएगा बिल्कुल. And then liquidity, and thereafter all decision making, final overriding factor is if we understand a pattern, and more important thing for us, the most important thing for us in patterns is क्या लूं क्या बेचूं नहीं. अपने को ऐसा सौदा मिनिमाइज करना है कि अपना ऐसा सौदा 5 साल में एक बार ही होवे, पर हो जाता है महीने में एक बार, कि भैया अभिमन्यु बन के फंसना नहीं है, फंसने का काम नहीं करना है. सो वी विल रिजेक्ट दोज पैटर्न्स व्हिच वी आर नॉट वेरी कंफर्टेबल विद. वी कैन रिस्पॉन्ड शुड थिंग्स गो बैड. एंड दिस साउंड्स टू सिंपल, इट्स एक्चुअली इसमें भी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस आ जाते हैं. और मुझे ये लगता है मोहब्बत में, कुकिंग में, अच्छी ड्राइविंग करने में, अच्छी फिजिकल रिलेशनशिप्स में, एनीथिंग दैट रिक्वायर्स वन टू बी एक्सीलेंट, इफ यू आर गोइंग टू बी फोर्स्ड टू थिंक टू मच, you'll bang your car, you'll have a premature ejaculation, you'll burn your food, and you'll destroy your trade. If you can allow your unconscious mind, which all the training and skill of 10,000 hours of screen watching or 10,000 hours of taekwondo do not train your conscious mind, it reprograms your unconscious mind. So any great decision making process, any chance of achieving excellence anywhere in life is only possible when you don't get conscious. तो जिस चीज से रोंगटे खड़े हो, जिस चीज से पसीना आए, जिस चीज से घबराहट हो, वो काम नहीं करना है. भाव टूटा है कि नहीं टूटा, रात को अगर टेंशन हो गई कि यार 1 बज गई, नींद नहीं आ रही है, भाड़ में गया, पैटर्न टूटा है कि नहीं, सवेरे उठ के सौदा अदा करो. So that's our simple approach. If I were to write a book on
Sushil, sir, just
how
on
we do
that
things,
note,
it's just one page.
so sorry to interrupt you. I would just like to have a brief introduction for Dr. Tanmay. Hi, doctor. I've been in other rooms with you as well. Thank you so much for being here. On what just Sushil sir said, I just wanted to know. I remember being in the other rooms, you were talking about banking, so it's pretty much evident that you're not just restricted to your medical field. You actually have pretty much an interest, an active interest in finance as well. So do you go by a certain list as what Sushil sir just said, or you have certain patterns, which determine your flow of investments? Or as earlier in the room, when we just started at Chetan and Sachin were discussing mutual funds with Prableen, do you have, a selection of mutual funds, which govern your portfolio? Thanks for being there, if you could just answer this question. And then Sushil sir, and I'll just round back to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Anurag. Chetanji, thanks for the lovely invite that you had sent in. Sorry, I was just on duty. I got free just now from my work. And
yeah, thank you, Tanmay, for coming. Sorry, I was waiting for you that time, but then you told us that you are a little busy. So I wasn't expecting you. So this is an unexpected surprise for all of us. And we're very happy to see you. And we know that you're making great strides in financial literacy. You, along with ChetanGill, are doing a lot. And you from the medical, you're also educating a lot of doctors about it, about finances and all, which is very important, because the doctors, obviously, they focus on their profession, but in money management, all of them might not be so good as you are. I don't know whether you invest into direct stocks and all also. Do you?
Yeah. So I'll just say hi on to the panelists, also Sushil ji. He's again a great speaker, Avinash ji and all. So I began my journey with mutual funds क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आप एक बार decent capital बनाइए अपना. And मेरा मतलब, see, my schedule is like that I am busy most of the time. So trading is not my cup of tea. I realized it earlier only. But then if you are not making your money to work, then probably your money will keep depreciating over a period of time. तो वो वाला सीन तो है नहीं कि आप इक्विटी मार्केट से दूर रहकर भी अपनी रिटायरमेंट सक्सेसफुली कर सकते हो. बिकॉज तो ये रियलाइज किया. एंड देन आई रियलाइज कि आई स्टार्टेड रीडिंग. एंड देन वहाँ पे मुझे पता चला इंडेक्स फंड्स के बारे में. एंड बेसिक एक ELSS म्यूचुअल फंड्स जो हैं जिसमें हम टैक्स सेविंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे चालू किया कि आई एम यंग, आई डोंट हैव मच ऑफ रिस्क. तो टू सेव माई 1.5 lakh, what I used to do was T is equal to 1 by $12,000. It started with my first salary that I got at the age of 23. तो T is equal to 1 पे आपने $12,000, same it goes for T is equal to 12. ठीक है, अब 12 महीने में 12,000 करके आपने लगभग थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे करके 1.5 लाख आपने वहां पे सेव कर लिए. दिस वेंट ऑन फॉर 3 years. एंड नाउ वी नो कि ELSS में आपको 3 साल का लॉक इन पीरियड है. तो अब क्या होता है 3 साल के बाद कि टी इज इक्वल टू 37th मंथ पे आपका जो 12,000 आपने पहले डाला था वो आपका फ्री हो गया, उसको आप रिसाइकल करिए, वहां से आप निकालिए एसटीपी करके वापस उसको इन्वेस्ट करिए, जो प्रॉफिट से आप उसको निकालिए, एंड दिस इज हाउ आई स्टार्टेड एक्चुअली। और जो पैसे होते थे वहां से जो मुझे प्रॉफिट जनरेट हुआ, आई स्टार्टेड पुटिंग इट इन इंडेक्स फंड्स। नाउ इंडेक्स फंड्स में भी आई जस्ट टिंकर इट अ बिट, मैं निफ्टी या जूनियर निफ्टी पे मोस्टली इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ। और वहां पे भी ऐसा है कि लाइक व्हेन मार्केट इज डाउन, से ब्रॉडर मार्केट कैप टू जीडीपी लेस देन 1 है, आप देखेंगे निफ्टी का जो पीई रेशियोज हैं इफ दैट इज लेस देन 20, तो वहां पे आप अपने एस आई पी जो है उसको डबल कर लीजिए या ट्रिपल कर लीजिए या बीच में कोई लमसम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दीजिए, वही मुझे 16-18% का अगर प्रोवाइड कर रहा है, तो आई डोंट थिंक कि बहुत ज्यादा रिस्क लेने की जरूरत थी वहां पे। बट ओवर अ पीरियड क्या किया मैंने कि स्टॉक्स और बिजनेसेस के बारे में पढ़ना चालू किया, सीखना चालू किया। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर आईटीसी उस वक्त फंडामेंटली बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टॉक था, ठीक है, दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट बाय। फिर आईआरसीटीसी में आई हैड अ जर्नी ऑफ 20x। मतलब एक आपको ये समझना है कि आप हर सेक्टर नहीं समझ सकते, दिस इज वेरी क्लियर। जैसे कल वी हैव केप्ट अ स्पेस ऑन बैंकिंग, बैंकिंग में मुझे बहुत ज्यादा समझ नहीं आता, ठीक है, बट अगर आप हॉस्पिटल्स की बात करें तो मैं आपको बता दूंगा कि अगर आप एस्टर बोलेंगे या नारायणा बोलेंगे या मैक्स बोलेंगे, उनका बिजनेस मॉडल कैसा है, क्यों वो ईवी एबिटा के बारे में बात करते हैं, कैसे उनको वैल्यू करना है उन बैंक हॉस्पिटल्स को। हॉस्पिटल्स में अगर हम देखें फिर पेयर मिक्स अलग होता है, मतलब हर बिजनेस का ना अलग अलग कुछ एक क्राइटेरियाज होते हैं, और वो जरूरी नहीं कि आपको समझ में आए। और सेकंड पॉइंट जो मैं ये कहता हूँ कि जो मैंने भी रियलाइज किया कि हर कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज स्टडी करके आप पैसा बना लो ये जरूरी नहीं है। बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स इतने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है उनको समझना कि इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट इनटू दैट। और बहुत बार क्या होता है हमारे अंदर एक बायस आता है कि हमने उसको स्टडी किया है, इतना उसमें एफर्ट डाला है, तो लेट्स पुट सम मनी इनटू इट, विच इज नॉट नेसेसरली टू ऑल ऑफ द टाइम। सो आप सिंपल सेक्टर्स में जाइए, जैसे लॉ ऑफ प्रोबेबिलिटी ये कहती है कि अगर कोई बिजनेस वर्टिकल है जहां पे उसके वेरिएबल्स दो हैं, तो सपोज एक वेरिएबल के इंसिडेंस के चांसेस वहां पे है 80% और दूसरे के 80% है, तो 0.8 इंटू 0.8 हो जाएगा आपकी जो प्रोबेबिलिटी है आपकी इवेंट होने के, तो दिस बिकम 64%। लेकिन वहीं पे आप अगर ऐसे कोई बिजनेस को पिक कर रहे हो जहाँ पे 10-10 15-15 वर्टिकल्स हैं, जहाँ पे इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्रेडिक्ट, तो प्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी जरूरी है मेरे लिए, फॉर अ पर्सन लाइक मी। बिजनेस मॉडल सिंपल हो, प्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी हो, जैसे टाइटन जैसा बिजनेस है, इट्स वेरी सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड। गोल्ड में अभी भी आप देखो कि इतना बड़ा गोल्ड का मार्केट है इंडिया में, आप कोई भी घर पे जाओ तो ये होता है गोल्ड गिफ्ट करना है, शादी के टाइम पे गोल्ड लेना है, एज गोल्ड एज एसेट लोग बाई करते हैं, ज्वेलरी को भी एज एसेट लोग घर पे रखते हैं। उसका मात्र 5% मार्केट शेयर है अभी टाइटन के पास, एंड लुक एट द अमाउंट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी दैट इज देयर। तो सेकंड चीज देखना है कि हम जो भी सेक्टर पिक कर रहे हैं वहां पे हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी साइज कितना ज्यादा है। इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी कि लार्ज कैप होने के बाद उनके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी साइज नहीं हो, दिस इज रॉन्ग नोशन कि ऐसा नहीं है कि पैसा सिर्फ मिड कैप में बनेगा या स्मॉल कैप में बनेगा। मैंने शुरू के टाइम पे जो पैसा बनाया वो लार्ज कैप में काफी ज्यादा बनाया, फिर स्लोली आई मूव्ड ऑन टू मिड कैप्स, एंड अब मैं स्मॉल कैप्स में भी मेरे आई कॉल्ड इट अ पीडियाट्रिक पोर्टफोलियो, दिस इज फनी नेम, लोग कहते हैं, जिसमें मतलब आप थोड़ा थोड़ा एलोकेट करते हो रिस्क आपके जो भी एपेटाइट है उस हिसाब से। तो वहां पे मैं अब बहुत बार क्या होता है कि स्मॉल कैप्स में आपको उतना डेटा अवेलेबल नहीं होता, या फिर ये होता है कि आप उतनी एक्सटेंसिव रिसर्च नहीं कर सकते, उनका प्रोडक्ट आपको इतना रेडिली अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो आई थिंक मेजर चंक ऑफ पोर्टफोलियो जिस तरीके से मैंने अपना पोर्टफोलियो बिल्ड किया है, मेजर चंक इज देयर इन लार्ज कैप्स एंड मिड कैप्स, और कुछ जो अभी स्मॉल कैप्स जो आइडियाज हैं जहां पे मुझे लगता है कि आइडियाज वर्क कर सकते हैं। शायद बैलेंस शीट बहुत स्ट्रांग नहीं होगी, जैसे मैं अगेन इट्स नॉट अ स्टॉक रिकमेंडेशन, बट अभी मैं बीच में एचसीजी करके एक हॉस्पिटल ग्रुप है, उसका अगर आप स्टॉक देखते हैं, पिछले 5 साल 4 साल उन्होंने तगड़ा केपेक्स किया, 900 करोड़ के या 1000 करोड़ के आसपास का केपेक्स किया। ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम नए नए हॉस्पिटल्स खुलते जा रहे थे, बट जो उनके ओरिजिनल ओनर्स थे मिस्टर कुमार है ना, उनका प्रॉब्लम ये था कि ही वाज कंटिन्यूअसली डूइंग केपेक्स, वो ब्रेक इवन नहीं हो रहा था, और बैलेंस शीट आप देखोगे हाईली डेट रिडन। फिर द कंपनी वाज टेकन ओवर बाय अनदर प्राइवेट वेंचर ग्रुप। वो आने के बाद उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने कहा कि हम केपेक्स नहीं करेंगे, हमारे जितने सेंटर्स खुले हुए लेट्स मेक इट ब्रेक इवन, वहां पे हम उसके बाद ही केपेक्स करना चालू करेंगे। अब आप देखो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर से उनके पास कैश फ्लोज आने चालू हो गए हैं, डेट उन्होंने कम कर दिया है, आरओईज उनके इंप्रूव होने लग गए हैं। तो कुछ आइडियाज होंगे स्मॉल कैप्स में जहां पे आपको बैलेंस शीट उतनी तगड़ी नहीं मिलेगी, फ्री कैश उतना नहीं मिलेगा जिसको आप प्रेडिक्ट कर पाओ, लेकिन मैनेजमेंट कमेंट्री अगर आप सुनते रहो, एनुअल रिपोर्ट्स उनके पढ़ लो कॉन कॉल में, और मेरे जैसे लोग के लिए जिनको ज्यादा नो हाउ नहीं है, अगर आप कॉन कॉल्स वगैरह, मैं क्या करता हूँ लंच के टाइम पे कॉन कॉल यूट्यूब पे चला लिया कहीं, या फिर रिकॉर्डेड आजकल सब जगह अवेलेबल है, या फिर ट्रांसक्रिप्ट मिल रही है तो ट्रांसक्रिप्ट पढ़ने बैठ गए ऐसे, तो उनमें से आप देख लो कि क्या क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हैं, मैनेजमेंट क्या कह रहा है, एंड आई हैव अ बैड हैबिट ऑफ मेकिंग नोट्स, जो मेरी मेडिकल प्रिपरेशन के टाइम से चली आ रही है। तो मैं नोट्स बनाकर रख लेता हूँ कि यार इस बार इन्होंने, मैनेजमेंट ने ये बोला, या इस कंपनी का प्लान ये है। जैसे मैं टाइटन का एग्जांपल दे रहा था, उनका मैनेजमेंट कॉन कॉल पढ़ो पिछले बार का, दे आर हैविंग 389 स्टोर समथिंग, दे आर प्लानिंग टू यू नो मेक दो स्टोर्स बाय 600, तो वहां पे एंड एक किसी आई थिंक कॉन कॉल में उन्होंने कहा था कि दे आर ऑलमोस्ट एक्सपेक्टिंग देयर रेवेन्यूज टू बिकम डबल बाय 3 or 4 years नेक्स्ट। और ऐसी बड़ी मैनेजमेंट जब कहती हैं और आप देखोगे टाइम ऑन टाइम अगर वो करती जा रही है, तो यू विल हैव अ फेथ। तो जब प्राइस जब नीचे आती है तो आपको रियलाइज होगा कि ठीक है यार, प्राइस नीचे आ रही है, दिस इज अ गुड गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर मी। मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स हमारे साथ प्रॉब्लम यहाँ आता है कि हम प्राइस और वैल्यू नहीं समझ पाते, और ये टाइम मुझे भी लगा शुरू में सीखने के लिए। तो प्राइस इज समथिंग, वो ऊपर नीचे जाए उससे हमको मतलब अगर आप देखोगे कि आपके फेवरेट स्टॉक आपने बाई किया, उसके बाद उसमें 10% करेक्शन लग गया, तो मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल स्टार्ट पैनिकिंग आउट कि 10% करेक्शन हो गया। बट पर्सन हु नोज द वैल्यू, वो ये कहेगा कि यार अगर इसका वैल्यू मुझे महंगा मिल रहा था पहले, अब 10% सस्ते भाव पे मिल रहा है, तो आई शुड बी हैप्पियर पर्सन, राइट? तो दिस इज थोड़ा सा मेंटल, अपना जो मॉडल है वो चेंज करना है हमें, उसको समझना है कि प्राइस और वैल्यू का डिफरेंस क्या है। और जिस दिन हम वो समझ जाते हैं, आई थिंक स्टॉक पिकिंग बिकम्स वेरी इजी। अपना थोड़ा ओनरशिप माइंडसेट आ जाता है, अपन ये समझते हैं कि यार 10-15 बिजनेस, 20 बिजनेस जो भी आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं आप उतने बाई करिए, और ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम उसमें स्टेक बढ़ाते रहिए। ऐसा नहीं कि आप 15,000 25,000 रुपए डालकर उसको 2x कर लिया, 3x कर लिया, देन यू बिकम हैप्पी। बहुत लोग ऐसे होते हैं स्क्रीनशॉट्स डालते हैं, दिस इज वेरी फनी कि यार मैंने इस स्टॉक में 300% कर लिया, बट आपका कैपिटल एलोकेशन कितना है आप वो भी तो देखिए, आपका उसमें कन्विक्शन ही नहीं है, क्योंकि आपने वो बाय चांस आपने चांस लिया उसमें, एंड देन योर मनी गॉट डबल या ट्रिपल। बट देन हमारा काम ये है कि लो रिस्क, मतलब मेरे जैसे पर्सन के लिए, बिकॉज मैं बहुत ज्यादा रिस्क एपेटाइट मेरा नहीं है, ऑल्दो आप ये बोलोगे कि यू मे रीजन इट कि आप इक्विटी में जा रहे हो सर, स्मॉल कैप्स पे जा रहे हो, बट देन मैं उसको सेग्रीगेट करके रखा है। मेरे इंपॉर्टेंट गोल्स जो है वो म्यूचुअल फंड से, इंडेक्स फंड से कवर हो रहे हैं। मैंने अपना बाकी जो एक्सपेंसेस हैं, अनड्यू एक्सपेंसेस लाइक हेल्थ और बाकी सारी चीजें, वो मैंने इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ है, दैट इज कवर्ड। तो ये सारी चीजें अब हो जाती हैं, बट देन यू कैन गो फॉर वेल्थ मैक्सिमाइजेशन डायरेक्ट स्टॉक पिकिंग्स में जाके। एंड आई थिंक इट्स अब लर्निंग प्रोसेस, ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हम समझते हैं, बहुत जगह गलतियां भी होंगी, एंड फिर बैलेंस शीट पढ़ना थोड़ा सा सीखना पड़ता है। मतलब मेरे जैसे पर्सन के लिए जो बिल्कुल नॉन फाइनेंशियल बैकग्राउंड से है, जब मैं सुनता था कि आरओईज क्या है, आईसीआर क्या है, डेट बाय इक्विटी क्या है, कंपनी की बैलेंस शीट में फ्री कैश क्या है, तो ये सब तब समझ में नहीं आता था। बट देन धीरे धीरे पढ़ते रहा, सीखते रहे, एंड अब आप उसको इंटरप्रेट करना भी सीख जाते हैं ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ कि किस सेक्टर में आपको कौन सा वैल्यूएशन मेट्रिक लगाना है। क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली क्या है, अपन मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल फाइंड सम स्टॉक, देन गो स्क्रीनिंग अबाउट इट, चलो मोड पता कर लिया कि इस कंपनी का मोड बहुत अच्छा है, बट देन किस भाव पे खरीदे ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब यू में अगेन कम समवन में कम अप एंड से कि यार भाव भगवान नहीं होता, देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ स्टॉक्स। जैसे आई वाज फॉलोइंग, और मैंने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट भी किया था, एशियन पेंट्स और टाइटन, इन दोनों स्टॉक्स पे, और इवन पीडीलाइट, ये स्टॉक्स ऐसे थे हमेशा प्रीमियम में मिल रहे हैं, 200 की पी पे आपको अवेलेबल हो रहा है, पेग रेशियो 12-14 का आपको मिल रहा है, इतना हाई, अगर आप उस पे पहले से वैल्यू पे कर रहे हो, तो इज इट वर्थ पेइंग दैट हाई अमाउंट ऑफ वैल्यूएशन दैट इज देयर? और क्या उनकी ग्रोथ उतनी सस्टेन कर पाएगी? से डीमार्ट दैट वाज देयर, सॉरी डीमार्ट दैट वाज देयर अराउंड, या पेज इंडस्ट्री दैट वाज ट्रेडिंग एट 400 पी। तो आई थिंक वहां पे फिर करेक्शंस आते हैं, और फिर हमको लॉन्ग टाइम तक होता है कि स्टॉक मूवमेंट नहीं कर रहा, तो थोड़ा सा वैल्यूएशन मेट्रिक हमको सीखना पड़ता है। अगेन दिस कम्स ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, चाहे आप डीसीएफ यूज करें, चाहे आप प्राइस बाय सेल्स यूज करें, ईवी बेटा यूज करें, तो अगेन सेक्टर के हिसाब से वो धीरे धीरे करके आई एम ऑल्सो लर्निंग, एंड आई कीप ऑन चेकिंग माई पोर्टफोलियो। बहुत ज्यादा नहीं करता मैं चर्निंग उसमें, 4 मंथली 6 मंथली मैं कॉन कॉल्स वगैरह सुन रहा होता हूँ, एंड देन दिस इज बहुत पैसिव काइंड ऑफ इन्वेस्टिंग है, दिस इज व्हाट आई डू। या
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tanmay. I think I will have to call you and Sejal in a separate session to understand how you invest. Especially, we have to showcase you and find out, because these methods which you've used are quite different from the retail crowd. So I would like to know in detail, but some other day, some other space, and maybe some other time, we'll get there. And I think I will ask you some pertinent question. Let me study what you do first, and then I will get back to you, because
Chetan ji,
I like to.
I think प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इक्विटी को ना बच्चे जैसा समझना है अपने, ठीक है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर डायरेक्ट इक्विटी बाई करना है तो वो आपका बच्चा है। अब बच्चे को आप बार बार इम्यूनाइज कराने जाते हो ना, अपने पीडियाट्रिशियन को जाके दिखाते हो, डॉक्टर के पास जाओगे, आप चेक करते हो कि बच्चा ठीक ग्रो कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, उसकी वेट चार्ट प्लॉटिंग होती है, उसकी हाइट प्लॉट होती है। सो दिस इज हाउ योर इक्विटी ऑल्सो इज। तो अगर जो जो इक्विटी पाल रहे हो तो आप ये समझ लो कि आप एक बच्चे को पाल रहे हैं, इतने ही बच्चे पालो जितने आप संभाल सको, ठीक है। तो उसके बाद रेगुलरली आपको उसको ट्रैक करते रहिए, एंड दिस इज हाउ इट वर्क्स। अदरवाइज फिर आप एक्सपर्ट्स को पैसा दीजिए अपना, दे विल मैनेज इट, और आप म्यूचुअल फंड रूट से जाइए। तो रूट बहुत सारे हैं, डेस्टिनेशन आपको पता होना चाहिए, रिस्क एपेटाइट पता होना चाहिए। या चेतन जी?
Yeah, but sometimes the valuations might not be in sync, so you have to be careful. Like you can get carried away by the euphoria. There's just an example. When the shoe shine, I mean, that is when everyone starts investing in the market. There's a shoe shine boy example of 1929 Great Depression. Joe F. Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy, made this example, and he said that when the shoe shine boy starts recommending stocks in India, Sushil ji will confirm in the Harshad Mehta time, pan walas and rickshaw walas started recommending stock. Then we have to be careful because sometimes some things get out of sync. अब asset price replacement पे I think 10,000 rupees पे हर्षद मेहता time पे ACC value हुआ था. So and SBI also, and sometimes those rates don't come. चलो, that was a different time. But even in the 2000 infotech, there were stocks like Penta Media and all, which came down 99%. Or HFCL, Himachal Futuristic, it went up to 3,300. I don't know अब कितना है, but it must not be even 100 rupees or 200 rupees.
3,300 नहीं गया था भाई, 3,200 तक ग्लोबल टेली गया था, हिमाचल 2,500 तक ही गया था। वो सब
अच्छा,
हिस्ट्री जो लिखी गई थी वो हिस्ट्री लोग भूलेंगे नहीं 100 साल तक।
सर वो 2500 से
But
मेरा
anyways, that global Himachal was Ketan Parekh era, not Harshad Mehta era.
No, sir. I was just giving examples in different
हाँ,
various
ठीक है।
times. क्या क्या हो जाता है, वैल्यूएशन कैसे आउट ऑफ सिंक होती है। रिलायंस पावर का आईपीओ आया XYZ, and many companies make good money also. If someone says that instead of wearing a jockey, if you had bought Page Industry, you would have made 100 bagger.
सर वैल्यूएशन में आई थिंक आई जस्ट ऐड, अगर सुशील जी के पहले मैं एक बार बोलूं, दुस्साहस कर रहा हूं मैं, बट देन
नहीं, ऐसा क्या है डॉक्टर तन्मय, बाप ऐसे मत लो मेरी।
अरे नहीं सर, यू आर लाइक वेरी एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन, मुझे सुनने मजा आता है। केडिया सर भी हमारे स्पेसेस में आते हैं, उनसे सुनकर बहुत सीखने मिलता है। सो वैल्यूएशन में आई थिंक मुझे ना एक पीटर लिंच की एक इंटरव्यू है, कोई अगर बड़ा फैन हो, वन अपन वॉल स्ट्रीट किसी ने पढ़ी हो तो एक बार पीटर लिंच का वो इंटरव्यू जाके आप यूट्यूब पे देखना, इट्स वेरी फेमस है ना। और वो उसमें कहते हैं कि आपको बस ये पता होना चाहिए कि मार्केट में करेक्शंस आएंगे, ठीक है, और हर 2 साल में आपको करीब 10% का करेक्शन आएगा, 3 साल या 5 साल में आपको एक 20% का करेक्शन आ जाएगा, जिसके ऊपर आप जाओगे तो बियर रन आप कह देते हो। और आप अगर मॉडर्न मार्केट्स में देखो तो वो बियर रन का जो स्पैन है वो छोटा आ रहा है, 1 साल 1.5 साल का बियर रन होता है, उसके बाद एक बड़ा तगड़ा बुल रन होता है। तो अगर मुझे पता है कि मार्केट्स में करेक्शन आने हैं 10% के, 15% के, 25% के, और मैं थोड़ा सा अपना पेशेंस रख लूं, तो मुझे पता है कि जब ये करेक्शन आना है तो देयर विल बी लॉट्स ऑफ बाइंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज। आप अभी अगर देखें यूक्रेन वाला जो करेक्शन आया था अभी, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट कोविड में तो लार्ज कैप्स भी आपको बिल्कुल सस्ते भाव पे मिले, एंड दिस इज मतलब आई वाज लकी कि मेरे वो शुरुआती दौर पे ही मुझे वो मतलब 2-3 साल में वेट करता रहा, उसके बाद मुझे वो करेक्शन मिला जहां पे आई मेड अ गुड अमाउंट ऑफ मनी बाय इन्वेस्टिंग इन दो स्टॉक्स, लार्ज कैप से ही बहुत पैसे बनाए थे। बट देन अगर आप देखो अभी वो करेक्शंस आए जिसमें तो मिड कैप 50% के आसपास करेक्ट हुए, ठीक है, भले इंडेक्स हमारा 15-16% करेक्ट हुआ था, मिड कैप में आपको 50% और स्मॉल कैप्स में तो कुछ कुछ 60-70% भी करेक्शन हुए थे अच्छे स्टॉक्स में। तो वहां पे अगर आप थोड़ा सा आपको कंपनी फॉलो कर रहे होते हैं तो आपको बहुत बाइंग अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है। आपको लगता है कि यार दिस इज क्रेजी वैल्यूएशन। अगर आपको कोई कंपनी आधे या 0.2 या 0.3 के पेक पे मिल रही है, उसके पीई रेशियोज 10 के नीचे हैं, कंपनी के पास पॉजिटिव कैश फ्लोज हैं, ईयर ऑन ईयर प्रॉफिट्स बढ़ रहे हैं, आरओईज आर 20-25%, तो वहां पे आपको पता है कि यार दिस इज इन मतलब नो ब्रेनर, वहां पे आप जाके उसको परचेस कर सकते हो। बट देन हमारे साथ मोस्टली क्या होता है कि जब मार्केट नीचे गिर रहा होता है तो अपन को लगता है कि यहाँ से और कितना नीचे जाएगा। मतलब आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट टेक्निकल पर्सन, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट फंडामेंटल पर्सन। तो अपन ये सोचते हैं कि यहाँ पे नहीं लगाते और यहाँ से थोड़ा सा नीचे चला जाएगा उसके बाद लगा लेंगे, वहां से मार्केट थोड़ा और नीचे जाता है तो यू गेट मोर अफर्मेटिव कि यार मार्केट मैंने सोचा था यहाँ नीचे जाएगा, नीचे चला गया, चलो बहुत बढ़िया बात है, अब तो अपन बॉटम में लगाएंगे और टॉप पे निकालेंगे। एंड द फैक्ट इज कि नो वन नोज वेयर द बॉटम लाइज। और उसके बाद क्या होता है कि मार्केट यहाँ गई, सब जिन लोगों को लग रहा था कि मार्केट 13,000 जाएगा, आई एम नॉट सेइंग अगेन, आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू डिटेल कि जाएगा या नहीं जाएगा, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग अ एग्जांपल कि अगर आप सोच रहे थे कि वहां पे 15,000 से वो 13,000 जाएगा तो आप कैश लेकर बैठे थे, अब मार्केट यहाँ से 17,000 में वापस आ गया एंड नाउ यू आर फीलिंग फोमो। अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि वहां पे लोग पैसे लगाना चालू करते हैं कि यार अब मार्केट में मेरे हाथ से ये बुल रन निकल जाएगा या ऐसा हो जाएगा। तो वैल्यूएशन अगर आप इमोशंस के बेसिस पे करने लगोगे तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ वेरी रॉन्ग नोशन, और यहीं पे बहुत लोग मार खाते हैं। तो आप जब वो पीटर लिंच का इंटरव्यू देखोगे, वहां वो ऐसे ही कहता है कि यार आपको पता है इतने परसेंट करेक्शन होने वाले हैं, आपका भाव आया आप वहां पे खरीद लो, अगर आपको डाउट है तो आप स्टैगर्ड मैनर में बाय कर लो 2-3 बार में, बट देन वाई शुड यू वेट फॉर एनीवन। और वहां पे जब आपने बाई कर लिया तो उसके बाद मार्केट वहां से और नीचे भी चली जाए तो ऐसा थोड़ी है आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा पैसा आप इमरजेंसी फंड तोड़ के निकाल लोगे, उसके बाद बैठ के तमाशा एंजॉय करो। कभी ना कभी वो मतलब एक गुरमीत पाजी ने ना हमारे एक स्पेस में कहा था कि निफ्टी और इंसान लॉन्ग टर्म में ऊपर ही जाना है, तो दिक्कत ही क्या है, आपने ऐसा वो पैसा लगाया जो अगले 5 साल आपको जरूरत है नहीं। जस्ट सिट देयर एंड लेट द मार्केट करेक्ट फ्रॉम देयर, वहां से आप बाउंस बैक होगा वहां से मार्केट, एंड यू विल मेक अ वेरी गुड अमाउंट ऑफ मनी। और मार्केट इज गोना रिवॉर्ड ओनली दो सेट ऑफ पीपल जो थोड़ा सा कॉन्ट्रा खेलते हैं, क्योंकि अगर हर कोई पीक पे बाई करने लग जाए और हर कोई बॉटम्स में सेल करने लग जाए तो पैसा बनेगा ही नहीं मार्केट में। तो यही दिस इज व्हाट मेक्स अ पर्सन अ इंटेलिजेंट इन्वेस्टर वर्सेस अ पर्सन हु इज जस्ट अ इन्वेस्टर और अ स्पेक्युलेटर। तो वो अपन को वो वाला पॉइंट आई थिंक अगर हम सीख जाते हैं, देर सवेर जब भी सीखें, ट्यूशन फीस मार्केट मांगती है लॉसेस के बेसिस पे, तो जब हम सीख जाए तो इट मेक्स अ बिग डिफरेंस। या चेतन जी।
Yeah, Tanmay, I just wanted to say to everyone in the room that we will be closing in 12 minutes because we've been on since 9 p.m. तो 4 hours होने वाला है हमारा. But anyway, I don't have any other point. I just made that valuation point. I will be inviting you and Kedia ji and Sejal once again to a different kind of space, जिसमें हम evaluation and all की बात करेंगे. And थोड़ी things अभी settle down भी हो जाती हैं, तो we'll see how the markets are going. But like Sushil जी will say, settle down तो कभी भी नहीं होती कोई चीज, क्योंकि मार्केट में तो रोज दिन कुछ ना कुछ नया आएगा। मैं आपको कल कहूंगा मैं आरबीआई की एमपीसी के लिए वेट कर रहा हूँ, परसों मैं आपको कहूंगा मैं फेड के लिए वेट कर रहा हूँ। बट सुशील जी ने बहुत पहले बहुत ये पॉइंट बनाया था कि वी विल सी गुड लेवल्स बाय दिवाली, एंड ही हैड टोल्ड अस आई थिंक अ मंथ इन एडवांस। सो ऑब्वियसली एंड लेवल से ज्यादा सुशील जी तो स्टॉक्स, इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स को देखते हैं, आप भी इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स देखते हैं, म्यूचुअल फंड को चलो लेवल देखना होता है थोड़ा बहुत। So I think things are looking all right, but there will be volatility and all. Like Sushil ji said, ये पता नहीं कब वो नीचे भी लेके जाएंगे, आपको ऊपर भी लेके जाएंगे। तो like you said correctly, Dr. Tanmay, for us trading is not the right thing for the retail investors and all. For Sushil ji, because he does technical analysis and all, and he looks at the bigger picture, that's a separate issue. But for us, it's a little difficult. Sushil ji, you want to comment?
देखो, बात तो सारी काम की 5 मिनट में हो जाती है, पर गपशप मारने में सबको बड़ा मजा आता है। तो आई थिंक वो तन्मय जी ना, मैं जब बोल रहे थे ना वो ये लाइन कि एक तरफ वो बोल दिया कि हमें सीखने मिलता है और दूसरी तरफ बोल दिया सुशील जी बोलते तो हमें बड़ा मजा आता है, तो मेरा मन किया मैं बीच में पॉज उनको करके पूछूं क्या मैं मजा लेने की चीज हूँ। फिर मेरे को याद आया ट्विटर स्पेसेस तो देखो वो सब ना गपशप मार रहे हैं मोहल्ले की आंटियां, वो जो हम मोहल्ले की आंटियां बोल के कुछ लोगों को डिराइड कर देते हैं, पर मोहल्ले की आंटी हम सबके कलेजे में होती है। तो मोहल्ले की आंटियां थक गई है, रात के 1 बज गए, अब गपशप को समेटो।
सर संचित की वासना
मतलब
भी आ जाएगी फिर।
मतलब कोई लहजे पे लच्छे बना रहा है, कोई ज्ञान के लच्छे बना रहा है, रात की 1 बज गई यार। अब नूडल सूप हो गया, इसको पी पा के गटर के कटोरा साइड करो और आप लोग कंक्लूड करो स्पेस को।
ठीक है सर, वी वर जस्ट वेटिंग आपसे। हमने बोला जो क्लोजिंग कमेंट है वो आप ही से लेंगे हम, आपसे पहले तन्मय जी से लिया फिर आपसे लिया।
तो
संचित जी
मेरा
यू
कमेंट
कैन। हाँ
तो
जी
मेरा
सर,
कमेंट वापस वही है 4 लाइन में जो मैंने 400
हाँ
लाइन
जी
में
हाँ
उस
जी।
टाइम बताया था। ईच पर्सन इज डिफरेंट, तो उस पर बहस नहीं करेंगे, बट फ्रॉम द वे आई डू थिंग्स मोर इजीली। सब कोई लेफ्ट हैंड से खेलता है, कोई राइट हैंड से खेलता है, कोई स्पिन बॉलिंग करता है, कोई फास्ट करता है, कोई बॉलिंग ही नहीं करता है, विकेट कीपिंग करता है, और कोई अंपायर है। तो हुएवर आई मे बी, द वे आई फाइंड माई सेल्फ मोर कंफर्टेबल, अक्रॉस द बोर्ड पैसा बिल्कुल नहीं बनेगा, बहुत काम करके स्टॉक्स खोजने पड़ेंगे, बट जितना मजेदार पैसा अगले 1-1.5 साल में बन सकता है, अगले 1-1.5 साल को हम उस फेज के गुजर जाने के बाद अगले 2-3 साल में लेमेंट करेंगे कि यार वो बहुत ज्यादा हमने रिसेशन, इन्फ्लेशन और रशिया के वॉर को देख लिया और मक्खन के जैसा पैसा बन के चला गया। जैसे 2020 की मार्च में जब बोला कि भूल जाओ सब, ये 12,000 हम वापस जाएंगे, तो जितनी गालियां मैं दे चुका हूं मेरे कॉलेज के दिनों में, उसमें भी लोग मुझे बड़ा क्रिएटिव बोलते थे, मैं भी शॉक रह गया यार, इतनी गाली कोई खा सकता है क्या? तो ये हमेशा होता है. डिसबिलीफ is the first phase of any market move up or down, एंड फियर का जब एक्सट्रीम आ जाता है तो मार्केट का बॉटम बनता है. और वैल्यूएशन की स्टोरी सिर्फ इतनी है, नोबडी कुड डिस्क्राइब इट बेटर देन राधा किशन जी दवानी. पेडर रोड पे घर लेना है और धारावी के वैल्यूएशन में खोजते रहोगे तो some things will always remain more expensive than others and some things will always remain more cheap than others. Expensive and cheap is a state of mind. मतलब आई होप बैचलर्स हियर डोंट माइंड, मैरिड लोगों के लिए तो ये बिल्कुल विजडम की बात है. गर्लफ्रेंड के लिए जब कुछ शॉपिंग करने जा रहे हो ना तो आप वैल्यू नहीं देखते हो, और शादी के 2 साल बाद ना आप लोग दोनों साथ में वैल्यू ढूंढते हो. तो ये वैल्यू जो है ना स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है. ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम योर स्टेट ऑफ माइंड, नॉट द एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड. वैल्यू इज अ स्टेट ऑफ माइंड, प्राइस इज अ फैक्ट. भाव भगवान बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, भाव सिर्फ राजा है. और मार्केट की रानी जो है वो मोमेंटम है, और रानी के बिना राजा चल नहीं सकता है. मोमेंटम कहीं और ही जा रहा है, मोमेंटम डिक्लाइन हो रहा है और मार्केट बढ़ते जाएगा, वो होता नहीं है. और इन दोनों के बीच में राजा और रानी की आत्मा जो है वो फंडामेंटल्स है. तो आत्मा को पूरी तरह से देखा नहीं जा सकता, महसूस नहीं किया जा सकता. तो हम ये बोलते हैं किसी के नेचर के बारे में, अरे यार वो तो बड़ी खोटी आत्मा है. बट आत्मा बाय डेफिनेशन इज इम्परसिवेबल, फॉरगेट अबाउट इनडिस्क्राइबेबल. तो फंडामेंटल्स जो है ना एक्चुअली आत्मा है. इस पे एंडलेसली दोनों साइड की आर्ग्यूमेंट हम कर सकते हैं. किसी दिन मैं इस तमाशे को कोई प्रॉपरली कॉन्फ़िगर्ड स्पेस में करूंगा. विल डिफाइन ए यूनिवर्स ऑफ स्टॉक्स से निफ्टी 50. उसमें से जिसको आके जो भी फंडामेंटल आर्ग्यू करना है मैं उसको चथेड़ूंगा, जलील कर दूंगा अगले 5 मिनट में. और उसके अगले 5 मिनट में मैं उस आदमी को इतना तगड़ा सपोर्ट करूंगा कि बोलेगा यार मेरे से तो ज्यादा तूने थीसिस को प्रूफ कर दिया. तो लॉजिक फॉर्चुनेटली एज वेल एज अनफॉर्चुनेटली is all based on the axiom you build it on. I am not at all dismissing fundamentals, but ये और फर्दर एजुकेशन के बाद आएगा मार्केट में कि जन्म कुंडली को मत देखो जब प्यार हो गया. वो माँ बाप को समझाओ, ये पुराने जमाने में होता था. तो वैसे ही फंडामेंटल्स आर टू रिजेक्ट स्टॉक्स, नॉट टू एक्सेप्ट देम. You never come to a decision. Nobody will be able to ever make a guaranteed good decision. You keep rejecting stocks, and the ones you cannot reject are worth taking a risk on. Whether you do it fundamentally, whether you do it technically, that's the right way to think in life and therefore in markets. ये स्टॉक का मैंने मोट निकाल लिया, मैंने स्टॉक का कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज निकाल लिया. जितने लोगों ने प्रॉपर कोर्टशिप किए बिना सिर्फ रोमांस के बेसिस पर शादियां कर ली, वो साल भर के अंदर में काउंसलर के पास पक्का पहुंच जाते हैं, डिवोर्स कोर्ट में नहीं पहुंचते. सेम थिंग वर्क्स फॉर इन्वेस्टिंग ऑल्सो. डोंट कीप फाइंडिंग रीजंस टू गेट अट्रैक्टेड. टेस्ट योर लव फॉर दैट स्टॉक और लव फॉर एनी पर्सन by not able to find any good reason for which you should seek to abandon the company of that person. और जब कोई सही कारण नहीं मिले कि मैं इस इंसान के साथ उठना बैठना क्यों छोड़ दूं, तो फिर वो दोस्ती के लायक है. A stock that you cannot find a good justification to not invest in should remain in your investable pool, and you should invest in it based on how relatively अंडर ओन्ड और डिसओन्ड द परसेप्शन इज टुवर्ड्स इट. 200 के भाव में जब आईटीसी हमने लास्ट ईयर दिवाली कॉन्वर्सेशन में सीएनबीसी पे बोला कि वो मिठाइयों पे बात हो रही थी, कौन कौन सा स्टॉक कैसी मिठाई होगा, तो पूछा वो रसगुल्ला क्या होगा फॉर द ईयर, बोला आईटीसी. एंड वो रोर आया क्योंकि इट वाज इन द मिडस्ट ऑफ, इट वाज एट द सेंटर ऑफ द मैक्सिमम पॉसिबल मीम्स. ये जो मीम्स जब उसकी इतनी हिलेरियस हो गई कि ट्विटर इसीलिए खोलते थे आईटीसी का नया मीम को जो आज क्या डाला है किसी ने, और वो चार्ट उस तरह से रेडी हो गया था. So I'm not saying technical has any edge over fundamentals. They are two totally different things. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and you don't compare them. You combine them together to create very good progeny. You combine them together to produce some very good risk-adjusted returns. पर लोग फंडामेंटल टेक्निकल का झगड़ा कर लेते हैं एंड लैंग्वेज हम टेक्निकल की ज्यादा इसलिए बात करते हैं कि मीडिया ने सूसी साइलों में डाल दिया और वही अगर हमारा फाइनल डिसीजन मेकिंग ट्रिगर है तो वाई बी हिपोक्राइटिकल दैट you come across as more scholarly if you talk fundamentals. हमने फंड मैनेजमेंट की नौकरी का करियर बहुत साल पहले छोड़ दिया तो डोंट केयर अबाउट इट. सो फ्रॉम माय ओन लाइफ एग्जांपल्स इन दिस समरी आई वुड से please avoid getting into any traps of any arguments by anyone. Which approach is better? Tomato soup is better or palak ka soup is better is depending on your current state of mind and your health requirements and your taste. इस आर्ग्यूमेंट्स में पढ़ोगे तो एक बड़ा ब्लंडर ये होगा कि किसी और नए दीवा भ्रम की तरफ दौड़ने लगोगे, किसी नए दीवा स्वप्न की तरफ दौड़ने लगोगे. जैसे बाबाओं की तलाश है, जैसे चमत्कार की तलाश है, उस तरह से मन भटकने लगता है. In a good balanced diet, everything has a role. But if you don't like something or you don't have a comfort with it, you don't have to force it on you. You don't have to force it on you. So whatever is your prakriti, within that, the rules of decision making, the rules of being acting responsibly, what's the responsible way of decision making, that's a human science which is common in all forms. So reject risks that you are not fully prepared to respond to. If a stock is very, very news driven, it's very sensitive to corporate announcements and general industry news, and you are a very busy professional who cannot track news and respond to it in real time, कितना ही उसमें मोट हो, कितना ही उसमें कुछ भी हो, गोट का चीज हो, कुछ भी हो, you will at some point blunder on it. But if a stock is a very sober thing, it does not rattle around with news. और टानला सॉल्यूशंस को इतना बड़ा वर्च्यू बना लिया, सारी वैल्यू इन्वेस्टिंग की वर्च्यूज लोग ट्विटर स्पेसेस पे आके साबित करते थे और मैं मेरे ऑफिस कलीग के हैंडल से घुस के उन स्पेसेस में चुपचाप सुनता था कि किधर क्राउड का पागलपन जा रहा है, कहाँ पे इमोशन जा रहा है. दिस रीडिंग्स ऑफ इमोशंस वी जस्ट ट्राई टू कैलिब्रेट थ्रू चार्ट्स. अंधे चार्ट पे हम काम कभी नहीं कर सकते कोई. So each person is different. Don't entertain any debates. If you are comfortable fundamentally, don't allow anybody else to tell you fundamentals are a partial truth and technicals are a better truth. No approach is better. We can discuss it on any other space. That anybody claiming my approach is better is again a fool, because you can create a risk-free arbitrage between the two methods. If statistically you can prove any one approach is better, you do the right trades as per that approach and you do the opposite trades of whatever the other approach is saying, you will have a risk-free arbitrage. तो आपका धंधा रिस्क फ्री है, but your returns are more than your risk-free rate without any risk. So you'll keep on borrowing at the risk-free rate because your business is zero risk. So you'll borrow at the same rate as the government, but you'll keep investing at the rate of return that Adani gets. So you will keep sucking all the world's money, and you will eventually become the reason for stock markets to shut down. So if anybody can prove that any one approach is better than another, he's an idiot. He has not even thought enough what risk is. सो आपसे मेरी प्रार्थना है, किसी के भी बहकावे में मत आइए, क्योंकि आपके चरित्र को, आपकी परिस्थितियों को, आपके मन को, आपकी कमजोरियों को आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं जान पाएगा. और इनको जानना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि यू एंड द मार्केट मेक ए यूनिक पेयर. मार्केट इज सेम फॉर ऑल. सो प्लीज डू स्पेंड सम टाइम इंट्रोस्पेक्टिंग इन हु यू आर as regularly at least as you sit down to reflect on the state of your investments. And only do what you feel is going to keep this man happy with what he's doing with himself. An unhappy man, वो कौन सी पिक्चर थी, शाहरुख खान की बड़ी रोमांटिक पिक्चर थी, एक दुखी इंसान दूसरों को सुखी नहीं कर सकता. तो एज अ स्टॉक मार्केट guy, I'll tell you, if at all I have learned anything, any approach in which you feel pinched, suffocated, not fulfilled, आपको डाउट आ रहा है यार मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ लाइफ में, ऐसे नहीं बनेंगे. You have to be you and you have to find that niche. आपको वो मिट्टी खोजनी है जिसमें आप खुद के पौधे को रोपित करोगे तो बहुत बड़ा वृक्ष बन सके. आपको अपने आप को दूसरा वृक्ष नहीं बनाना है, भगवान ने आपको ऑलरेडी बना के भेजा हुआ है. सो रिस्पेक्ट एंड सेलिब्रेट योर इंडिविजुअलिटी, बट एट द सेम टाइम understand it fully well, keep trying to understand it and try to do things that respect this individual, that celebrate this individual. You will lead your unique success, you will lead your unique happiness. And ये philosophy नहीं है, इसके बिना काम हो ही नहीं पाएगा. अगर कोई पूछे मेरे को रिवॉल्वर रख के कि बेटा तू तेरे लाइफ के सारे सीक्रेट्स बता दे जो भी मार्केट में सीखे हैं. तो आई एम शेयरिंग दिस विद यू ऑनेस्टली. It's a wastage of this beautiful life and limited time to find a superior method. It is going to make you far more wealthy and happy if you try to figure out what is that unique character and attribute God has made you into. आप अपने आप को जो बनाओगे उससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट आपको बनाने वाले ने ऑलरेडी एक यूनिकनेस दी है. सबका क्यूआर कोड उनकी फिंगरप्रिंट्स पे, सबकी रेटिना पे, सबके जॉ लाइन पे है. There's so much of individuality, and I'm not saying you have to break away from the rest of the world to be that individual. You have to accept that individuality and not allow that individuality to become a roadblock. You know that book that was written, Get Out of Your Own Way. Before you remove your unique individuality out of the way, so that the unconscious mind of the market is what you will flow with, you have to try to understand the debris of your own unconscious mind. And for that, consciously, you have to figure out who you are consciously. And do not ever aggravate that conscious individual that you can find out consciously. आप अपने आप को ही अपना शत्रु बना लोगे अगर आप उसे offend, ignore करोगे. So, sounds like psychobabble, but believe you me, forget about investing, even for surgery, even for doing anything in life. If you ignore the craftsmanship of God with which your individuality has been created, you are offending the most powerful force that you can ever hope to align with yourself. So figure out कि मैंने क्या क्या स्यापे किस किस जन्म में अपने कर्मों में इकट्ठा किए हुए और मेरी पसंद नापसंद क्या है, और उसको एक सीमा के आगे पुश मत करना. क्योंकि अच्छे अच्छे योगी भी जो है ना, उनको भी इंद्र भगवान ने जब नीचे अप्सराएं भेजी तो आंख खोल दी उन्होंने, और हम उतने बड़े योगी इस लाइफ में बनने का एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करते हैं. So it's most important, at least as important as studying companies and markets, to know who you are and then take the right approach that will keep your family balanced, your health balanced, your own internal psychology is not getting disrupted. Then even if you do average decision making in markets, you will still make more money than most of your friends. That's my secret, and I do hope before rejecting it, you will give it a thought someday.
Great thoughts there, Sushil. Thank you so much for that. Chetan, Sanchit, with all due respect, 4 hours it's been. I would love for you guys to just come out with all the basic nutshells and the nuggets of wisdom that we've gathered in the last 4 hours, and just bring the room to a conclusion.
Yeah, Sanchit, would you like to bring the room to a conclusion? I think nuggets, so everyone knows. Anurag, it was basically there were different people who came in. So that's a record. It's a recorded session, so anyone can listen to that. Anyway, it was basically I'll summarize it. It started off with mutual funds, asset allocation, and all those easier and simpler things. Long-term investment by Miss Prableen Bajpai, who basically comes on CNBC and all for these asset allocation and mutual fund things. And after that, we had Avinash sir, but before that, Dr. Velumani had also come in, and he spoke about how he sold off his thyroid care and other diagnostics and all. But he gave a disclaimer that after the COVID, things have disrupted in the diagnostic space also, and you cannot be sure of the valuation. And he asked Sanchit also that can you tell me what the market will be tomorrow? So obviously valuations cannot be certain on a day-to-day basis. So that was there, and then Sushil Kedia sir has come, and we've all heard him on various things. And obviously the risks depends on the person himself, and each one to his own is somewhat what Sushil Kedia sir was saying, if I translate it into English. So each one has to look at his own strengths and see what he can play to according to the strengths. And Dr. Tanmay had also graciously come into the room. He's got a lot of wisdom. He started off at the age of 23 in the stock market with his ELSS, equity linked savings scheme, tax savings SIP, and then later on to shares, large cap, then mid cap, small cap. And with him, I think we'll have a separate session some other day where we can get to know all other things also, the intricacies of how he combines his busy lifestyle with this. Sushil Kedia sir is always a gem, and we know that he's been very gracious always. He comes into our room and he helps us out with such kind of philosophy which might change our lives if we listen to him. But if we listen to him, that's the key word. We have to listen also carefully, because nowadays we all like to just speak and we don't listen too much. So I think Sushil sir listens also patiently and tells us such things that we have to listen to. Is my summary of it. And thanks Sushil, Kedia sir, and thanks Tanmay, Anurag, Sanchit. From my side, it's over and out. Sanchit, you can also give a word of thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sushil sir. Thank you so much, Tanmay, Anurag, and Chetan sir. I don't have to say anything. I'm just getting a very sleepy mind. So tomorrow in the morning, I have to wake. Even morning 5 o'clock, I have to wake up now. तो मैं तो सोने की तैयारी पे लगा हूँ. तो बस वेट कर रहा हूँ. जल्दी हम सेशन क्लोज करें ताकि अगला सेशन की भी तैयारी करें. So good night, sir.
On that note, I would just like to add one, last tidbit here. As Sushil sir had rightly said, there was this really nice line where he said that anybody who just gets into a marriage, on the basis of just basic romance, not a courtship, ends up in trouble. Similarly, it's a humble request. None of anything that was said in today's room throughout the duration of 4 hours was investment advice. These were just personal thoughts. Please, 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 it's a humble request, do your own research, whether it's investing, whether it's trading, whatsoever duration you're getting into for, whether these are stocks, mutual funds, crypto, whatsoever you plan to invest in, you should always, always do your own research. And then only, bite the investment bullet or the, trade that you're getting into. So with that, it's a humble request. Please do your own research. Thank you so much for joining us. We would just, maybe close the room in another minute or two, Chetan, if I'm not
Yes,
wrong.
yes,
And
yes.
in the meantime, if you want to follow anybody, just look around, follow these wonderful people, especially Chetan and Sanchit. They come up with brilliant rooms. You should definitely follow Sushil sir and Dr. Tanmay as well. Have a great
Even
night,
by
guys.
research word, Anurag,
Brilliant
even
weekend
by
ahead.
research word, you bring out a very good point which Sushil sir mentioned of Sanchit Vasna. That means a desire to research more. So my name is Sanchit, but yeah, Vasna to keep on researching and learn more keeps on high. So with this thing, guys, Chetan sir, over to you. Let's bring out the countdown of the closing part.
Yeah, I had a button in my hand, so till I click on the button, you all are stuck in this room. But that's not the way to look at it. Anyway, Dr. Tanmay, we are going to have you again, and Sushil sir is always a gem. And other listeners also will like them to participate with us next time onwards. Now we'll have more people also chipping in with their question. There was a question from one of the listeners, but we will take it up next time. So that's there. I think we
सो
took
जाओ,
out
1 बज गए, सुशी सर ने वैसे ही गायब.
नहीं, सारे क्वेश्चन हो गए. इट वाज बेसिकली कि एफआई सेलिंग अगर अब रुक गई तो फिर मार्केट कैसे गिरेगा, बट सम अदर टाइम. ओके, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ओनली डिपेंडेंट ऑन एफआई. ओके, गुड नाइट एवरीवन.